Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, students, legal educators, and other well-wishers. We are on to day 2 of the CLEAR Conference on Sustainable Energy. In today's session, we have got, as you can see, galaxy of persons spanning across various sectors to deliberate on a very important topic. At the outset, I would welcome Dr. Vikram Singh Arya, Secretary, CLEAR Asia and Advocate, Supreme Court of India, to offer welcome to the dignitaries as well as other participants. Thank you.
Respected Chair, Co-Chair, dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed faculty members, students, and all distinguished guests, good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to Session 3 on the Renewable Energy Transition and Energy Infrastructure Governance. This session is important because the shift to clean energy is not only about the producing more renewable power, but also about building a strong, reliable, and well-governed infrastructure. To support it, good governance, planning, regulation, and cooperation are essential for a just and successful energy transition. At the outset, I am delighted to welcome our Honorable Chair of the session, Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Lordship, it is my honor to welcome you to the session. Your presence makes the gathering more meaningful, and we are truly grateful to have you with us today. I now take great pleasure in welcoming our co-chair, Honorable Mr. Justice A. Mohammad Mustaq, Chief Justice, High Court of Sikkim. Lordship, we are very happy to have you with us, and we look forward to your guidance in the session. It is also my privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. P. Ravi Kumar, IAS, retired Chairman, Karnataka Electricity Regulatory Commission. Sir, we are truly honored by your presence and look forward to your valuable insights. I now warmly welcome our distinguished speakers, Honorable Mr. Justice B. Shyam Prasad, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, Honorable Mr. Justice E. V. Venugopal, Judge, High Court of Telangana, Honorable Mr. Justice Lakshmi Narayana, Executive Director, Sustainability, Safety, Environment and Ash Management, and Mr. Loknath Behra, IPS, retired Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited. We are grateful to have you all with us from these discussions, and we look forward to your valuable insights and thoughts on this important topic. I also extend my warm welcome to the discussant, Dr. Ruchi Sharma D, Joint Secretary, CLA Director, Commonwealth Institute for Justice. Education and research, your thoughts and observation will add great value to the sessions. A very warm welcome to all the esteemed faculty members, students, participants, and distinguished guests in the audience today. I hope you will take back from these meaningful discussions valuable insights, fresh ideas, and stronger commitment to the important role of the renewable energy and energy governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram Singh Arya. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are set the ball ruling for the third session, titled Renewable Energy Transition and Energy Infrastructure Governance. We will be having very important presentations from the side of Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Swing as the chair and co-chair, Honorable Mr. Justice A. Mushtaq, Chief Justice of High Court of Sikkim, followed by keynote address by Mr. P. Ravi Kumar, the chairman of the Karnataka Electricity Regulatory Commission. For reconciling the time and content management, we have put 10 minutes as the time slab in the semantics of energy. We have got slabs here. And secondly, followed by the panel discussion consisting of speakers and discussants. I respectfully welcome Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Swing, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to address us in the capacity of chair. Thank you.
A very good morning to everybody present here, the honorable judges of the dais, on the dais and off the dais, the dignitaries on the dais, members of the CLEA, and my dear students. Let me begin with a figure of my speech. India consumed approximately 1,624 terawatt hours of electricity in the last financial year. By 2047, that is projected to triple. And the question before this conference is not whether India will meet the demand. It will. But the question is, at what cost, to whom, and governed by what law? That is not a technical question. To me, it is a legal and constitutional one. It goes to the core of the issues, a question of justice. Because in a sense, that conversation around energy in India has already begun to change. Not very long ago, the focus was largely on the excess and supply, how to generate more, how to distribute more, how to keep pace with demand. That concern has not disappeared, but alongside it, there is now a visible shift towards how that energy is produced. The numbers make that shift difficult to ignore. Renewable energy generation has nearly doubled between 2015 and 24, rising from about 187 billion units to close to 360 billion units. Technologies that once seemed premature, green hydrogen among them, are now being implemented on the ground. The transition, therefore, is no longer something which we are preparing for, it's already there. But if we step back, it becomes clear that this transition is not merely about technology or capacity. It's equally about the systems that will shape it. Our laws, our institutions, our infrastructure, and the process through which this transformation is carried out. And ultimately, it is within these systems that a question of justice in India's energy future will be decided. India's transition must be understood in the context of commitments made under the Paris Agreement, obviously. What is notable here is not only the commitment, but the pattern of delivery. India met its earlier targets ahead of schedule. Emissions intensity has reduced by about 36% between 2005 and 2020, and non-fossil fuel capacity has already crossed 52%. These targets have now been enhanced further, including a 47% reduction goal and a 60% non-fossil capacity target by 2035. India has committed to 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. We are the world's third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, and yet we are also paradoxically one of the fastest movers towards clean energy. Wind farms are rising along the coastline in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat. Solar parks are blanketing the deserts of Rajasthan. Green hydrogen corridors are being planned. Offshore wind policy has arrived. This is not an ambition on paper. This is steel in the ground, cable on the earth, turbines turning, which reflects a transition that is both deliberate and measurable. And yet, if you are to travel to the villages adjacent to some of these installations, and I say this not to diminish the achievements, but to sharpen our understanding, You would find communities that were moved, compensated poorly, and not consulted at all. You will find farmers whose lands acquisition grievance remain pending before tribunal for years. You would find tribal communities whose forest rights were extinguished with less procedural rigor than we would apply to a commercial dispute. You would find transmission line cutting through sensitive ecological corridors approved in haste. The question then is not whether energy transition is happening, it is whether it is happening lawfully, equitably, and sustainably. I want to be honest about one thing which I mean to say, that the judiciary has a role here because there is a legitimate concern about overreach, about the courts substituting their judgments for that of the expert, about the judicial activism crowding out democratic deliberation. A court cannot set renewable energy targets. It cannot design a grid. It cannot decide how much to pay for solar power. These are matters for the legislatures, the executive, and the regulatory commissions who have been given this mandate precisely. And courts must respect that mandate. But courts can insist and must insist that the procedure prescribed by law is followed. That consent, where law requires it, is genuine. That rehabilitation, where the law mandates, is real. That environmental clearances are not granted without application of mind. That the regulatory process is fair. That affected parties are heard and the right reasons are given. These are not policy questions, they are rule of law questions. And on rule of law questions, courts are not merely permitted to intervene, they are constitutionally obliged to do so. The Supreme Court's judgment in Narmada Andolan Bachao Andolan, whatever one's view on that, establish a template. Courts can review the process of infrastructure, decision making. They can ensure that the voices of the affected communities have been heard, and they can verify that rehabilitation is being implemented before displacement occurs. The court cannot stop a dam or a solar park on mere policy disagreement, but it can stop one that has not been approved or has been done in violation of law. During the 1990s, the pollution crisis, if you remember, served as a catalyst for one of the most significant judicial interventions in environmental history. Recognizing that the city was choking under catastrophic smog, the Supreme Court in M.C. Mehta case mandated a total transformation of public transport, ordering the immediate transition of the city's bus fleet and auto rickshaws to CNG. That was done in spite of reluctance on the part of the executive. The judiciary had to actively intervene to the extent of issuing notice for contempt for not following the directions. Further judicial interventions, including those by the Supreme Court in matters concerning the protection of the Great Indian Bustard, have required a re-evolution of transmission infrastructure in ecologically sensitive areas. Similarly, the NGT has taken cognizance of issues such as solar panel waste, highlighting that the environmental implications of renewable energy extend beyond generation. The Electricity Act of 2003 is a landmark statute. It unbundled generation, transmission, and distribution in separate categories. It created regulatory commissions. It opened the market, but it was drafted at a time when solar energy was barely on India's radar, when battery storage was a science fiction for our purposes, and when terms like distributed energy resources and smart grids had not yet entered the policy vocabulary. 22 years later, we are regulating a 21st century energy system with a framework that, despite its many amendments, still carries the bones of the last century. The Act is silent on green hydrogen as an energy carrier. It does not adequately address prosumers, citizens who consume and produce electricity through rooftop solar. Its provisions on grid connectivity were not designed for the volatility of inherent in renewable generation. The regulatory commissions, CERC and the SCRCs, have done admirable work in filling these gaps through orders and regulations, but there is a limit on how, to what extent the regulatory provision improvisation can substitute for legislative clarity. We need a legislative framework that is not merely amended, but reimagined, one that expressly addresses renewable energy procurement obligation, one that provides statutory backing to energy storage systems, one that creates clear rules for offshore wind, and one that empowers that regulatory architecture to manage the increasingly complex intersection of electricity law, environmental law, land law, and now digital law. I want to dwell on what I consider the most under-litigated and yet most consequential challenge in this transition, the land. A solar park of 500 MW megawatt requires roughly 2,500 acres. An offshore wind project requires transmission infrastructure that must come ashore somewhere. And that somewhere is someone's land, someone's livelihood, someone's ancestral habitat. The scale of renewable energy ambition that India has announced is staggering. The land it will require is equally staggering. Our Land Acquisition Law, 2013 Act, was designed with considerable care. It mandated social impact assessment, it required consent, it prescribed rehabilitation, and yet in practice, we see these provisions routinely diluted through state-level exemptions, through emergency notifications, through the classification of renewable energy as a public purpose in ways that bypass consent requirements. Courts have repeatedly held that the right to livelihood under Article 21 is not abstract. It is concrete. It attaches to land, occupancy, to community. When a community is displaced for a solar farm without adequate rehabilitation, when tribal family loses access to forest produce because a transmission corridor has been carved through a notified forest without proper consent under the Forest Rights Act, we are not merely making an administrative error, we are committing a constitutional injury. The energy transmission must be just in both principle and practice. It cannot advance sustainability for some while exacting an unacknowledged human cost to others. The gigawatt of solar power built on displaced of thousands without fair resettlement or compensation reflects a stark failure in policy, law, and accountability. Let me turn briefly to the environmental governance because it sits at the heart of this infrastructure challenge. There is genuine tension between the urgency of climate action and the rigor of environmental review. Project developers argue with some justification that delays in environmental clear impose real costs, that the time taken to approve a transmission line is a time during which coal continues to burn. But the answer to this tension is not to hollow out the environmental review. It is to make it faster and more substantive. That requires investment in the MOEFCC, in the state environmental impact assessment authorities, in their technological capacity. It requires digital transformation of clearance process. It requires time-bound decision-making with deemed approval provisions where the law permits and independent review mechanism where it does not. What it does not require is the systemic downgrading of environmental norms in the name of green energy. The irony of destroying biodiversity in order to build a renewable energy should not be lost on anyone in this room. The recent debates around solar installations in ecologically sensitive areas, the questions raised about wind farms along flyways of migratory birds, the concerns about offshore wind and marine ecosystems, these are not obstructionist. They are legitimate exercise of environmental jurisprudence. Courts have a role to play. The National Green Tribunal has done very important works, but we need a culture, not just a court, a culture within regulatory agencies of treating environmental compliance as integral to project design and not as obstacle to be cleared. A conference of this nature would be incomplete without addressing the federal dimension, because energy governance in India is shared, often contested, the space. Electricity sits in the concurrent list. Land sits predominantly in the states. Forests are concurrent. Renewable energy policies driven centrally, but executed at the state level. The result is a complex, sometimes dysfunctional overlap of jurisdiction. States have state solar policies, wind policies, green hydrogen policies of their own, sometimes aligned with the central framework, sometimes in friction. Karnataka, the host of this conference, is itself a model of what the state-level ambition can achieve. With KREDL, KPCL, BESCOM and KPTCL driving significant progress on both generation and distribution. But a legal architecture for interstate transmission, for grid balancing across state boundaries, for resolving disputes between generating companies in one state and distribution companies in another, this architecture needs strengthening. The Appellate Tribunal for Electricity has been very valuable, but its jurisdiction has limitations. We need clearer mechanisms for interstate coordination, clearer rules on must-run status for renewables, and a clearer division of regulatory labor between CRC and the ACRCs, one that reduces forum shopping and regulatory uncertainty, which ultimately translates into higher project costs and slower deployment. No transition of this scale is possible without private investment, and no private investment is possible without legal certainty. I said it's not as a concession to market ideology, but as an empirical observation. The cost of capital of renewable energy projects in India remains higher than in comparable economies. And a significant part of that premium is the governance risk premium. When a state government retrospectively revises the power purchase agreement, when a distribution company defaults on its obligations to solar developer, when regulatory orders are challenged in courts for years before implementation, the message sent to the investors, domestic and foreign, is that contracts are conditional, that the rule of law has asterisks. Our courts have a significant role to play here, not in favoring investors over communities, but in ensuring that legal commitments are honored, that regulatory processes are fair, consistent, and that the sanctity of contracts in energy sector is upheld. Energy justice is not only about the rights of communities affected by the projects, it is also about the integrity of the legal framework that makes those projects financeable and therefore feasible. I conclude with a few lines. As we speak of energy justice, it is a powerful phrase. But justice is not delivered by speeches or by policy documents. It is delivered when a family displaced for renewable energy project has a home, has a livelihood, and a legal remedy. It is delivered when a tribal community's consent is genuinely sought and genuinely respected, and not merely formally recorded. It is delivered when a young engineer in a remote district has reliable electricity to power her ambitions because the transmission network reaches her village. It is delivered when a contract is honored, a regulation is consistent, and approval is timely. India at 2047 is not merely a target for renewable capacity. It is a vision of a country where the benefits of a clean, modern, reliable energy system are shared equitably, and where the burdens of transmission are not borne disproportionately by those who are least able to carry them. That vision requires law to be more than a compliance exercise. It requires law to be a living instrument of justice, one that keeps pace with technology, that holds power accountable, that protects the vulnerable, and that makes the energy transition not merely green, but genuinely just. The judiciary, whenever is called upon must ensure that the process remains within the bounds of law. India has made considerable progress in this space, both in terms of expanding capacity and shaping its broader policy directions. At the same time, given the scale of what is being attempted, it is only to expect that certain aspects will continue to shape, whether in terms of infrastructure, coordination, or regulatory clarity. So perhaps the more useful way to look at it is this. The transition is already underway. The focus now is on how these different elements continue to come together in a coherent and balanced manner. These are not questions with immediate answers, but they are worth examining closely. And this conference offers the opportunity to come, sit, and deliberate on these issues challenging ahead of us. Thank you very much. Jai.
Thank you, sir, for addressing every single concern that is reflected, reflecting the soul of the title of the session, that is Renewable Energy Transition, Energy Infrastructure Governance. Sir has addressed every single facet which could be conceived from this topic, and also the intersectionalities as well as the compassion for invisible victims particularly in a transition period. Before requesting Mushtaq sir to occupy the co-chair position, I'll just tell the legal educators and the students over here that this is an invaluable opportunity for you, particularly to learn with the intersection of policy and law, and that to a very important sector like power sector, where we are living in a country where we are not having energy law as a paper that is being offered in any of the syllabus. I think this will be an invaluable opportunity for you to come across the nuances of the topics discussed in various sessions. Thank you. It is my privilege and pleasure to invite Honorable Mr. Justice A. Muhammad Mushtaq, Chief Justice, High Court of Sikkim, to co-chair and deliver his address. Sir is the champion of Kerala High Court and championing the cause of the High Court to get transition to the new era, technology era, strongly wedded to technology. I think many of the switchovers that Kerala High Court is being reflected as a model. It's not remaining within the captive in Kerala High Court, but in fact it has steadily percolated into the district judiciary as well. Sir, please.
Warm good morning to all. My chair, my home state chiefs, Houman, my brother Jai Shankar, and all galaxy of dignitaries here and all. But more than the judges and all these youngsters who are here, so we are today discussing something is related to energy and of which none of us any expertise in terms of regulatory understanding or understanding the industry or project. But still we discuss for the future, because when you see the title, it's for 2047. That means youngsters, everything fall on your shoulder to design for a country. And country need to have such policy and regulatory scheme in place. So it need to have a robust scheme in place. It can happen only through the discussions and deliberations in a forum like this. We can talk many things about green energy or renewable energy, but it is not our cup of tea. But cup of tea is, in fact, as far as policy makers, of course, there are administrators I see here, and legal persons who are coming from a legal background, is to evolve the principles. While when we are talking all this subject is, of course, it's today's, some of the topic is related to governance. So what is the governance? The governance comes from the regulatory schemes. So how the regulatory schemes comes? It comes through the law. So ultimately, it's everything related to the law. You will have a best of the project, the best of the technology, the best of things, but cannot shape and cannot be translated into reality unless we have a robust legal system in place, especially in the constitutional bound countries. It may be different for countries which is not constitutionally bound or something which is not governed by a very system of law that you see in some of the countries quite faster in development, of course, so-called developments in West Asia or some other places. But now our country, we are governed by rule of law. That's a challenge for all of us. When we see the conflict in West Asia, how the disruption of international law occurred, and we see that kind of the supply chain has been disrupted because 20% of the oil imports pass through the Hormuz Strait, and all international law norms have been thrown out in wind. And that shows that how the countries are affected because they're all dependent on fossil fuels. So the past, we talked about renewable energy as a choice and alternative and for a green environment. Today we have to discuss about renewable energies as not a choice or alternative, but as something is necessity and something is a part of our basic necessity. So it is at that scheme we have to look 2047, where we need to have a sustainable and robust scheme for promote or to assure the development through the renewable energy. And that's where the challenge for all of us. In the past, the law, like in the small community, developed through some sort of challenge they faced in the day-to-day life. This is how customs and tradition shaped law. Then we grew, then it is codified as a Roman and English common law. But that is because of society faced challenges. If you look at the history of the mercantile law, how it shaped, because people, the traders and commercial people faced a lot of challenges. They evolved law to solve their problem. Later it became a mercantile law. But we are altogether in a different world. We have to foresee something for the developing the law. And that's exactly the challenge. See the kind of issue we face in the recent Supreme Court judgment and the orders related to the Vanashakti case. The question is whether post facto or retrospective approval is necessary, environmental clearance can be sustained or not is the issue. See how fragile, how vulnerable our regulatory scheme. So you mean to say that the project which takes shapes thereafter get into the legal trouble and we need to have a law? So this kind of challenge we face because obviously for the reason that we don't have a foresightness in bringing a law which is consistent with constitutional norms and values. This is exactly a challenge for youngsters. So when we talk about renewable energy and the laws, the first and foremost thing should come to us how to shape our policy and regulation within the constitutional framework. That's exactly the challenge. So we may be able to talk many things about regulatory scheme, but how to bring this renewable energy developments, whether macro or micro level, within the constitutional scheme. That's exactly the challenge. But we should have a foresightness to develop principles to govern it, rather looking at laws and regulation after project being commissioned or something happens with us. No, that should not be a policy because that can't sustain a business model in our country. So our regulators and policymakers, lawyers and legal professionals need to converge their mind and to create a system in place where their structured would work to sustain such project within the constitutional schemes. When you talk about constitutional scheme, and foremost things would come to us, the rights and the duties cast on our citizen. And that is a primordial concern for us in governance, especially in the human rights angle, the fairness of the procedures. These are all matters for us. So we need to deliberate on those principles and shape our country in that line. As I mentioned earlier, our country is governed by constitutional principles. So we can't forsake those principles while shaping our industries or project, whatever we initiate. So this is how we need to look at it, the discussion. I think I have only 3 more minutes. I believe I already crossed 5 minutes. So no, I got 10 minutes, but I finished 5 minutes. So I don't want to. So the 3 pillars while we are looking at in this project, so that the 3 pillars, one is, of course, the social, job security, and community. That should be an aspect related to it, because communities become a crucial, especially in where the displacement occurs in macro projects. So that aspect, of course, to a certain extent, our land acquisition laws take care of those aspects. The 2013 envisaged such social welfare schemes in terms of land acquisition proceedings when there is a displacement occurs. Then, of course, economic affordability investment, and last part of it is environmental carbon reduction biodiversity. So these are the pillars on which we have to build a scheme in regulatory schemes. Again, the challenge is the land use, because it's one problem we face in terms of it. And we should have some sort of policy level of decision to promote the use degraded land, and of course in micro level promote rooftops and integrate land planning, etc. So the key aspect is, today when you see the host of legislation come through international super norms, I always believe that it is rather as something is thrust on us. Of course, it's good for our country. There is a participatory approach. If you look at all the enactments, electricity laws and many other laws, land acquisition laws and many other laws in country, it is because of it post-liberalization policies reflected in those laws, where there are participation of stakeholders, whether it be in insurance, any other sector, whether it or is service-oriented, we see that participatory approach. I think that's the key for us. In a democratic country governed by constitution, that approach is a key for all of us. The community should be involved. If you look at the land acquisition scheme, how the community participate in when social impact study is being undertaken. And that's very key for all of us, and that cannot be negated in our policy matters. And that is a fundamental, I believe, and involvement of stakeholders, community participation, all that matters in regulatory schemes. And that is a challenging aspect while framing schemes, and those aspects need to be taken care of. And while, of course, legal framework, we also need to address biodiversity protection, fair compensation in the matters of land acquisition. But last thing I want to mention is about international cooperation. That's all about as Commonwealth is sitting here. The technology is a big challenge. The renewable energy, of course, it's involved technology. That is a big challenge. There should be a cooperation. The Paris Agreement, in fact, signifies that aspect. And many aspects related. When you relate to carbon reduction, all we speak, there should be an international cooperation to sustain the momentum, because it's green energy is for the universe. It's when we challenge with the climate variation and the problem we face today in everywhere, and now reduce our fossil fuel dependency. The international cooperation is imperative. That should happen in all level, in terms of technology transfer and assistance and all. And that's where I believe the change can occur. And it is not for the single country approach, but it's rather an approach for a universal approach to have such cooperation to bring changes. So this word, I believe I've done my 10 minutes. And once again, I thank for everyone giving this opportunity. And I believe the youngsters, when you prepare for a final year examination or when you do your LLM or PhD, make a point, as slightly pointed out by Giri, that you don't have a curriculum in law schools, and they don't have an autonomy to prescribe a curriculum for this also. But as a part of LLM thesis or a PhD, you can definitely take up this, because this country needs such a research-oriented approach. A policy makers research it, governors request such an approach. The law and decision ultimately come to the court, ultimately based on its how the approach you made and what manner you the governance take it. Is not that the judges can decide anything on that, but judges definitely can decide something when it comes before them, where it's your decision, the policies evolved through such research undertaken by you, consistent with the constitutional principles. So with this word, I thank one and all for inviting me and giving an opportunity. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful reflections, particularly premised on Constitution, how the transitional period should align with the constitutional principle, particularly in policy and while making laws. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got Mr. P. Ravi Kumar, is a civil servant retired, is the chairman of the Kerala Electricity Regulatory Commission. As you know, regulatory commissions are part and parcel of the power sector in taking crucial decisions. So let us hear from a very important person who heads a very important institution. Thank you.
Alt 4. Alt F4. To start there. No, to start it. No, excuse me. Come here. Alt F4. Alt F4. Huh? What? Sorry? No, it is not on. To make it. No. No.
One second.
Huh. Honorable Chair, esteemed members of the judiciary, distinguished participants. After the erudite speech given by the chair, I was left scrambling of what should I say, because he has covered the entire gamut from pre-scenario, post-scenario, the legal aspect. So I would, it would be presumptuous on my part if I say I'm going to give a keynote address. No, I'm going to restrict it to some issues and challenges, and I'll stop with that. Just as a matter of curiosity, that we have so many young people here, just what Justice was saying, we are all have been. The next generation, 2047, all of you will be there. How many of you are actually interested in knowing what is the source of power? Anybody? Are you really bothered about the source of power? Yes, Amma. Why? Yeah, please, anybody. If you are all young and you should see, because we are talking about energy transition, green energy, brown, fossil, non-fuel. What is? Are you bothered? As a consumer, are we really bothered about what is the source of energy? Yes, sir? Environment. Oh, environment. Anything else? Sir. No, but are we bothered? As a consumer, are we bothered? From where are we getting power, energy? Sir. Yeah, so you are talking about the environment. Because of the environment issue, you are looking at it. Anything else, sir? Anything else? Anybody, younger people? Front row, you are all going to now go. Sir? No, I'm not making. I'm trying to find out what is there. What is there? Why are we bothered about this energy transition? What is the basis? Why are we fighting for that? Because as consumers, I find that they are not bothered whether they are getting green energy or brown fuel energy or fossil fuel energy. It is only the industries are bothered because their exports are linked to green energy. Therefore, they want green energy. Otherwise, no. I have actually across this area, I have not heard anybody say, no, give me green energy only. Industries are paying more for green energy. Are we prepared to pay more? There is something which we'll have to leave it, sir. So we have, as the chair was saying, 2047, we have a vision for becoming a developed nation by 2047. We have Viksit Bharat. And energy independence is very central to this. We have a per capita consumption of less than 2,000 units, kilowatt hours is less than 2,000 hours. Developed countries have about 10,000, 5,000 to 10,000 units per capita per annum. By 2047, we are planning to reach 4,000. To reach 4,000 also is a very huge amount for us. We had our COP26 Paris agreements. We wanted to have 50% non-fossil fuel energy capacity by 2030. We have already reached it. By 2026, we have reached 50%. We are 52% now. We want to do net zero emissions by 2070. And we want to go for low carbon energy system to have energy independence. These are the broad visions of the 2047, sir. Just a few statistics, sir. The installed capacity in 2015, why I'm saying 2015, is what has been a transition year. 2015, the thermal capacity was 70%, non-fossil fuel, that is renewables, was only 14%, and hydro and nuclear combined, all combined was about 30%. And 15, 16, those who have lived in those era, We were in an era of shortages. Load shedding was very common. We were top of the hat, we do load shedding. But things changed from that year. But last year, 25, 26, only 46% of the capacity is thermal. The remaining is non-fossil fuel. Out of which renewable has become 41%. Even in the generation, this is the capacity installed. But if you take actual generation, thermal still is 70% of the capacity generation is thermal, and only 17% is renewable. Though the capacity of renewable is very high, the actual power generated by the renewable is very low. It is only just 17%. To reach net zero by 2070 is something, this has to increase. The renewable capacity has to increase. The actual generation has to increase, not the capacity. Now, what are the challenges that we have in energy transition, sir? We are talking about energy transition, we have to move. The most important, the first one which we find is very intermittency. We don't know when this renewable energy will generate, how much it will generate, when it will not generate. If there's a cloud cover, it will stop. If there is no wind, it will stop. So this intermittency has become a very major problem. This is the load curve, if you say the curve of yesterday in Karnataka. I have got the Karnataka figure. You can see, sir, from till 7 o'clock in the morning, the x-axis was the time. Till 7 in the morning, there is hardly any generation from renewables. From 7, it starts, by about 1 o'clock, it reaches the maximum. Then it starts falling again. It becomes zero by about 7 o'clock in the evening. So this meeting, this is actually a good day, where we actually can project where it is going to increase and come down. But that is not the way it happens everywhere. So when this is changing, how to handle this? How to integrate with the existing thermal, hydro is the biggest challenge. Now this is what is grappling all this intermittency, not able to forecast is a very problematic thing as far as the transition is concerned. And this renewable energy cannot be generated anywhere. As the chairman was saying, we have wind in Tamil Nadu, the coastal Gujarat, we have somewhere in the central part of Karnataka, we have the western part of Andhra Pradesh. It is not, wind is not a resource which can be generated throughout the country. It is only location specific. Even solar generation cannot be done, though we have a lot of sunny days, sunny places. Where it is very hot, it does not generate. The ambient temperature has to be quite low. Germany produces very high, but temperature does not go up. Just because we got 44 degrees does not mean that we can get solar generation. The temperature also has, so therefore in places, let's say Pavagada, Chittorgarh, and then Badla, we have high generation coming up. The high generation cannot come up everywhere. We are not getting generation in the east and northeast. Though we have sunlight, that does not come. So this has location specific, and it has a lot of issues because of its location specific, because the power generated there has to be drawn to various locations. The cost of integration is a challenge. The cost of integration means I would explain to children if they are there. See, when solar generation comes up, solar is quite cheap. Everybody says we want solar. It is not so. It is not cheap. When solar generation comes up, the generation which is already there has to be reduced. Why I am telling you this again, when the solar generation goes up during the day, the thermal generation which is there has to be reduced. Now, thermal is not something which you can play with. You cannot reduce, increase, stop, increase anytime you want. No. It has got a cost to it. Thermal, if you reduce and increase again, every day the machinery gets spoiled. There's a cost to it. There's an integration cost. So this integration cost is almost half the cost now. If 3 rupees is the cost of generation of solar, almost 3 rupees is the cost of integration. Transmission cost again. Transmission costs are very high. As the chairman was saying, the transmission lines, laying down transmission lines is very huge. Now these costs are also to be included. This is the cost of integration of renewables into existing. It's a very, very huge problem. It's a very costly issue. Yes, I'll finish off. Then increasing generation entities. Earlier we used to have some very few generation units, thermal and hydel. But now we have millions. Now we have rooftop. We have 10 lakh, more than 10 lakh rooftop. You don't know, no control over that. So this increase of the generation units is also becoming a problem in the transition. Now the problem, which the judge was saying is about the land acquisition, right-of-way issues, environmental clearances. Now these are major issues which are coming up in this energy transition because for this, though it looks clean, but it requires a large amount of lands are required. We have now energy storage is coming up, battery. Everybody talks of battery. Now battery costs have come down, drastically come down, but it's still in transition. Unless you can have storage systems, just having this transition into RE will not suffice because RE is intermittent unless we have coordinated battery, it will not be able to store. Environmental concern is something which I would like to spend a minute on it. This is the Pavagada Solar Park. This is the Rewa Solar Park. This looks like actually a sea. These are all solar panels. These are the solar panels. These are on all agricultural lands. If we have taken away the agricultural lands to produce the solar generation, we have lost out on agricultural production. Farmers, though they are getting money, I don't know whether they are getting the proper compensation. But these are lands taken over 25 years. Nothing can be done. We don't know what is going to happen after 25 years. So to talk that they are environmentally friendly is something which I have to take with a pinch of salt. Because the environmental impact of these renewable energy projects is also very huge. If you take the transmission lines, each transmission tower now takes almost 1 acre of land. And as per the law existing, we don't pay the land compensation for the transmission lines. We only pay for the right of use and diminution of value, but we don't pay anything for the land, and land cannot be used. Once there is a land below a transmission line, it cannot be used for any other purpose, but we don't pay compensation. That's the law. So therefore we have all kinds of issues of right-of-way problems. People don't allow us to put up transmission lines. A gestation period for a renewable energy project is 2 years, but the gestation period for transmission lines is almost 5 to 10 years. Therefore, this is the whole integration is becoming a problem. Role of judiciary, I don't think I should raise this because a chair has elaborated on it and what is the role of judiciary. Judiciary, as we are all seeing, the highly complex issues are coming up. Environmental issues are coming up. We also have to, both judiciary, the policy makers, regulators, all have to learn this. These are all learning issues for us because the technology is changing so fast. We are not able to keep pace. Even the law is not able to keep pace with the technology which is coming up. The law made in 2003 was a landmark law, but in 2026, I don't think it even addresses any of the issues enough. The entire thing is rewritten, as the chair has said. Therefore, the changing law, the changing technology is something which we have to keep abreast. Otherwise, we will not be able to deliver justice and the way we have to do for the energy transition, for energy reliability, and for equitable justice to all. Therefore, to conclude, energy transition is just not about capacity addition. We can add capacity anywhere. Anywhere you can spend money, we can add capacity. But we should build a flexible system, well-governed system, and therefore we should have the grid infrastructure should be strengthened, flexibility should be strengthened, there should be regulatory clarity, otherwise there will be no investment, and we should be judiciously, everybody should look everybody equally and see that there is equitable system. People should get affordable, clean energy, otherwise the system will not work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your reflections, particularly in this land. And we are really fortunate to have this conference in this place, which had taken the lead role and as well as created some models for others to emulate. Now that we have got the addresses by chair, co-chair, and keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, have set the tone for further discussions. We will be having a speaker panel. We have got 5 esteemed persons to speak to us. Let me invite Honorable Mr. Justice B.M. Shyam Prasad, Judge, High Court of Karnataka first in this speaking panel to address us. So all the speakers will have 8 minutes each. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. It's been underscored by the chair, Justice Mushtaq, that we come from that generation which did not study energy law, which took for granted that energy would be produced from burning coal and having hydro projects. Now, I will only touch upon, given the 8 minutes that are allotted to me, I'll only touch upon 3 or 4 points. And I would begin by mentioning a remark that is attributed to a former Saudi Arabian oil minister. And I was reading about that, I read this when I was going through a magazine about 2 weeks back. The remark is this: the Stone Age did not end because people ran out of stones, and the oil age will end long before the world runs out oil. Now, this statement captures many emotions, and this definitely made me stop and think. We did not come out of Stone Age because the stones disappeared. Will we run out the oil before we learn anything? And this is where the topic, this is where our today's topic, transition, infrastructure, and governance, become important. We have grown up, I can speak for myself and many others, we have been grown up saying, hearing people say, it is simultaneous generation, distribution, transmission, and consumption. You generate, and then you distribute, and you consume. Now, we are speaking of transition from fossil energy source to non-fossil energy source. And as Sir was mentioning, it is solar, wind, chiefly as of now. And this shift from fossil fuel source to non-fossil source challenges this process because it is intermittent and it is variable. Sir, being the technical person, explained why it is intermittent and variable. For me, what was interesting was to find out what is thought of as a solution. If earlier we generated, distributed, transmitted, consumed, now to handle intermittence and variability, what is the solution? And the solution is easy, is what comes across as being easy. Build a storage system. You store electricity that is generated by this intermittent variable sources. What kind of storage could be was the next question for me to research or to dwell a little more. And I came across pumped storage plants and battery energy storage system. One is called PSP, another is called BESS. These are widely recognized as the reliable energy storage systems. Now, this is another interesting aspect for me. The nation's installed power generation it is said, as of January 2026, stood at 520.52 gigawatts. And because of the national determined contributions, which was alluded to earlier, we will have to generate 50% of this from renewable energy. And this makes me ask the next question. 4 years, where are we today? We know where we have to head and where we are today, and this is what I got to know. We have to develop a capacity by 2030, PSP, that is pumped storage plant, capacity of 128.15 gigawatts per hour, and 208.25 gigawatts are from battery energy storing system. So this is where we have to be, 50%, and this is the capacity. Where are we today? BESS capacity stands at 490 megawatts per hour, and we will have to contribute, we'll have to develop, what is being developed rather, is 13.7 gigawatts per hour. This gives us this tells us rather that we are on a time scale. The scale of investments that will be, and the scale of everything that will have to coalesce if we have to be at the target and move further on the target as a viable proposition. Respected Chair, a chair referred to jostling of space, with subjects being on the concurrent list, the state list. Now, this was another interesting thought for me as a law student, because we unbundled, that's the expression that is used, when we got our 2003 Electricity Act. And we were not speaking this language. Of course, 1995 was there, but we were not speaking this language. So my question was, did we tweak the laws too much? Did we make many laws to align with this great challenge of meeting our target? It's a target that we have declared to the world after some yo-yoing, as I may say. And interesting, could anybody take a guess on the tweaking that has happened in the enactment and the rules? Did we bring in a complete regime change? No. In 2020, I must say in 2016, we revised tariff policy stipulating that long-term growth trajectory for renewable purchase obligations will be prescribed. This we did by revising our tariff policy, which is published by the central government in exercise of its powers under Section 3 of the Electricity Act. No change in the law. Power that was conferred was exercised to declare a policy. And in 2023, the prescription comes about. We speak about RPO, renewable purchase obligation, and energy storage obligation. Somebody who believes in tools to find solutions, now these are two wonderful tools. We have to meet the target. What's the path for the target? Generation is, of course, we have spoken about. The capacity building is, of course, another thing. How do we go about achieving it? So the government has stipulated in exercise of its policy-making power under the statute that somebody will be obliged to purchase renewable power and somebody will be obliged to store. Now, apart from please check this, it makes an interesting reading. And the only other change that they did, significant change, is amendment to Electricity Rules 2022, simply saying your storage, electricity storage system will become part of the power system that is listed under Section 250. Now the problem is complex. The solution that we have begun with, the solution within the legal framework that we have begun with appears to be simple, but then, as with all new areas, we begin simple, we draw support and strength from our past experiences, and we evolve. And I'm sure this conference is also going to be indicative of this process, and I wish the conference all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a very incisive and forensic analysis. And interesting questions posed by sir also, which need to be deliberated further, either in this conference or in the follow-ups. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Honorable Mr. Justice E.V. Venugopal, Judge, High Court of Telangana, to deliberate on the matter.
Good morning to you all. Respected Honorable Justice Koteshwar Singh, the Honorable Judge of Honorable Supreme Court of India, and Honorable Chief Justice of Sikkim, Justice Mustak sir, and all my colleague judges on the dais and the dignitaries on the dais, and of the dais, the Honorable dignitaries, the Chief Justices, and also my colleague judges from different parts of the country, and more particularly, the students community who are assembled here, and as well as the dignitaries and experts and having the expertise in this energy who are assembled here to discuss about the sustainable energy agenda at 2047. 2047 is not the logical agenda, the year on which we are discussing about. By then, our country, this nation, would become 1 century old independent India. We must congratulate ourselves in bringing this independent India from 1947 and targeting in 2047 insofar as the energy is concerned. I do not know, majority of them, the students who are assembled here, that I'm sure that they're not aware about the land rents on which the kandil, I don't know whether you are aware it or not, where we used to depend on the kandils and the kerosene stoves in those days to cook our food and all utensils. From those days to these days, now our energy has been transferred in such a manner. We are sitting in this very Bangalore in Shangri-La Hotel, the 5-star hotel, and in the closed doors, where the energy is supporting us with the oxygen and to maintain the energy for everybody to proceed with. And that is the development which has been taken, the growth has been taken in the energy sector, and thanks to the development being taken by the great contributors of this energy in this country, great country. Now you all know, as we've been discussing about the Sustainable Agenda 2047, and in the 2047, the reimagining law probably that is to be emphasized upon in this conference, majority of all are belonging to legal fraternity. As I see, the laws are in place as of today, perhaps are good. And in the days to come, as you all know, that these laws are perhaps not sufficient, as procure and the consumers are the one who are the citizens of India by themselves. They're converting the solar energy, biogas energy, or all other wind energy into their own benefits, and they've been consuming the energy by themselves. And where are the laws sustained? Rightly and appropriately, I'm also one of the beneficiaries to hear the great speech of our Honorable Chief Justice of India, where he has stated the laws are there, and the courts are always vigilant, and they will stand up and rise to the occasion. And one example which has been given by the Honorable Supreme Court of India, where 720 trees have been felled and they've been cut and fell, where the Supreme Court has taken stock of the situation, and though it has allowed that particular thing to happen, which has already happened, but still it has imposed the condition upon those fellers of the tree to plant 185,000 trees in peripheral areas of Delhi. Thereafter, so many kilometers, I do not remember how much of extent of land, of hectares of land has also been directed to make it a deforestation of that particular in terms of deforestation. So this kind of vigilant actions been taken by the courts time and again. Perhaps what I assume that in the days to come, the energy codes will come into place, and to make those energy laws to come into place, we have to strive forward, and the younger generation has to contribute much. As rightly stated by Honorable Chief Justice Sri Mustaq, that you are the one it is in your hands to come forward and see to it that these kind of laws and our potential claim on the energy has to be converted into kind of transmission under any service circumstances. Yesterday I was hearing Honorable Chief Justice Mr. Sain from Kerala High Court. He stated that one sun, one world, that is upright and appropriately stated. I'm quite pleased and impressed, and rather privileged to hear Honorable Justice Koteshwar Singh sir this morning, where the energies are very much required, but the laws have to stand up to the occasion. I feel these laws will certainly stand up to the occasion one day or other, and to strive that mission forward, these kind of conferences are very much required. I'm conscious of the fact I've been given only 8 minutes of time, and if I'm traveling much beyond, I'm not doing justice to myself. Therefore, by making a last word where you all have to focus, let me remind you the convention made in Paris, the young generation, they sat early 80s and they stated, now you please save us from the global warming, where the ozone layer has been becoming thinner and thinner day by day, and thereafter that has also been re-emphasized in 2015 Paris conference by the young generation themselves. Therefore, deforestation is required. Like our neighboring country, the air quality in Bhutan is very much clear and categorical and very much clear, and they are enjoying the fruits of that particular air quality, where the constitution mandates in Bhutan that 60% of the land has to be the forest, and accordingly we may have to enlighten ourselves and strive forward and see to it for the younger generations, the air quality and as well as the energy which is required to be given to them in a proper sense, and in consonance with the judicial reforms are to come forward. And since we have already heard many of the speakers yesterday, and we have to hear many of the eminent speakers today to come forth, and thank you very much to all of you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for identifying that the youth has to take over from the queue, and then also reposing faith in the learners of the law to be part of the scheme of things. Incidentally, one aspect to be told is that I think there is a government resolution that there should be energy clubs in all the legal education institutions, and irrespective of, I don't know whether it's the law colleges alone, but other institutions as well. So you have got a job at your hand, and I'm really happy to tell you that from my institution, we are provided the research base of it, which you can scan through the QR code in the badge. That is a modest attempt on the part of our institution to partake in the activities that is being taken care of. So just like that, this could be emulated, and every single institution should form part of it, because we are in a transition period. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Lakshmi Narayan, Judge High Court of Madras, to deliberate.
Respected dignitaries on and off the bench, dear students, I'll just give a broad legal framework, and then I'll point out what are the difficulties that we have to address in order to achieve the 2047 goal. Our governance, electricity is in the concurrent list, in particular entry 38 list 3. Exercising this, we have the Electricity Act of 2003 and section 861 and 86 mandate promotion of generation of electricity from renewable resources. We have now a draft electricity amendment bill of 2025 that makes renewable purchase obligations, empowers the SERCs to mandate certain entities such as DISCOMs, distribution companies, to purchase a minimum share from renewable sources. The draft bill broadens this to include non-fossil sources too. Now, what is the penalty? It says penalty for non-compliance of RPO, that is the renewable purchase obligation, is fixed at the rate of the market price of the renewable energy certificates, at the rate of, believe it or not, 30 or 40 paise per unit. What is the implication of this? The renewable energy certificates are tradable certificates, representing 1 megawatt of electricity generated from renewable sources. Entities may start buying RECs instead of meeting their renewable purchase obligations by purchasing, instead of installing renewable energy units. Currently, REC prices are discovered through trading on power exchanges. The prices vary on demand and supply. However, a fixed penalty, when set below the prevailing REC prices, risks distorting this otherwise a good mechanism by incentivizing obligated entities to simply pay the penalty and get away with it, rather than to procure renewable energy or purchase RECs itself. In effect, penalty may operate as a de facto price ceiling, undermining the efficiency of the REC market and weakening the intended regulatory push towards renewable adoption. So we first have to address this issue. Second, the Energy Conservation Act of 2001. The specified entities are obligated to meet a minimum share of energy consumption from non-fossil sources. Failure to do attracts a penalty twice the amount of every metric ton of oil equivalent of energy consumed below the prescribed form. Hence, unlike the draft electricity amendment of 2025, penalty is linked to a market-determined price energy instead of a fixed amount. So they will be forced to go in for renewable sources. Then we have the other green energy project which has been notified by the government. There is no specific parliamentary legislation on this. Why is green hydrogen not being implemented? Unfavorable cost economics, lack of harmonized standards and regulations, supply challenges, costly enabling infrastructure have so far held back the replacement of fossil fuels with green hydrogen or its derivatives. Now, coming to solar, everyone is speaking about solar. Right from 2010 onwards, when we introduced the Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission, originally we targeted 20 gigawatts. We revised it to 100 gigawatts. Then policy instruments like Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana have attempted to address financial and compliance-related challenges. In line with Paris Agreement, several of them have spoken about it. We want to achieve it zero emission by 2070. Now, I will go with the legal aspects, what is delaying the implementation. First, I have pointed out that electricity comes in list 3. But, surprisingly, water projects subject to entry 56 list 1 is found in entry 17 list 2, which means that there is a separation at the levels of governing systems for energy itself. Second, energy transition objectives are addressed by different governing agencies like legislatures, regulatory bodies, courts, and even private industry standards, which result in overlapping and inconsistent approaches. Energy policy versus climate. In China, I'm giving because China is number 2 in energy consumption, we are number 3. In 2023, on account of low amount of rain, led to reduction of up to 40% in hydropower generation compared to the previous year. And the biggest dam in the world is in China. Consequently, China has now pushed to rely more on fossil fuels to compensate for energy deficiency. Disparate energy impacts and energy access among individuals and communities, global disruptions like the Libyan war, Russian-Ukraine war, COVID-19 pandemic have intensified energy demand during recovery. Post-COVID, the International Economic Agency, Energy Agency, IEA, has said it has gone far beyond the pre-pandemic levels. We are consuming energy like never before. There is one aspect which has not been spoken about, that is the interference of the World Trade Organization. And it adds an additional complicating layer. Principles of non-discrimination and free trade under the WTO organization often bring tension to our domestic policy. The particular aspect that I speak about is India solar cells case of 2013. Under the Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission, measures we took for our domestic and solar modules, WTO found it inconsistent with our international trade obligations. What is the solution? We need for more state-centric coordination in generation and evacuation. I give the example of Rajasthan, a standing example. They have been able to generate 23 gigawatts of renewable energy, but what they have been able to transmit is only 18.9, leading to a close of about loss of 20,000 crores per year. Despite the commissioning of the K3 Narela line, technical constraints and grid congestion continue to exist. As of December 2025, 4.3 gigawatts of solar energy is being curtailed due to transmission shortages. Now, why do I require it? We go back to entry 38, list 3, state center coordination. Second, gradual relocation of energy subsidies through renewables. In this, they have found that worldwide governments are spending US trillion dollars 18, which is 7% of the world GDP in 2020. They are on fossil fuel subsidies. In some cases, while reducing support to renewable sources, we do not need to remove these subsidies from energy sector, but we need to move these subsidies towards renewable energy and support the transition. Third, cross-border trade renewables. The sun shines, the wind blows, the water flows, but not all in the same place at the same time across the globe. So every cross-border trade in renewable electricity can help even those special and temporal mismatches in supply and demand. Yet again, I refer to Chief Justice Soman Sen's declaration that he had referred to from COP 26. By trading energy from sun, wind, air across the borders, we can deliver more than enough clean energy to meet the needs of everyone on the earth. The One Sun Declaration was launched in COP 26 by India and UK, supports Green Grid Initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid. Now, key factor which affects the courts are the land acquisition aspects and human rights of the people who are dependent on the land. Times of India reports in February 2026 that at least 25 projects are currently delayed due to land acquisition clearance, and 24 are directly related to renewable energy sources. The delays are, allegedly on account of the Right to Fair Compensation Act. For private renewable sectors, Section 2(2)(b)(1) says 80% have to consent to it. Insofar as renewable projects, it says a lower level of 70%. For government-led solar parks, no consent is required. While these safeguards are indispensable for right-based approach, their operation within fragmented administrative framework often leads to prolonged timelines. The criticism against consultative process is a small minority is stalling it. Are 1/5 of our farmers a small minority? Now let us see the measures which the government can take. A standing example is Gadag, where they came up, the companies like Borka, Suzlon, Greensol and Enercon entered into agreements with farmers and said, we will not take the entire land. It did lead to fragmentation. Now I want to point out the Pavagada Ultra Mega project itself. It is called the Sakti Sthala. It exceeds 13,000 acres, but local communities have often expressed concerns about potential soil degradation due to prolonged shading and declining groundwater levels, particularly given the substantial water requirements. Now, how do we balance it? I'm going to give two examples. The first one is the experience of Scotland, the other one is of Japan. Scotland has brought up with a compelling model of community land ownership in renewable energy. Under this framework, local communities not only host renewable projects, but often own or co-own them, deriving direct financial benefits through revenue sharing arrangements. The latest development in renewable energies in Japan, it has established something called agri-voltaics, and amid rising deployment and tighter regulation. What is an agri-voltaic? It allows solar panels to be installed above farmlands under temporary land conversion permits, generating electricity while maintaining agriculture production. The agriculture production is constantly monitored. If it falls below 20%, the permission to install the thing is revoked. Researchers at the University of Tokyo have identified technical pathways to improve solar agricultural outcomes, noting that advanced designs such as dual axis tracking with artificial intelligence can adjust panel angles seasonally to better balance sunlight for crop and crop production. Finally, some out-of-box thinking is required. It has to be an all-round approach. France has come up with carpooling as incentives. Netherlands has come up with cycling, people who cycle as an incentive to avoid fuel cells. Now, we should adopt such kind of measures to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the reflections. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Chandramouli Kasina, Executive Director, National Thermal Power Corporation. In fact, his presentation assumes importance, particularly because the persons who have got domain expertise need to feed both lawmakers, judges, as well as bureaucrats. Sir, please.
Good morning. I start with a stanza from the work Stray Words of Rabindranath Tagore, a quote. Who is there to keep up my duties? Asked the setting sun. I shall do what I can, my master, said the earthen lamp, unquote. This simple yet profound exchange captures the essence of transition with responsibility. When an old order gives way to a new one, continuity does not come from abrupt replacement, but with careful stewardship. In the context of India's energy transition, this wisdom reminds us that progress must be anchored in accountability and institutional strength, and of course, rule of law. Honorable judges on the dais and off the dais, distinguished panelists, learned colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I speak today with a certain comfort, knowing that I am addressing an audience with a strong legal presence. Because in energy sector, we have learned one simple fact. Projects may be announced by policy, designed by engineers, financed by banks, but they endure only when they are governed well and stand the test of law. India stands at a defining inflection point, balancing energy security, affordability, and decarbonization. Vision 2047 requires not incremental change, but system-level transformation of infrastructure, markets, and governance. NTPC's journey reflects this shift from a thermal backbone to an integrated energy measure. From NTPC's perspective, the transition must be understood not merely as a shift from one source of power to another, but as the creation of a larger, smarter, and more resilient energy system, one that can support India's growth aspirations while maintaining reliability and affordability. Niti Aayog's power sector scenarios show that electricity consumption is expected to rise sharply from 1,541 terawatt hours in 23-24 to 8,070 terawatt hours by 2050 under the net zero pathway. Total capacity is expected to reach around 3,800 to 3,830 gigawatt, with non-fossil sources accounting for 89% under this vision. The message is clear. The transition must be ambitious, but it must also remain stable, secure, and just. India's energy demand is rising rapidly, and the country must prepare a power system that can support growth without compromising grid stability. The challenge is not just about adding renewable megawatts, it's about ensuring firm, flexible, and dispatchable power when it is needed most. Decarbonization cannot come at the cost of reliability. For a country of India's scale, For the energy transition, the energy transition must protect consumers, preserve DISCOM viability, support workforce, and avoid stranded assets while still moving decisively towards cleaner power. For NTPC, this means evolving from conventional power generation into a broader energy integrator. The future is not thermal versus renewable. It's about portfolio optimization, system integration, and round-the-clock energy delivery. NTPC targets 60 gigawatts renewable power by 2032 and 136 gigawatts by 2037. NTPC is increasingly focused on renewable energy, green hydrogen, battery storage, pumped hydro, and hybrid or round-the-clock renewable solutions. These strengthen grid stability and support national energy security. Our established strength in project execution, land availability, transmission connectivity, and operational capability give NTPC an important role in this transition. The real bottleneck in the transition is infrastructure governance. Renewable capacity is often added faster than the transmission infrastructure required to evacuate and integrate it. Land acquisition and permitting remain fragmented. Transmission readiness often lags behind generation, and storage still needs stronger market and regulatory support to become fully bankable. This is why India must move from capacity-centric planning to system-centric planning. Faster clearances, anticipatory transmission development, and stronger center-state coordination will be essential in coming days. The next phase of policy must enable round-the-clock renewable procurement, ancillary service markets, and stronger frameworks for storage and flexibility. Carbon markets should be credible and investment-friendly. At the same time, emerging technologies, green hydrogen, offshore wind, bioenergy, smart grids, forecasting tools, and AI-enabled dispatch must be supported through clear regulation and appropriate risk sharing. These are not isolated technologies, they're part of a larger system design for the future. Recently, NTPC has seen upgrades in its ESG rating with multiple global agencies, including MSCI. It must ensure affordable tariffs, equitable access, and community participation. It must also protect livelihoods and support vulnerable regions. ESG is no longer just a compliance requirement. It is increasingly a driver of capital access, reputation management, and strategic differentiation. The goal should be a transition that is inclusive, investable, and institutionally robust. That is the kind of framework that can support India's long-term energy security and development goals. I will end by saying that India has a rare opportunity to build one of the world's most balanced energy transition models, one where growth, sustainability, and equity move together. The coming decade will decide whether we lead the transition with confidence and discipline. From our perspective, this is the real objective, to help build an energy system that is cleaner, stronger, and more reliable for a Vikasit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for calibrated insights, particularly when you said that it is not one system against the other, but it is optimization and integration. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Loknath Behra, former State Police Chief Kerala, presently Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, and is involved in a big, exciting initiative that is Kochi Water Metro, which is largely being subscribed by not only by many states, but also countries outside. Please.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Co-Chair, very distinguished persons on the dais, and dear students, friends. Energy for me, actually, being a user, heavy user, every day for metro rail operation, I use almost 78,000 units of power. And that's a very small metro. I'm just thinking about Bangalore or DMRC, how much they must be also consuming. And that also added now the water metro. Everything runs on electricity. So every time the finance people will come to me and tell, sir, ज़्यादा पैसा जा रहा है. The energy consumption, I mean cost, is increasing not only in Cochin, but also elsewhere in the world. That is the actually biggest challenge for the metro companies which use electricity all over the world. Now I say that actually energy is like life. Take the example of Mr. Suri, who is the official photographer of this event. He's using a camera. The camera uses a lithium battery. And he keeps one spare battery in his pocket. And he just, when he clicks, after some time the battery suppose goes off. And a very important incident, Honorable Justice Koteswar Singh Sahab is speaking something. He has to say, sir, please stop. I will change my battery. So I was wondering, probably the shorter cameras which were earlier there, they were better. But it is inevitable that we are using digital cameras with battery operations. So can the battery itself charge inside the camera? Now people are talking about the things like land acquisition for the solar panels to be put, solar farms to be put. Now, trust me, there are a lot of actually work going on. How to actually use not the land, but the space to have actually like the space stations, there will be space where we can put the panels. And the latest, I went to Gujarat and saw some of the innovative actually panels which are being made by the US companies, not to be sold here, sir. They are very miniaturized, very small ones, and very powerful. But probably it will come after some time. What I wanted to say is that sustainable energy, I was talking to Girishankar Sahab in the morning, I said that, have we ever defined sustainable? So what is sustainability? This is a debate going on. I went to a seminar in the World Bank. They also asked, what is sustainability? You talk about sustainable transport, you talk about sustainable tourism. What is sustainability? Then one of the experts said, sustainability is equal to life. That is the definition of sustainability. But I think probably the time has come, we can think, legal luminaries can think of actually having a definition for the sustainability part. What I wanted to say is that we have energy sector and this country should remain obliged to the judiciary. Whether it is MC Mehta case or a lot of other observations relating to energy has come, which has framed the policies of the government. They have thought in a more advanced and futuristic, very proactive manner than us, that how it can be done. So sometimes you get a little angry with what I order, it cannot be implemented. Sometimes you feel. But subsequently you realize that why it has been actually put this way. As I said that, in a company where I use a lot of energy, 78,000, we are actually a metro company which are producing 51% of our requirement through solar. That is the highest as far as the metro companies are concerned. By next year, we'll make it 100%. We are now working on another solar plant project, actually putting in 52 acres of land. But in the meantime, what has happened is that we say that whether the solar has the future, there are a lot of debates going on. There are a lot of technical papers whether solar is the last thing. Now they say that the hydrogen has to come, the ethanol has to come, the ammonia has to come. All these kind of things are actually talking. We are talking the green hydrogen. We have produced a boat, sir, that is runs in hydrogen. That is now being put in Varanasi. When you go to Varanasi, you can see actually a boat which runs on hydrogen fuel cell. We will be putting it actually in next 2 years in Cochin or in other places. We are now doing it in Mumbai. So we'll be putting the hydrogen boats. But again, question is that whether that is the ultimate. But it is a progressive thing. It has to go over the period of time and bring better things through innovations and maybe a little more thinking. But whenever this particular thing comes, the role of judiciary becomes very important because the regulations have to be in place to see that the law is actually put properly. So energy justice is very crucial for this, for our country, and which is going to be the Vikasit Bharat. So recently, we had a long discussion with the IIT Chennai relating to the future of fuel in the transport sector. So they have now undertaken a particular research saying that how we will transition from electricity to better things, and which will be cheaper, more efficient, and so that I will not have operational loss. You know, being a company MD, I am also concerned about not only the service I provide as a transport service provider, but also the money which we make, whether it is quite okay or not. So with this, I actually leave the house to think that what is going to be the next. When we discussed this matter with Dr. Sivakumar before this conference was arranged, it said it is the most important thing for 2047 because energy is life. So energy justice has to be there, and the judiciary, the technologists, the innovators, and the policymakers, the civil servants, they must come together to decide where we should go. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you for actually inviting me to this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite our lone discussant, Dr. Ruchi Sharma. Needs no introduction. Joint General Secretary and Director, Commonwealth Institute for Justice Education Research. So, Dr. Ruchi Sharma.
Thank you, sir. Warm greetings to all. So, just to quickly summarize, when we speak about renewable energy transition, we often frame it as a technological shift. And most importantly, it is more fundamentally a shift of governance in itself. Because energy infrastructure is not merely about generation and distribution. It is also about power and how both physically and institutionally we organize and exercise this power. Now, what we are witnessing today is not just the addition of renewable capacity as mentioned by our Honorable Chair and speakers as well, but a reconfiguration of systems in itself, where the centralized models are increasingly intersecting with decentralized solutions. And in looking at this, we also have new actors that are coming. So as one of our speakers, Mr. Ravi Kumar, also mentioned that we are less concerned about the source of energy. Because sometimes it could be suggested that the source of energy could be secondary to the infrastructure itself. And ultimately what matters is the infrastructure that delivers it rather than the source itself primarily. So because the nature of the source is fundamentally which will shape design, regulation, and long-term implementation or sustainability, I think it's more important that we look at the source in that way as well. And in doing so, the very character of renewable energy then is something that introduces in itself decentralization, that in itself would introduce a distribution mechanism that might not work or that might be fragmented. Therefore, the question of source is not merely technical, I feel, and it is deeply linked to environmental responsibility and intergenerational equity. Now, ignoring the source itself would risk overlooking the broader purpose of energy transition itself, and especially in context of renewable energy and green energy. So, and in saying so, just to quickly summarize, what could be done is, that in terms of approvals, fewer approvals is not something that we should think about, but how we could have better coordination. Secondly, predictability must be central to our regulation. Thirdly, greater emphasis on early stage consultations. Fourthly, regulatory mechanisms must evolve alongside technology. And finally, governance, which is most important and which would also require us to look at the source rather than the infrastructure that delivers it primarily, is to align multiple institutions that govern and that make this fragmentation. So to conclude, energy transition is not constrained by the need for regulation, I feel, but how regulation is structured and implemented, in which both source of energy and the infrastructure that provides that source of energy is important. And if we can make our legal processes more coordinated, predictable, and inclusive, I think approvals and delay in development or infrastructure management could be strengthened. So therefore, I believe good law does not slow progress. It ensures that progress endures. And I feel by 2047, we would achieve that. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, that draws close to this deliberation. Let us continue this organic exercise of deliberating, advancing our opinion, disagreements. All these are part of it because we are in the process of meeting emerging scenarios. Before wrapping up, I think one point I need to tell is that Chief Justice Saumenstein, what he said seems reverberating in other sessions also. I think one world and one grid. I think certain punchlines will reverberate, and let it be the tone of this session also. Sir, please, sir.
As we come to the conclusion of the session, I was thinking of the law students. I was primarily speaking from the perspective of a student of law. I mean, I'm still a student of law. Today, the world today, or in fact the humanity, stands at the crossroads. Our very survival depends on the correct decision we take, correct steps we take on two fronts. One is environment, one is AI. Wrong decisions taken, improper steps taken will cost us dear. The very survival of humanity will be at stake. These two aspects are highly technical ones. It's just not studying principles of law, concepts of law. It requires understanding of how it functions, how the various measures to preserve, sustain environment and AI involves technological know-how. Therefore, my appeal to the students of law is to also explore these areas, new areas of environment, science of environment, science of AI, go deeper into that. Because unless there is a merger of these two skills of law to sustain whatever we are doing, to sustain the society, because without law, without rule of law, we can't survive as a civilization. Therefore, merger of these two skills, knowledge of law as well as the specialized skills of environmental law and as AI, is so important because an environmentalist, a scientist, without understanding the legal system, legal framework, may falter at critical stages of his decision-making process. And the law, the students of law, or lawyers or judges, we understand the nuances of these technicalities, the complexities, we won't be able to appreciate how it affects in our society, in our legal system, how we work. Therefore, my appeal to the students of law is to engage yourself in this very specialized field of environment and the AI, so that you will be able to have a comprehensive picture of what is emerging, because that's the contribution perhaps from a legal perspective I'm saying, because I am not at all a domain expert in this area. My knowledge of the environmental law, the very technology involved, in fact, is the green hydrogen, how it is produced, it's itself a science. It is not a kind of general science. It's a special science, specialized. You have to have the knowledge of chemistry, physics, all this biology. So these are specialized areas of knowledge. So my appeal to the students is to engage deeper, because it's not, today's law also is not merely, we can't remain to be a generalist. We have to be specialist also, because as a student, as a English, the maxim goes, you say that you can't be master of all trades, something like that. But then we have to be master of all trades, not only efficient in legal principles, but also equally efficient in the specialized subjects of environment and AI. So I would appeal to my dear law students to engage yourself much deeper in these specialized areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now over to felicitation.
Once again, a very good morning. As we come to the conclusion of this enriching session, session 3 on energy infrastructure and energy governance, it is a time to express our gratitude to our distinguished guest. Therefore, may I humbly request Honorable Mr. Justice Nataraj, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar, President, CLEA, and I would also like to request Honorable Mr. Chief Justice of Karnataka to felicitate our distinguished guest. First, and Mr. Rama Prasad, IAS. To begin with, first I would like to humbly request Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh, Judge, Supreme Court of India, our esteemed chair for this session, to accept our token of appreciation. Sir, your gracious presence and valuable guidance have greatly enriched today's deliberation. Next, I respectfully invite Honorable Mr. Justice A. Mohammad Mustaq, Chief Justice of High Court of Sikkim, our distinguished co-chair, to accept a token of appreciation. Sir, your insights and leadership have added immense contribution to this session. Next, I request Mr. P. Ravi Kumar, IAS, Chairman, Karnataka Electricity Regulatory Commission, our keynote speaker, to kindly accept sincere thanks and token of gratitude. Next, I would request Honorable Mr. Justice B.M. Shyam Prasad, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, to receive a token of appreciation. I would humbly request Honorable Mr. Justice E.V. Venugopal, Judge, High Court of Telangana, to kindly receive a token of appreciation. I would humbly request Honorable Mr. Justice Lakshmi Narayan, Judge, High Court of Madras, to accept a token of appreciation. Moving ahead, I would request Mr. Chandramouli Kasina, Executive Director, NTCPL, to receive a token of appreciation. I would request Mr. Loknath Behra, IPS retired, Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, to receive our token of appreciation. Next, I would request Dr. Ruchi Sharma D, Joint Secretary, CLEA, and Director, Commonwealth Institute for Justice, Education and Research, to receive a token of appreciation. Moving ahead, I would request our moderator for the session, Dr. Girish Shankar, SS, Vice President, CLEA Asia, Principal, St. Dominic's College of Law, Kerala, to receive our sincere gratitude. Moving ahead, I would kindly request Dr. Vikram Arya, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and Secretary, CLE Asia, to receive our token of appreciation. At last, but not the least, I would request Ms. Payal Ajmera, Visiting Faculty, GS Advani Law College, Mumbai, and Joint Convener, CLEA Asia, to accept our sincere gratitude. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guest, we have just concluded a truly charged session. As the law of physics states, energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed, and today we have certainly transformed complex legal discourse into actionable insights. My sincere gratitude to our chair, Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and co-chair, Honorable Mr. Justice A. Mohammad Mustaq, Chief Justice, High Court of Sikkim, for their expertise and guidance that provided structural stability to this session. Our subject matter experts, to our keynote speaker, Mr. P. Ravi Kumar, IPS retired, and Chairman KERC, for his insightful address. I also extend my gratitude to our distinguished panelists, Honorable Mr. Justice B.M. Sham Prasad, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, Honorable Mr. Justice E.V. Venugopal, Judge, High Court of Telangana, Honorable Mr. Justice Lakshmi Narayanan, Judge, High Court of Madras, Mr. Chandramouli Kasina, Executive Director, SSEA, and Mr. Loknath Behra, IPS retired, and MD, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, for providing their valuable perspectives on the regulatory and legal aspects of the energy sector. To our moderator, Dr. Girish Shankar Sir, Vice President, CLEA Asia, and Principal, St. Dominic's College of Law, Kerala, for ensuring that the ideas remained constant and engaging. I would also like to thank Dr. Ruchi Sharma, Joint General Secretary, CLEA, and Director, Commonwealth Institute for Justice, Education and Research, for her insightful analysis and valuable input as our discussant. To Dr. Vikram Singh Arya, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and Secretary, CLEA Asia, for a warm welcome. To our rapporteur, Ms. Sheenam Thakur, Ms. Juni Reena Chako, and Ms. Satakshi Gaurier, for capturing this session so effectively. And finally, to all of you, the delegates and participants, for your active enthusiasm. Let's carry this momentum forward. Thank you.
There is a quick short high tea. We shall meet again at 11:45, and then we shall commence our session 4. I would request all honorable judges to proceed to the first gate for the high tea. We shall commence session 4 at 11:45 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. May I have your attention, please? We'll be starting with the next session now. I request all the dignitaries, the participants, and our distinguished guests to please take your seats. May I have your attention, please? Everybody, please come inside the hall for the session 4. I request all the participants and distinguished guests to please take your seats. We shall start with the session now. Everybody, please enter the hall and take your seats.
Everyone is requested to please come inside and sit down. We'll shortly begin. Everyone is requested to come inside. We will begin shortly.
morning, everyone. I request everyone to settle down. We start with the session 4 of the conference, and the topic is energy markets, federalism, and investment frameworks. We have amongst us the galaxy of judges and the speakers who will be dealing with the major themes on evolving energy markets, federal dynamics in the energy governance, investment frameworks, and legal reforms and regulatory developments in the sector, as well as the international cooperation with regard to the energy markets are concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Ayappamani, Advocate and Vice President of the CLA, who will be delivering the welcome address. So I invite Ayappamani, sir, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to one and all dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I quote golden words of Dr. Robert Bullard. Everyone deserves a clean, healthy, and sustainable and livable environment. Now this international conference is on the environmental sustainability on the year 2047 India. It's a great pride and privilege to welcome honorable judges, Justice Arvind Kumar, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Srimati Sunita Agarwal, Chief Justice, High Court of Gujarat, keynote speaker, Sri Shaniyasam Prasad, Chairman, ex officio Secretary to the Government of India, Central Electricity Authority, and speakers, Honorable Justice through A.K. Jayashankar Nambiar, Judge, High Court of Kerala, Honorable Srimati Justice Mushami Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Telangana, Honorable Mr. Justice P. Sam Koshi, Judge, High Court of Telangana, Honorable Mr. Justice Tara Visita Ganju, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, Mr. Ubender Tripathi, IAS, Former Secretary, Minister of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, and my co-friend, media moderator, Professor G.G. Mogan, Professor, Director, Amity Law School, Bombay, Executive Member, CLIA Asia India Limited, Asia India. Vote of thanks, Mrs. Ranjini Pawan Sheila, Assistant Professor, the Kerala Law Academy, Law College Member, CLIA, Australia. I am very sure that these sessions will give a new dimension to social justice by thoughtful insights by the co-speakers. I am thankful to my mentor, Professor S. Shivakumar, for availing me this opportunity to welcome you all. I welcome you all.
Thank you, Ayappamani, sir, for the welcome address. Now we move on to the entire session, and I shall be moderating this entire session for you. To start with, we have our chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Arvind Kumar, sir, who is a Judge, Supreme Court of India, and through his enormous judgments on the energy laws, he has been a crusader with regard to the energy regulations in the country is concerned. I invite Honorable Mr. Justice Arvind Kumar, sir, to deliver the chair address.
A very good morning. Since you are all in Karnataka, ellarigu namaskara. Honorable Justice Sunita Agarwal, Chief Justice, High Court of Gujarat, Justice A.K. Shankaran Nambiar, Judge, High Court of Kerala, Maushmi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Telangana, Justice Sam Koshi, Judge, High Court of Telangana, Mrs. Justice Tara Vitasta Ganju, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, the keynote speaker, Ganesham Prasad, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, my esteemed brother, Justice Koteshwar Singh Ji, Aishwarya Bhatti Ji, learned Additional Solicitor General, learned senior advocates, my esteemed brothers who are off the dais, learned advocates, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I must express my sincere gratitude to CLIA, the Department of Energy, Government of Karnataka, all collaborating institutions for this gracious invitation. There is also something rather timely about being invited to speak on energy at a moment when world itself appears, if I may say so, somewhat over-energized. It reminds us that while global events may dramatize the question of energy, the deeper task before us is not to contest, but to govern it wisely. On a lighter note, as judges, we are accustomed to dealing with power, though usually of a constitutional variety. Today, however, I find myself in a room where power is generated, transmitted, priced, and increasingly reimagined, and that shift from control to imagination is perhaps the defining feature of our times. They say a nation's future will not be decided by how much energy it consumes, but how wisely it governs it. With this thought in mind, I have a few observations which I would like to share with you in this August Guardians. The constitutional imperative from resource to right. There is a tendency in policy discourse to treat energy as a technical variable, something to be measured in units and priced in tariffs, but the lived reality of energy is far more profound. It determines whether a child studies after sunset, whether a hospital functions without interruption, whether an enterprise sustains itself. In that sense, energy is no longer merely an input into development, it is a development itself. Our constitutional jurisprudence has long recognized that dignity is not an abstraction. Under Article 14 and Article 21, the guarantee of equality and the protection of life have been interpreted to include access to conditions that make life meaningful. Renewable, reliable, and affordable energy is now inseparable from that promise. At the same time, sustainable energy introduces a forward-looking dimension. It compels us to think not only of present entitlements, but of future rights. The right of future generations to inherit a viable environment is no longer philosophical, it is increasingly legal. And so energy transitions are not merely economic adjustments, they are constitutional continuities. Energy is not mere a sectoral concern, it's a constitutional commitment to dignity, equity, and future. If we look at the litigation map of the energy transition, it shows that every sector has its own language of disagreement. In the energy sector, that language is especially revealing. If one were to step back from individual files, pleadings, and orders, a larger pattern becomes visible. A glance at a recent proceedings before the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission shows that recurring character of disputes now surfacing in the sector. Many concern change in law, claims, delayed payments, enforcement of tariff and transmission-related orders, connectivity and general network access disputes, extension of project timelines due to force majeure, commissioning of delays, and wheeling or open access charges. These are not isolated irritants, they are the fingerprints of transition stress. There is also a structural message in the present moment. India's power sector has grown rapidly. The power demand touched 242.49 gigawatts in the financial year 25-26. National energy shortage reported fell to 0.03%, and by 31st December 2025, total installed capacity stood at 5,13,730 megawatts, of which 2,66,788 megawatts, or 51.93%, came from non-fossil services. During 25 alone, 48,436 megawatt of renewable energy capacity was added, including 37,945 megawatts of solar and 6,347 megawatts of wind. These are remarkable indicators of movement, but fast growth has a jurisprudence of its own. The faster a system expands, the more severity it exposes weak drafting, fragmented approvals, transmission bottlenecks, and misaligned incentives. And then emerges a more concrete and instructive reality. In the state of Rajasthan, one of the country's leading solar hubs, it has been reported that nearly 60 gigawatt of renewable energy projects as of April 2026 remain stranded for want of transmission connectivity, with the concerned regulators and CTUIL, that is Central Transmission Utility of India Limited, grappling with a clear mismatch between the pace of the project approvals and the readiness of evacuation infrastructure. These are not disputes born of breach in traditional sense. They arise because different segments of the system are operating on different timelines. Generation is insensitivized for speed. Transmission by its very nature demands planning, sequencing, and statutory compliance. When these timelines do not converge, the consequence is not merely delay, but a cascade of litigation across forums. It may therefore be worth saying with humility that from the judicial vantage point, one learns this much. The energy transition is not being stalled only by lack of capital or technology. It is often slowed by preventable friction. The disputes of a sector are often its most honest policy documents. If we move on from adjudication to anticipation and see as how India can resolve energy conflict before it hardens into litigation, it can be gainsaid that from the diagnosis above noted, the response must be more imaginative and not merely increasing the case disposal. The real task is not only to decide disputes well, but to design systems that generate fewer avoidable disputes in the first place. Certain categories, especially those concerning connectivity, sequencing, change in law, computation, curtailment, standard forum payment, defaults, and open accessing processes may benefit from structured pre-litigation technical conferences, time-bound neutral facilitation before the regulator or expert-led settlement windows open up. This is not to dilute the rights. It is to recognize that many disputes in this sector are hybrid in nature, partly legal, partly technical, partly administrative. They require not only adjudication, but also calibration. Second, the sector may need a greater culture of regulatory foresight through standardization. Third, there is a compelling case for a deeper use of digital publication infrastructure in the power sector. We already see the emergence of single window market systems. The National Open Access Registry had 3,960 registered users and approved 46,017 open access transactions involving 70,664 million units during 25, while the Green Energy Open Access Platform had approved 101,706 applications involving 31,985 million units from November 2022 to December 2025. These are not just administrative figures. They point to something larger, where process becomes transparent, standardized, and electronically visible, discretion narrows, and disputes often reduce. The future of dispute prevention may lie as much in better digital architecture as is better drafting. The finest legal system is not the one that produces the most eloquent judgments after the crisis. It is the one that quietly helps prevent the crisis from becoming inevitable. A mature energy economy is not one that litigates brilliantly, but one that coordinates early to prevent such litigation. Now, turning our attention to the investment framework, I have to share that no energy transition, however visionary, can materialize without sustained and credible investment. Capital does not merely move towards opportunity, it moves towards certainty. In the energy sector, where projects are long gestation, capital intensive, and deeply regulated, the architecture of investment becomes as critical as the technology itself. Investment framework in this domain must therefore rest on three foundations. Number one, regulatory predictability. Second, contractual sanctity. Three, dispute resolution. India has over the years made significant strides in creating enabling ecosystem. The law must sufficiently be adaptive to accommodate these shifts without compromising on accountability and grid stability. Ultimately, investment in energy is not merely financial, it is a vote of confidence in institution. It reflects a belief that system will hold, the commitments will be honored, and that governance will remain steady even as technology evolves. Capital may finance the energy transition, but it's credibility that sustains it. Choosing wisdom over conflict. We live in a world where energy continues to shape global events, sometimes in ways that are deeply unsettling. It serves as a reminder that pursuit of energy must evolve from contestation to conservation. As constitutional functionaries, it is neither necessary nor appropriate to comment on specific global developments, but one may observe that the future of energy lies not in control, but in collaboration. Civilizations endure not by winning the race for resources, but by redefining the way they use them. The moral compass for 2047. As we look towards 2047, the question before us is simple. Who is this transition for? If sustainable energy remains accessible only to a few, we will have achieved efficiency without justice. The transition must be inclusive, ensuring that rural communities, vulnerable population, and traditional sectors are not left behind. The Constitution, though silent on energy in explicit terms, speaks of dignity, equality, and fraternity. These values must guide our choices. The true test of energy policy is not in megawatts generated, but in lives that was transformed. In conclusion, I can say that reimagining the power as a responsibility should be our motto. Perhaps we must begin to think of energy not as a power to be exercised, but as a responsibility to be discharged. The transition ahead is not merely technical, it is legal, moral, and constitutional. It calls for alignment between markets and equity, between federalism and cooperation, between innovation and conclusion. India stands at a moment of immense possibility. The choices we make today will define not only our energy future, but our constitutional legacy. And in that journey, the most enduring form of power will not be the one that dominates, but that one that illuminates. In the end, energy is not about power over others, it is empowering everyone. With this, and awaiting the light from other speakers who are all very well versed in this sector, I request all the speakers to stick to time. And I think I exceeded by half a minute. So that can be made up by others. With this, I thank the organizers once again for having given me an opportunity to share my few thoughts on this vital subject, which is of great importance for the economy moving forward. And thank you once again. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech, and especially in various aspects of the energy resources and highlighting the constitutional and the other various laws relating to the regulating energy laws in the country is concerned. Now we move on to the second speaker, the co-chair, Honorable Ms. Justice Sunita Agarwal, Chief Justice, High Court of Gujarat. Ma'am, may I request you to deliver the co-chair address.
A very good afternoon, Honorable Mr. Justice Arvind Kumar, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice N. Koteshwar Singh, Judge Supreme Court of India, my brother and sister judges from different high courts, Chief Justices of high courts, dignitaries of and on and off the dais. Today morning, I asked a question to myself, why am I here? And I got an answer immediately. Being in Gujarat for 2.5 years, I came very close to this renewable energy generation and marketing in a way that Gujarat is one state where almost 2/3 of the state is surrounded by a coastal area. And if you go beyond Porbandar, you can see this picture is very, very close to, like I have seen it beyond Porbandar, you will see wind farms all over there. Even being in commercial court jurisdiction, I have got an opportunity to deal with some of the contracts which were for establishment of wind farms. So when this invite of this conference, I received the invite of this conference, so suddenly without having any second thought, I gave my consent and I'm here today. So this subject, which is of this very session, Energy Markets, Federalism and Investment Framework, I'm not an expert on this, but whatever, environment, whatever sensitivity I have towards environment, and especially for sustainable energy and renewable energy, and a little bit research which I'm able to make with my time constraints, I'll start my address. So, India is the fastest growing economy, major economy with a GDP exceeding $4 trillion, marked by rapid industrial growth and urbanization. Hence, expanding energy demand across sectors. This growth is accompanied by strong sustainability and climate responsibility commitments. Our goals are to achieve 500 gigawatts of installed capacity from non-fossil sources by 2030, to become net zero carbon emission country by 2070. However, transitioning to sustainable energy systems at this scale requires structural transformation. Energy markets are evolving with increasing integration of renewable sources, decentralized models of generation and distribution, such as increasing private sector participation, substantial investment needs across generation, transmission and storage, strong federal dimension where national goals must be implemented through state-level institutions. As a result, energy markets are no longer confined to public utility supply. They represent a complex intersection of regulation, competition, investment, and public interest, whose effective functioning depends on the clarity, consistency, and credibility of the legal structure within which they operate. This leads to a fundamental question whether the existing legal and regulatory framework governing the energy sector is equipped to support the scale and complexity of this transition. Challenges are there. There are legal and regulatory challenges in electricity and energy sector. Some of them I can highlight: poor financial condition of DESCOMs, persistent losses, delayed payments to generators and transmission, and dependence on financial support scheme. This affects the entire value chain as liquidity constraints at the distribution level move upstream. This results in overall weakness in market discipline, poor cost recovery leading to unreliability in meeting consumption demands and improper grid maintenance. There are challenges about tariff structure and cross-subsidy, high tariff burden on industrial consumers while others are subsidized. Also, pricing will not always show actual cost of supply. Renewable integration and grid stability is an issue. Existing market structures are designed for traditional power generation sources and struggle with the intermittency of solar and wind. Resultantly, grid management becomes complex and creates additional cost pressure, such as storage and ancillary service requirements. Federal dynamism and variation in implementation are one of the issues. Electricity, being a concurrent subject, creates shared responsibility between union and states and depends on federal cooperation. However, differences are seen in compliance of renewable purchase obligations and tariff policies across states, resulting in non-uniform market conditions, and variable policy outcomes. Regulatory overlaps and institutional clarity can be seen in the working of the regulatory commissions, which play a central role in market functioning by exercising wide powers through legislative and adjudicatory mechanisms. Their intersection sometimes, however, leads to overlapping jurisdiction and differing interpretations, creating regulatory uncertainty for market participants and increased chances of disputes. Energy sector fundamentally depends on long-term power purchase agreements. So the contractual uncertainty and PP renegotiation, that is long power purchase agreements renegotiation, in some of the concluded contracts, even at the state level, is also an issue to be addressed. Regulatory litigations, there are increasing disputes in energy sector relating to regulatory decisions and contractual interpretation, which frequently reach appellate forums and constitutional courts. The frequency of such disputes reflects underlying structural tensions and results in project delays and increased transaction costs. A pertinent challenge is that the energy sector is evolving rapidly through renewable energy expansion and technological developments, but legislative reforms has been gradual. Seemingly, there is a growing gap is created between sectoral developments and legal framework. Some of the steps which have been taken so far is by bringing legal reforms and regulatory developments under the Electricity Act 2003. Evolution of reforms, the Electricity Act 2003 has since been amended in response to emerging pressures. However, the need for a more comprehensive, forward-looking framework for the evolving energy transition still remains. 2003 Act operates alongside statutory policies under Section 3. The National Electricity Policy 2005 set the first generation reform roadmap. Targets of 2005 policy were broadly achieved. The Tariff Policy 2016 emphasized cost-effective tariffs, multi-year frameworks, and time of day pricing to bring financial discipline into the sector. The draft National Electricity Policy 2026 signals a shift targeting 4,000 kilowatts per capita consumption by 2047, single-digit distribution losses, 100 gigawatt of nuclear capacity, grid stability in a renewable heavy system, and cyber security compliance across the energy power sector. Regulatory development over 2 decades has taken place largely through regulations such as decisions of Central Electricity Regulatory Commission and State Commission. Key innovations are availability-based tariff, the Indian Electricity Grid Code, Power Exchange, and renewable energy certificates were enabled by the Act, but evolved through regulatory actions. Alongside 2003 Act framework, there are sectoral policies like Green Hydrogen Mission, production-linked incentives for solar and storage, the hydropower policy, and offshore wind policy. However, their legal status and interaction with the existing regulatory framework are not always clearly defined. This raises a broader question. As the sector expands into area of green hydrogen, storage, and offshore wind, can a law designed for a grid-based electricity system continue to serve as the central framework? This is not a limitation of law, but a reflection of the evolution. Coming to investment frameworks and financial mechanism, India requires huge investment to achieve the scale of energy transition envisaged. Investment ultimately depends on legal certainty, regulatory stability, and institutional credibility. Most large energy projects are developed through public-private partnership under competitive bidding. This provides flexibility, but results in variation in contractual standards and risk allocation across projects and states. The structure of PPPs is built on allocation of risk between public and private sector. Private developers typically undertake construction, financing, and operation, while the public side retains ownership and regulatory control. The effectiveness of PPP model depends on clarity and consistency in law in how risk, particularly regulatory and policy risk, are allocated and managed. CEC and SERCs occupy a central position in this framework. They must balance the need to offer reasonable returns to attract investment with the obligation to protect consumer from excessive cost. Maintaining this balance directly shapes investor confidence and project viability. Role of regulatory institution and federal dynamics of energy governance starts, as discussed, through regulatory framework. CERC governs interstate aspects, SERC intrastate. It is a constitutional expression of electricity being a concurrent subject. However, independence of regulatory institutions at the state level remains central to the credibility of the entire framework. So, we straight away come to the path forward. A clear inference that emerges from discussion is that India's legal and institutional framework for the energy sector is sound in design. What matters is whether institutions function with the independence, consistency, and efficiency that the transition requires. Institutional integrity is one of the preconditions. A renewed commitment to the institution we already have to let them function as designed, protect their independence as guaranteed, and hold them to the standards the law prescribes is the way forward. The central question, are regulatory institutions processing disputes at the pace energy infrastructure required will be answered by speakers after me. As a closing remark, I would only say that India energy transition will be won or lost, not in the engineering of solar panels or the economics of storage system, but in the integrity of the institutions, regulatory commissions, appellate tribunals, courts, and legislatures that give the legal framework its meaning. Energy justice is not a subject for policy alone, it is a mandate for law. And law to fulfill that mandate must be upheld by the institutions that are independent enough to be trusted, consistent enough to be relied upon, and courageous enough to hold the framework they are entrusted to defend. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, leadership, for your wonderful address on the need for a regulatory, not just a regulatory framework, but need for the law for regulating this sector of energy. And now we move on to the keynote speaker, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, sir, Chairperson and Ex-Officio Secretary to the Government of India, Central Electricity Authority. Sir, please.
Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, and all the justice sitting on the dais and off the dais. I think I am the only technical person probably coming from the engineering background here. But let me, at the outset, thank Claire for giving me this opportunity to be present and present the view on a very, very dicey topic, I'll say, energy market, federalism, and the investment framework. I'll try to quickly take you through where we are and coming from the regulated market. In fact, earlier when we started electricity into the country, we had regulated market, monopolies, etc. But we moved towards a competitive environment, and now the portfolio is getting diversified. What it means now is we need to have a good, close coordination between the center and the state, regulatory framework, stable and predictable, investment-friendly policies to attract domestic and global capital, which is now very, very important. Some of the issues has already been pointed out with the chair and the co-chair regarding the tariff issues, financial stress, regulatory fragmentations, and the contractual enforcement risk as well. Where we are right now, if you see, still we are struggling with the long-term contracts, and it amounts to roughly around 85 to 90% of the contracts are mostly long-term contracts. Market hardly occupies 12 to 15% as of now, and which includes even the short-term market. Even though the short-term market has been rapidly growing, in fact, the exchanges, the 3 power exchanges that you are seeing here, only IEX has been doing a good job, and their market share is very, very high. Other 2 exchanges are yet to catch up. And we introduced market somewhere in 2008, and still we are hovering somewhere around 8 to 10% of it only. Why? The question mark definitely bothers us along, because if you see the international practice, most of the power is getting still traded in the power exchanges and through the market mechanism. There are countries who have even gone up to 80 to 90%. I mean, just the reverse of it. We are still struggling with the power purchase agreement. There are 2 basic reasons in India, and one is the investor confidence. If you start giving them that you have to come through the commercial mechanism, they'll say, I will not fund you unless you have a firm PPA for 25 years. So that's the kind of a construct with which we are right now, and the situational change that is happening in our country. But still, we have to move towards that kind of a situation. What are the options that is available in the market? It's a day ahead. That means I can purchase electricity 24 hours earlier. Then there was a requirement that can I purchase when I really need it? So another product of real-time market, you can purchase 1.5 hours earlier to your requirement. This is another construct that has been made, and which has really helped. And it has really helped the renewable sector particularly, because their variability is much higher, and they needed some kind of a window because their predictions is very, very much weather dependent. And they needed a window wherein they can finally predict, and so that they are able to dispatch electricity. There is a demand of reducing the even 1.5 hours. So we are now working that can we reduce it to 1 hour, and probably you will find that even 1 hour earlier, if you have some demand from the grid, you will be able to purchase from this kind of a construct. We have a term ahead market. If somebody needs it beyond one day, probably you will be able to get it. We introduced green market, and which is unique in India. There is no other country which has a green product. And these are the 2 segments, that is green day ahead market and green term ahead market, where only green electrons are being sold and being purchased. And this has really helped the sector, and those who wanted to go green, they are trying to utilize. Recently, we have introduced OTC platform. This is over the counter. Just like if you go to the counter and try to buy something, here also the electricity will be there. The contracts, electricity contracts, you can go to the counter and try to purchase any type of a contract as per your requirement. There's a facility to design your own contract on the platform itself, and through that contract you can take it. The biggest advantage that has come to the purchase through the market is you will not find the dispute that is arising in these constructs, because everything is happening transparently. Price is getting discovered, payment is being made. So neither the payment dispute nor the contractual dispute, and the delivery is also happening in a given time frame for which it has been slotted for. So slowly and slowly, probably we'll have to move towards this kind of a construct instead of, because Electricity Act, you have both the routes available. Section 62 talks about the regulated mechanism, wherein you have all CRC, SERCs coming into, and you find a lot of dispute, whether it is change in law, whether you got whatever you really wanted. A lot of issues keeps on coming, and we all keeps on bothering ourselves with those kind of disputes. If I take this next phase, then I need, just now I mentioned that we have a very less depth of market as of now in the country. So we need to deepen this liquidity and participation as well. Another segment that is going to be very, very important is strengthening the ancillary services market. And those of you who know that if I need balancing of grid at the last moment, I need some segment from where I can immediately go and use this kind of a power to balance this. And this has become more important in the light of variability of solar and wind, which was not there earlier to that quantum. Then moving towards the unified this thing. But this has already been said that it is in the concurrence list. I think who knows better than the legal fraternity here. But what is required right now is we need to have a very, very close coordination. And since somebody also mentioned in the previous session that we are also looking for one sun, one world, one grid, and that kind of a construct, wherein we really need to go beyond even the country boundary. And if that is the case, then definitely we need to first integrate among ourselves, that means the state and the center. Then we are looking for one nation, one grid sort of a construct, and we have already achieved it. Now the only thing is we need harmonization of state grid code, central grid code, load dispatch center, state load dispatch center, central load dispatch center. So these harmonizations definitely is going to help us in moving towards in a better manner. Some of the forums, some of these coordination mechanisms that we have adopted from the center is centrally sponsored schemes. Somebody talked about Udaya as well. And then we have RDSS, which is running as of now. It's a project which is reform linked. And this has really shown a lot of checks and balances with the DISCOMs, and some of the issues which are pertaining to regulatory aspects have been resolved through this kind of a scheme. Because unless you do the reforms, you will not get paid from the central government, and you are not getting the money is not getting released. So both commercial and regulatory reforms, we had tried this out this time, and it has become quite successful. We are interacting with the state through the state regulators through the forum of regulators. Then there are power ministers conference and other things we are already going. One nation, one grid, one frequency I have already. See, we are right now largest synchronous grid in the world, and we cannot take any chances. And the variability of solar, wind are definitely increasing the risk in the grid. A lot of incidents has already happened in Rajasthan, Gujarat, etc., where a lot of RE is getting integrated, and many more will get integrated in near future. Just you take a small example of Khavda itself, which is very, very close to Pakistan border, and we are going to have something like 50,000 megawatt coming in that single pocket. Anything happening in that pocket definitely disturbs the grid. So we need to evolve and try to see how we strengthen this. What are the plan B, plan C type of a mechanism in the grid operations so that we don't get disturbed because of such issues. Recently, the previous speaker also told about the connectivity issues. Let me assure you, friends, that transmission, we are, at least in India, we are able to provide connectivity in 24 months to 30 months or 36 months. That's the kind of target we have kept for ourselves. If you take anywhere in the world, I can challenge, they are able to provide you somewhere in 8 to 9 years, particularly if you go to Europe, you go to Australia, you go to US. US is around 10 years time frame. At least we have been able to accelerate the process of giving connectivity to the renewables in 24 months to 30 months or 36 months. That's the kind of time frame we have. Now people still ask me that why in that case there are so many connectivity which is pending. This is that because you have to have the resources coming in phases. You can't have everything together and try to have the case of stress and standard capacities into the systems. So we have to be very, very careful, and that is how we introduce the system of resource adequacy planning, and which is now being done by all the DISCOMs now, all 72 DISCOMs, they are doing their resource adequacy plan for the next 10 years. And there is a visibility, and we need to add resources as per the plan, not in a different manner. because of the transmission that has been made available, I think the figure that was being quoted by Honorable Chair here itself, we have been able to commission 65,000 megawatt this year, in a single year. It's a record. And which also has a contribution of around 52,000 megawatt of renewable power in it. So unless you have a transmission, how you are able to commission these projects? So definitely we are on the job. Current year, 26-27, we have a pipeline of 80,000 megawatt. And out in that 80,000 megawatt, you will have more than 60,000 megawatt coming from renewables alone. So these are all in pipeline. So simply saying that we are not able to provide transmission probably is not the right inference that is being drawn in the forum. Just I wanted to clarify that particular point. Second is, even if you see the market, because we are talking market right now, in the market, the price discovery is most of the time you have a single price into the system. Single price means what? That there is no fragmentation in the market. That means you are able to purchase electrons anywhere in the country at the same price. So in the same time slots, you have the same price throughout the country. And this ensures that there is no congestion, there is no issues with respect to transmission, and that is how we have been able to build. Yesterday, Upendra Tripathi sir, he is here, and we used to struggle around 10 years back. How do we really achieve this kind of a situation? And we have been able to do so, mainly because adding large number of transmission lines across the country. And this is particularly the interstate transmission lines and inter-regional transmission lines. Right now, we have a capacity of roughly around 120,000 megawatt, which is inter-regional, and I can transfer from anywhere to anywhere. So say for example, just 2 years back, southern region itself had a crisis because that year there was a low rainfall and the hydro had already depleted, and we had to transfer power from the other places to southern region, and we have been able to do so without any issues. So that's the kind of situation we have been able to achieve. So power can flow from anywhere to anywhere in the country. We have all the ISGS, interstate generating station. That means state alone cannot be self-dependent right now because they have to take power from outside the state. So you have to have a good coordination between the state and neighboring a state or maybe some other state. Say, for example, the solar and wind, which is getting generated in Rajasthan and Gujarat, they are likely to supply to most of the places and most of the power projects across the country. So unless you have a good coordination mechanism, good agreements, probably you will not be able to proceed further. I think this has been said in the last bullet, if you see. Right now, we have only 8 renewable-rich states. So renewables, we are targeting there. Coal belts, if you see, only 4 or 5 places in the country. Hydro, slightly away. So none of these are, you'll find that they are at the same places. So unless you are trying to have the intercorrelations and interdependency, and probably you will not be able to do justice to optimum utilization of resources. And unless you do that, your cost of power will not be contained, and the kind of affordability for which we are talking about just now probably will not be achieved. These are some of the things that is in the pipeline. 100 gigawatt of hydro pump storage in next 10 years. It was never thought earlier. Just last 4 years, we have been trying to see how best we can integrate our hydro, which has died down almost 15 years back. And we have been able to successfully get on track. And last year, we were able to commission around 2,500 megawatt of hydro pump storage. This year, it will be around 3,100 megawatt. And there is a huge pipeline, and that is how CA, Central Electricity Authority, has brought in a report, and where we could identify that 100 gigawatt we can commission in next 10 years time frame. And the potential, because we have changed the policy a lot, and you have allowed the private sector participation into this particular kitty, most of these projects are going to come in the private sector. And they have promised to me, because we are doing their project analysis, and they are likely to commission in 4 to 5 years. I'm told that my time is up. So can I complete, or you want me to go back? So there are investment. I think I'll just take 2 to 3 minutes more. That is 100% of FDI we wanted. Private equity definitely is an issue. We are trying to try the funds through REC, PFC, IREDA, and there are a lot of finance. Finance is not particularly an issue for the power sector as of now, but there is definitely a challenge which is remaining, that is challenging in the R&D segment, because the moment we are trying to have Make in India type of a concept, because now we don't want to get into the issues of supply chain, which started from Ukraine-Russia war, and presently also we are seeing it. So we need to focus on our own R&D and moving towards the 100% domestic content in different type of segments. This only highlights that we have a requirement of around 70 lakh crore of rupees in just next 10 years. That kind of a requirement is there in different segments. I'll not dwell much on this, but these are some of the approaches we had taken, particularly the competitive bidding routes, renewable energy focus, private sector participation, regional and transmission. Generation-based incentives have been given, VGF schemes have been given, PLI production-linked schemes are on the pipelines. This has really helped, particularly in creating a good ecosystem in the renewable space itself. And we have been able to build the manufacturing capability in the solar panels and wind side of it. And lot of equipments in the transmission segment has also come in this particular segment. Multilateral and bilateral financing, both of them are quite happy to invest in India, absolutely no issues. Blended financial model also we are trying to have. So what is required is efficient market, which improves the price signals and attract investment. Stable federal coordinations, which will reduce your policy risk and enhance the investor confidence, and that will try to take the different markets. I think these are some new integrated market designs we are looking at now from the present scope. Right now, we have just the first one, that is energy-only market. We are trying to move towards the capacity market, frequency services, voltage services. These are all going to help us in further things. Strengthening the markets, federal reforms. I think I need to close, right? Some of the way forwards, I think I'll share these presentations with you all. But I just wanted to touch this particular point, wherein because legal fraternity is here, because electricity should not be treated as same as the different other commodity. There are issues related to safeties. So already there are mandates given to the regulatory commissions, appellate. Still what we see is the moment because this is an evolving sector wherein a lot of challenges comes practically on the ground, for which you cannot anticipate. So they saying that you have the legal backup to any of your decisions that you have taken, which again gets into the litigation, probably is a major challenge that the sector is facing right now. I think you need to rely more on the technical organizations, could be the Grid India, could be CA, could be CTUIL, etc., who can really be a better judge to really decide these matters, particularly the technical matters, and solve the issues in a better manner. We have already taken up the matter with CERC for the standardization of the cases, because what we found is number of cases are coming which can be standardized if you are able to standardize.
We have to wind up this session.
Okay,
and I have a request to all the respected, esteemed guests. Don't avoid salutation and straight away start to the topics. Please, you can.
Thank you. This is my last slide, in fact. I just wanted to end up saying that we have a peer-to-peer transaction which is going to empower the consumers.
Sir, we are back-to-back, two program is having.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session on the energy markets. Now we move on to the panel speakers, and I invite Honorable Dr. Justice A.K. Jayashankar Nambiar, sir, Judge, High Court of Kerala, to deliver his address.
I love these conferences where you're given 8 minutes, and the first 6 minutes you look forward, and next 2 minutes you look backward. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, brother and sister judges from the various high courts, policymakers, academics, students, good morning to all of you. I wanted to basically start by telling you how scared and how uncomfortable I am with discussing matters of the future. We are talking about in India, sustainable development, etc. In 2047. I don't normally think beyond 1 week. Since there are many students here, I'd like to share that rather unusual quote for somebody speaking at a conference like this. The quote is actually from an animation movie, Kung Fu Panda. We've all heard it. And it goes something like this. It says, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. And that's why they call it the present, right? So the reason I'm stressing on that quote today is because when you're talking about this theme for this, sub-theme for this session, it's energy markets, federalism, and investment frameworks. I have no knowledge of energy markets. I have absolutely no interest in investment frameworks, but I would be interested in the concept of federalism, because I think that is something that needs to be focused upon today. And I will try and do that in the next 4 minutes. Why I want to focus on federalism is because the subject that we're discussing today, energy, electricity, falls under what we know as entry 38 in the concurrent list. And so any policy that you're going to have, any regulation that you're going to have, involves two governments, the central and the state. And you need a cooperation between them for any implementation or successful implementation of any policy. And that's something that has been worrying us ever since the days when we introduced GST. And I thought I'll just emphasize on that. Just to give you a little bit of background, the power sector in India is dominated by largely state-owned power utilities which generate, transmit, and distribute most of the electricity in the country. Power generation is from, the various sources, thermal, nuclear, solar, etc. The transmission and distribution segments are responsible for the transportation of electricity from power generation sources to the end consumers, including households, industries, commercial establishments, etc. Now, this last mentioned functions, distribution, is normally discharged by what we call DISCOMs, which are the distribution companies. These, again, are largely under the control of state governments. And now, of course, you have a lot of private players as well. But why are we focusing on federalism? The current power sector policy initiatives are aimed at promoting competition, improving efficiency, and increasing the share of renewable energy sources in the country's energy mix. I believe that this can be realized in our country only if we adhere to the principles of cooperative federalism, which presently guides the GST regime that regulates indirect taxation in our country. Let's look at what the draft National Electricity Policy 2026 says. It says its objectives are to expand renewable energy sources, end monopolies of distribution companies, to ensure increased competition and efficiency, to bring about cost-reflective tariffs, mandatory automatic tariff revisions, faster payment of subsidies so that the aggregate technical and commercial losses, which we call AT&C losses, are totally eliminated. Why do we need cooperation at all? As I said earlier, regulation is mainly through a federal structure. If you look at the Electricity Act 2003, which is a central legislation, the rules and regulations of electric power are framed both at the central and state government levels. While the scheme was aimed at creating a more competitive and transparent power sector by separating generation, transmission, and distribution functions, implementation has not been on expected lines. And this is something that we've been struggling with. What we often encounter is populist tariff schemes being framed by states. Why would they do that? They use the distribution, and how would they do that? They use their distribution companies or DISCOMs as tools for patronage, offering free or highly subsidized power to farmers, domestic consumers. For what joy? For both. So what happens when you actually start subsidizing and passing on those losses to DISCOMs? Tariff issues affect the ability of DISCOMs to buy power to supply to the consumers. If DISCOMs start supplying electricity at a tariff lower than the cost of supply, then together with the delay in tariff revisions by the SERCs, DISCOMs would face huge financial losses, and they actually are facing those today. The differential tariff structure for low-end consumers like farmers, domestic consumers on one hand, high-end consumers like industries and commercial establishments on the other, means that the latter effectively cross-subsidize the former. Perhaps because of this, the high-end consumers have of late been migrating to renewable energy sources like solar and nuclear. Why? Because there is substantial funding for those at the central level. And there's generally a thinking that there are cleaner energy options and therefore they must be subsidized, and therefore you have the average cost per unit for commercial and industrial consumers drops considerably. The shift towards these renewable energy sources was actually evident because on 29th of July 2025, when the conference was going on in Delhi, India actually met 51.5% of its total electricity demand exclusively through renewable energy sources, signaling a high-scale grid integration of green energy. DISCOMs also have another problem. Although it is well intended that they give subsidy, the state governments give subsidy for the consumers like the farmers and households. What happens is the DISCOMs don't get the benefit of those subsidies. The subsidy payments are delayed, which means they don't have any money to operate. And what do when they don't have money to operate? They go to the banks, they go to the financing institutions, they take short-term loans. The costs for repaying those are going to be exponentially high. So this becomes an added cost. And if it can't be passed on through tariffs, then there's more losses coming in. This was what was sought to be amended, or what is tried to be amended, through the Electricity Amendment Bill 2025. It seeks to promote competition among DISCOMs by allowing multiple DISCOMs in the same area to provide consumers with options. It also envisages that new DISCOMs can use existing distribution infrastructure without having to invest in new networks by paying charges set by the SERC. Focus is also on eliminating cross-subsidies to make the power sector more financially viable, and the government hopes to lower tariffs through competition and strengthen the financial health of the distribution sector. As expected, the bill has met with protests. Why? Because farmers and household consumers will definitely militate against any increase. Trade unions fear job losses if the DISCOMs are taken over by corporates favored by the government. There is also a fear that the central government is slowly appropriating the powers of the state government, and this is a debate that we've been seeing for some time now. So, what are the suggestions that I have for the journey ahead? According to me, the need of the hour is for the central and state governments to demonstrate political, fiscal maturity by embracing the principles of cooperative federalism while implementing the new policy initiatives. The tariffs must be framed in such a way that they reflect the actual cost of purchase of electricity and enable a pass-through to consumers. If the state governments want to subsidize power supply to a segment of consumers, they should make sure that the subsidy amount is made available to the DISCOMs, either PSUs or private entities, within a reasonable time so that the DISCOMs don't suffer financially. This will, in turn, encourage the DISCOMs to invest in infrastructure and ensure uninterrupted availability of power. The central government must try and bring regulation of the energy sector under one ministry. This is important. It may not be the most academic suggestion, but just look at this. Today, you have a plurality of ministries. You have a Ministry of Power, which deals with electricity. You have a Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, which deals with solar, wind, and energy, biogas. Ministry of Coal, which deals with thermal energy. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, which deals with oil and gas. Department of Atomic Energy, which deals with nuclear. Anybody living in India and who has to go to multiple offices for a single permission understands the difficulties of having different ministries regulating the same thing. So you need a merging of ministries to make coordination and implementation of policies faster and more effective. In the case of hydropower, interstate water disputes must be expeditiously resolved so that there can be equitable sharing of waters for energy generation within states. Regulatory bodies at the central and state level, CERC and SERC, they have to operate in sync when it comes to implementation of central schemes. Presently, they are not. That must change. And lastly, smart metering, reliable billing mechanisms must be put in place. And we must adopt a policy, and this is especially true for the courts. We must adopt a policy of zero tolerance in the cases of theft and pilferage of electricity by consumers. This is part of what they call the AT&C losses. Commercial losses happen when there is substantial loss of energy because of theft and pilferage. You have technical losses because of transmission losses happening because there is loss of energy when there's in the form of heat, when electricity is transmitted over long distances. So these small steps of smart metering, reliable billing, etc., would go a long way to minimize, if not completely obliterate, AT&C losses. So those few suggestions, this is my take on what can be done to improve the system. Cooperative federalism is the mantra. Thank you. Well within time.
Thank you, Lordship, for your address on the governance with regard to the center state, with regard to regulations are concerned. Now we move on to the next speaker, Honorable Srimati Justice Maushami Bhattacharya ji, Judge, High Court of Telangana.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll cut down the salutations as advised, but good afternoon, Honorable Judges from the Supreme Court, Chief Justices, my distinguished panelists, and everyone here. I will just start by saying that, I'm kind of reminded of Aladdin, what we read when we were children. Open, sesame, close, open, close, open, close. Except that I'm not referring to Aladdin, but to the Strait of Hormuz now. So every day when we read the newspapers, or every minute or every 30 seconds when we look at our Google feed, we either find that the Strait of Hormuz is open, or it's closed, or it's conditionally open, or it's unconditionally closed, whatever. But just to impress upon the point that it's not only a conflict now in the Middle East or in the West Asia. It's a conflict which has hit home and really hit home hard, because when we have to sit back and worry about whether we are going to get the next LPG cylinder on time, and whether now it's 25-day gap or a 35-day gap, or we on our way to court, as it happened with me just about 3 weeks back, from my house to my high court in Hyderabad, there were these snaking, long, winding queues of autos. And they were all waiting for this one particular petrol pump, which was on the route from my house to the High Court, to get their supply of LNG. So it's a conflict which really is upon us, and we are through it, we are going through it. And now with the onset of summer, can you imagine that, as you're sitting down to do some important work, or, concentrate on your files, or on the next day's work, or you're about to go to sleep, the air conditioner suddenly just grinds to a halt, and there's no fan, or there is no light. So it's something, the topic is so very vital and topical, to use a pun, because it's not only geography, it's about economics, it's also about environment, and it's about economics because ultimately it boils down to demand and supply. So apart from the conflict in the West Asia now, it's also about India being a highly dependent import country, where around approximately 85% of its oil supplies we have to depend upon other countries. And that is, where we are getting hit now. And it's also about price rise and economic instability, because we realize that if the strategic reserves of the country do not last for the next 1 month or so, or at least till the end of the ceasefire and beyond, then we are looking at the specter of an immediate rise in prices and a consequential cascading effect on the economy, where with inflation, with rise in prices, rise in oil, transport costs immediately has a consequential impact on the economy. We are also looking at depletion of fossil fuels and geopolitical instability, because India now is kind of geopolitically very kind of vulnerable, if I may use a word, because we have nations surrounding us who may not be that friendly or looking after India's interests. So having started on that very grim note, I'll go to my slide, my PPT, which gives you a kind of a broad overview to bring home the fact that what we are looking at now is not something which is distant to us in terms of territory and space, but which is something which we need to think about immediately and look at the possible consequences of a war which apparently is far away from us. So this is my topic, as in all of us. So the quick roadmap, I'll just walk you through the PPT, which will not take too much time. So the roadmap is, number one is the evolving energy markets and stability and challenges in the electricity sector. Then number two is federal dynamics of energy governance and the role of RIs. The third is investment frameworks and mechanisms. You can all actually, I don't have to read everything. Four is legal reforms, and the fifth is international cooperation. So if I go to the first one, that's evolving energy markets and grid stability and regulatory challenges. So it's a little bit of a content-heavy slide, so I'll just make it simplify it for you. So what are the measures which can be adopted for a more efficient and sustainable energy transition? Because you know that states like Rajasthan and Jharkhand are energy-rich states. But one of the problems which India is facing is how to transmit that richness and distribute that richness to the other states, which are heavily dependent on coal and fuel supplies for their energy supplies. So one or two quick solutions would be, and my previous speaker, Justice Nambiar, of course, dwelt on it, is, of course, promoting domestic manufacturing of renewable energy, which is renewable energy as well as technology, which is a buzzword now, and to reduce India's dependence on imports and to tighten its infrastructure, and also focus on just or equitable energy transition for coal-dependent states, so that the renewable energy advantages can also be transmitted to the coal energy dependent states, and we have a large number of them in India. So the second one is actually, it's a kind of a continuation, and it tells you what exactly is grid stability. And grid stability, yes, that's fine. So grid stability is all about the ability of an electrical power system to operate reliably, even when faced with changes in supply or demand. So to put it in simple terms, when sometimes we have these not only power failures, but voltage fluctuations, what we have kind of grown up with and lived with. So that happens when there is, of course, an increased demand of electricity, and now with with the heat building up all across India, heat waves in Maharashtra, in Telangana for sure. So apart from the climate changes, it's also about development of industry and the huge and rising demand for power all across the country. So a stable grid will actually be or should be the backbone of any reliable power system, and without which the supply and the stability of power will of course deteriorate. And not only that, it can also lead to equipment damage, power outages, and higher costs for electricity. And what is most important is that you're looking at a stable, not only a stable power supply, but also a frequent power supply, which kind of matches with the demand all across the country and the supply which the DISCOMs is able to generate to commensurate with that demand. And also voltage stability, because this refers to the ability to keep voltage levels within a specified range to prevent overloading of equipment and ensure that electricity is efficiently transmitted over not only in the state but over long distances, on a pan-India in a pan-India way. So the next one, I'm just rushing through the slides, so kind of just bear with me, please. The next one is federal dynamics of energy governance and the role of regulatory institutions. So if you think about what the topic actually is, that is India's energy governance, particularly in the electricity center, exemplifies a complex federal interplay shaped by, that India has a federal, at least a quasi-federal constitution, and electricity falls under the concurrent list. That's, to be specific, entry 38 of the list 3.7 schedule of the constitution, and which mandates cooperation between all the states, and the concurrent powers and division of responsibilities assigned by the constitution looks at a picture where the distribution from the center to the states through its grid efficiency takes place at a very, very efficient level. So what are the federal dynamics? My previous speakers have already mentioned between the conflict between the SERCs and the CRCs. So basically a kind of a harmonized way of functioning between the central and the state electricity regulatory bodies, so that the consumer at the end does not suffer. I'm told that my time is almost up, so I'll just quickly rush you through the other slides. I've got just a few more. Yeah. So slide number 9 is again a continuation of that, which is, I don't want to read it out, but what are the challenges facing the regulatory institutions, and what are the reforms and future directions. And if you see the future directions, you have, of course, strengthening independence and a unified market regulatory system. And the third is investment frameworks. So when we go to investment frameworks, we have the regulatory innovation and market design, which have fundamentally altered the investment logic of outside investors who want to invest in these market regulatory bodies. And what are the financing mechanisms? The investment frameworks and the financing mechanisms, that is the interplay between public and private partnerships in energy infrastructure. And that would also include capital market investments such as green bonds and infrastructure investment trusts, which is called InvITs, where these are the different kinds of investments where foreign investors can be incentivized to come and invest in these sectors. So this slide is a continuation of my previous slide, and it tells you that how important funding is for these sectors, because DISCOMs are actually now, all of you know, are in an extremely financially distressed condition with huge debts and not enough money to fund electricity investments. And if you, I'll just quickly rush you to the fourth one, which is legal reforms and regulatory frameworks. That is how India can stride over the legal reforms. And if you see the Electricity Amendment Bill of 2025, you'll see that the bill aims at making the Indian industry and logistics more competitive in terms of rationalizing electricity and reducing hidden cross subsidies. And you'll also find that the bottom table, that the legislative intent behind the Electricity Amendment Bill of 2025, that is the persistent financial losses faced by the DISCOMs and the lack of competition in the core sector dealing with electricity supply. So that was the logic why the bill was thought to be necessary. And what are the core pillars of that bill? So that is, of course, that the 2025 amendment sets the stage for a more efficient and a more environmentally efficient and financially sustainable environment. And key reforms is that a defined ownership, and ownership has been defined to include not only subsidiaries, but also holding companies, and nodal agencies for captive states, as well as verification reforms. I'm not reading everything on the slide so that, it's kind of the points are there. And the second last slide, the last segment is international cooperation. So under that, we have energy markets where are fundamentally global due to the unequal distribution of natural resources. And also the data, I'll just take a half a second for that. You have now, as of 2025, that's the statistics of 2026, 31st December 2025, is that the non-fossil capacity addition in 2025-2026 is 55.29 gigawatts, and this is the highest increase in any year till date. And distributed renewable energy from solar has emerged as a significant component of this growth, contributing 16.3 gigawatts. And during 2025-26, wind energy capacity of 6.0 gigawatt has been installed, which is the highest ever capacity building in a single year. So just the last slide actually is how do we go about, what are the forms of international cooperation? And one of them would, of course, be bilateral and multilateral treaties and cooperation agreements. And a recent case study shows that the European Union energy market, the electricity market in the EU allows cross-border trading among member states, enabling a more efficient allocation of energy resources. And this is one of the models which India is trying to follow. And you'll find that in the next slide, that international trade in energy and cross-border energy markets, how India is following not only the EU model, but also some of the Middle Eastern models such as Qatar and UAE. And mechanisms of cooperation also, it's of course policy coordination and investment. And future trends, this is my last slide, future trends for 2025 and till 2030, because this conference is looking at 2047 as the finishing line, is a rising electrification of renewable energy demand and digitalization of energy systems from smart grids and AI to improve efficiency and to enable real-time management and create a more interconnected and sustainable energy market. I won't dwell on the case law, but these are just like a bullets of nine case laws recently decided by the Supreme Court till about from 2023 to 2026. Important case law there where Supreme Court has dealt on the different, the CERC model, the need for amendment, the immediate risks facing the country. So that's about it. Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you an overview of what I thought were immediate concerns facing all of us. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Your Leadership, for the detailed analysis of the entire session, themes of for the session. Now we move to the next speaker. I invite Honorable Mr. Justice P. Sam Koshi, Judge, High Court of Telangana, to address.
As you all know, I've been literally pushed against the wall with the time running short and the Honorable Chair having to go for another session. I'll try to run through my presentation as quickly as possible and ensure that the Honorable Chair leaves the venue well within time. Honorable Chair, the Co-Chair, Honorable Justice Barale, Honorable Justice Koteshwar Singh, the judges of the Supreme Court, all my esteemed panelists, the sister and brother judges. ladies and gentlemen. Very difficulty Since yesterday morning, we have been having brainstorming sessions, one after the other, till late evening and again this morning. And we have all been discussing on the very relevant and burning topic of the energy. India today is currently dealing with a significant transition in the energy sector, led by the dual imperatives of sustaining rapid economic growth and meeting ambitious global climate commitments. This massive transformation is unfolding during a period characterized by hyper-digitization, artificial intelligence, and innovative energy solutions, which are fundamentally reshaping now the energy that is produced, distributed, and consumed. The governance of the energy sector in India operates with the quasi-judicial federal framework that presents unique structural and legal complexities. Under the Indian Constitution, the legislative responsibilities are divided, as we all know, between the central and the state. Under the 7th schedule, as has been earlier stated by the speakers, electricity has been placed under the concurrent list, entry 38. The concurrent list jurisdiction means while the central government formulates broad national policies, establishes overarching regulatory frameworks, and controls power generation and interstate transmission, the state governments wield the crucial authority over retail distribution of electricity and the implementation of the demand-side energy efficiency measures. Consequently, the national climate and energy goals cannot be achieved without a robust multi-level coordination between the two tiers of the government. The energy market in India has undergone a significant transformation from a state-dominated monopoly to a competitive market-driven ecosystem. The Electricity Act 2003 delicensed power generation and introduced open access transmission networks, thereby encouraging active power sector participation. This pivotal legislative reform led to the establishment of organized energy trading platforms, notably the Indian Energy Exchange and the Power Exchange India Limited, which introduced transparent price discovery mechanisms and the standardized contracts for day-ahead and term-ahead markets. The regulatory oversight of this market is carefully divided to reflect the federal structure, with the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission managing interstate trade and power exchanges, while state electricity regulatory commissions oversee the intrastate trading and open access. As the country integrates large volumes of intermittent renewable energy into a national grid, these trading mechanisms have evolved to include specialized platforms which are essential for grid balancing and also in facilitating the commercial viability of renewable energy investments. The modernization of the energy market and the achievement of renewable energy targets require an investment framework capable of attracting massive inflows of capital. Foreign direct investment has emerged as a critical driver in this landscape, providing the necessary financial capital, technological expertise, and advanced infrastructure required for a clean energy transition. The integration of the digitalization and the policy reforms has made the renewable energy sector increasingly attractive to global investors by accelerating energy efficiency and technological advancements. However, the continued reliance of fossil fuels to fuel economic growth presents a persistent challenge, posing significant hurdles to a clean energy targets and highlighting the need for targeted legal and financial policy incentives to direct investments exclusively toward green technologies. Despite promising achievements in market, trading and foreign investment, severe legal and practical challenges persist at the intersection of federal relations and the investment climate. One of the primary obstacles is the financial and capacity gap at the state level, particularly concerning the state-owned electricity distribution companies. Furthermore, there is a distant policy alignment gap. While the central government sets high-stake targets, state-level action plans often suffer from delayed implementation, conflicting local priorities, and a lack of trained human resources. Energy transition takes place differently in different states due to the varied social, economic, demographic, technical, and financial landscapes. The multi-level governance friction creates an unpredictable regulatory environment that can affect the investment framework and slow down the deployment of capital needed for the energy transition. To navigate these interconnected challenges, India must synthesize its energy market reforms, federal government structures, and the investment policies into a unified strategic approach. Addressing the financial health of the state distribution companies is a critical prerequisite for maintaining a secure investment framework and a highly functional energy trading market by fostering intergovernment coordination, accelerating the adoption of digital technology, and establish unified legal frameworks to resolve center-state policy conflicts, India can create a resilient ecosystem. Just for concluding, a brief sum up is that renewable energy is rapidly evolving and becoming an increasingly important part of the global energy. This shift is driven by the urgent need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and combat climate change. The growth renewable energy is also fueled by technological advancements, decreasing cost, increasing public and government support. One of the primary challenges with renewable sources like solar and wind is their intermittency. They don't produce energy at all the time at the same rate. Addressing this challenge involves development efficient energy storage solutions and improving the energy grid's ability to handle variable power sources. Integrating renewable energy into the existing energy infrastructure requires significant investment and innovation. This includes upgradation of the power grids to handle diverse energy inputs and creating systems for managing the energy distribution. The expansion of renewable energy will depend heavily on the supportive policies, investment in research and developments, and the public acceptance. Governments around the world are setting targets and providing incentives to encourage the growth of the renewable energy. And India is also marching forward in this. Thank you.
Great ideas finds their true power when shared. Sessions after sessions, this conference has enriched our mind, and this session was no exception. Now, may I please invite Honorable Mr. Justice D.K. Singh, Judge Karnataka High Court, and Professor Dr. S. C. Kumar, President CLEA, to felicitate our esteemed panelists. So, Honorable Mr. Justice Arvind Kumar, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mrs. Justice Sunita Agrawal, Chief Justice, High Court of Gujarat. Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson and ex officio Secretary to the Government of India, Central Electricity Authority. Honorable Mr. Justice A.K. Jayasankaran Nambiar, Judge, High Court of Kerala. Honorable Srimati Justice Mausami Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Telangana. Honorable Mr. Justice P. Sem Kosi, Judge, High Court of Telangana. Honorable Srimati Justice Tara Vitasta Ganju, Judge, High Court of Karnataka. Mr. Upendra Tripathi, IAS retired, former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Mr. K.R.R. Ayyappa, Advocate and Vice President, CLEA India. Moderator of this session, Professor Dr. G.G. Mon V.S., Professor and Director, Amity Law School, Mumbai, and Executive Member, CLEA Asia. Mrs. Ranjini Ponan Sheila, Assistant Professor, the Kerala Law Academy, Law College, and Member, CLEA Australia. Thank you very much. Now I would request honorable judges to proceed for lunch to second.
We still have the sessions on. So we continue with this session before we move to the lunch. We have our next speaker, Honorable Srimati Justice Tara Vitasta Ganju, the Judge, High Court of Karnataka. Ma'am, kindly just to deliver the address.
Good afternoon, honorable judges of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justices, my brother and sister judges, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address this August gathering on the theme of energy markets, federalism, and investment frameworks. The subject lies at the confluence of law and governance, economic development with far-reaching implications for our constitutional framework. This address advances a narrow proposition. The success of India's energy transition will depend on the strength of its legal and institutional arrangements. The Act and the jurisprudence of the court, the Electricity Act and the jurisprudence of the courts provide for a framework of legal certainty on which power purchase agreements, public-private partnerships, and capital mobilizations rest, even as new regulation on storage, captive structures, and a greater private participation in areas such as nuclear energy responds to a changed grid and market. Cross-border trade, dispute risks likewise require coherent risk allocation and the judicial role remains to secure legality with technical restraint and a timely resolution. Let me begin with a brief historical reflection. Electricity regulation in India predates the constitution. In Karnataka, power generation, I was informed, was commissioned on the 30th of June in 1902 at Shiva Samundra, Mandya district. In 1939, the foundation for a hydel unit across the Sharavati near Jog Falls in Shivmoga district was laid. It was then inaugurated in 1948 with a 48 megawatt capacity. Thus, even before we had a constitutional framework, we had begun to organize and regulate energy. This is instructive. Energy infrastructure has long compelled governance, often ahead of its institutional readiness. Federalism and the energy question, it has been touched upon by my speakers, so I will move ahead. Of course, like most last batsmen in the team, I have to rush and basically hit the ball out of the park. So I'm also not going to touch on the Electricity Act, because it has been spoken to a bit. We all know the Act exists. But what I'm going to straight away skip to is recent legal and policy developments. There's a short slide because there has been talk about what reform is coming. So we have the Electricity Amendment Rules of 2026. We have the Tariff Second Amendment Regulations of 2026. The Electricity Amendment Rules, of course, is there to bring clarity, captive generation, particularly in group captive structures, recognizing compliance and simplifying consumption norms. The Second Amendment regulations integrate energy storage systems into tariff frameworks, another thing which has been missing in the past. The draft National Electricity Policy, again, is moving a focus towards financial stability, grid resilience, and technological integration. The next is something called the Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy. Funnily enough, it's called Shanti, even though it talks about nuclear energy. It's been notified, this act has been notified in 2025, but it signals a shift towards enabling a greater private participation in nuclear energy by recollaborating aspects of a liability framework and strengthening of regulation. For investors, the broader point would be that there's a clear statutory design implemented consistently to reduce and lower the risk of capital. There's also the Green Energy Open Access Rules of 2022, sought to widen access by lowering threshold to 1 megawatt. These developments, and the reason why I'm setting these out for you, is when taken together, reflect a system adapting to structural change. However, amendment alone is insufficient. The rules enacted at the central level must be operationalized at the state level, and the pattern in India has been that central reforms face state level resistance through delayed notification and additional conditions. Somebody earlier, one of our esteemed speakers earlier talked about sustainability. And what is sustainability? Why is it not defined? I can tell you from personal experience growing up in a household where in the 80s we had solar energy. I've seen this all my life. Sustainability is life. And that's the only way you can define it. Sustainable energy is the only way we can prolong life. The judicial role, again, skipping so that we don't, for the constraints of time. What is the judiciary doing? We occupy a central position in the evolving framework. As electricity is increasingly recognized as integral to the right to life under Article 21, at the same time, the sector involves technical, economic, and policy considerations. The task, therefore, is one of balance. Intervention by the judiciary must remain firm against arbitrariness and illegality while exercising restraint in matters that require specialized expertise. The principle is not deference, it is precision. And timelines also matter. In a continuously operating structure, prolonged uncertainty can destabilize financing. The question is not only whether a judgment is right, but whether it's right in time. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, energy governance in India began before the Constitution. Decades later, underlying tensions remain between the union and states, markets and regulation, ambition and implementation. So what is required? Institutional coherence. A federal network that enables coordination while respecting autonomy, regulatory bodies that are independent in practice, not merely design, investment environments anchored in legal certainty, and a judicial process capable of resolving disputes speedily and with depth. The Act laid a strong foundation, but the demands of the future will require deeper alignment, stronger institutions, and the consistent application of law. A sector that demanded governance before the republic was born now requires governance worthy of a mature republic. The stakes are immediate and national. The light of 1.4 billion people depend on getting this right. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Leadership, for giving an analysis of the gap and the regulations. Now we move on to the last speaker of the session, Mr. Upendra Tripathi, IAS, retired, former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE.
It's an honor to stand here with this distinguished panel. In fact, the Honorable Justices here have proven that any market that operates with land, labor, capital, and technology needs as much a justice system. And this has been told by so many people today. It is actually critical. In fact, Prime Minister keeps on telling about India's demography, democracy, and demand. And I also thank Government of Karnataka for having invited me. In fact, in the field of energy, they have become not only an excellent leader, because I've been seeing them from my MNRE days. They created Pavagada Solar Park. It became so famous that 50 high commissioners and ambassadors from all over the world came to see this solar park at one point of time. And not only that, Karnataka also, in order to promote sustainability, put 10 million rupees with International Solar Alliance and created a global award called Visvesvaraya Award for Floating Solar. And the first year, this award went to Japan. Congratulations to them. And Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad is here, and we were working together long back when in 2014, Mr. Piyush Goyal came as the minister, holding three ministries together, coal, power, and renewable. He was a minister of state with independent charge. But those were the beginning. And I remember a small anecdote, and I have 5 minutes, so I'll be very brief. We got when Prime Minister came in 2014, first time, the Prime Minister Modi, and he wanted secretaries to make presentations before him as to, what all they had in mind. So I prepared a presentation with 30 slides. One day before, we got a call from the Prime Minister's office that there is a rule called 7 by 7 by 7. It meant each secretary can present 7 slides, and no slide will have more than 7 sentences, and no sentence will have more than 7 words. And it was really tough to bring down from 30 slides to 5 slides. And today is like that. In 5 minutes, we have to talk about this thing. So what I'll do is I'll tell 1 or 2 anecdotes and link it to the sustainability framework, because there is no time to debate now what is sustainability. It may be life, may not be life, but we know that we are in a situation where net zero is the only way out. Because 3 things are striking us. We are in the midst of 6th mass extinction and pollution. But the worst is global warming. Put together, how do I put a metaphor for this? I can just slow COVID. COVID came very fast. It punished delay. We spent trillions of dollars, and we required coordinated action.
Could you put that slide, first slide? And global warming is something similar. You know, we have 1 million islands. Now think of half of it going down the sea, and we have some 500 million people in the cities in the Indian Ocean. Think of sea level going up and the cities going down. So the only thing now, we are in a situation where debate, there's no time for debate anymore, because everybody hears that word called 1.5 degree GM, global mean temperature. We are going to miss it. But 1.5 degree doesn't mean all over the world, everywhere, the variation will be 1.5 degrees Celsius. India, for example, Leh, it will be 3 degrees. Planes cannot land anymore. And so this is the picture. And, you know, energy, agriculture, waste, industry. When we created International Solar Alliance in 2015, you know, it was not that one sun, one world, one grid. That was, of course, a motivation. We used this to convince all the countries to support India. You know, most of the headquarters of international bodies are outside, in Washington, in New York, in Paris, and all such cities. To get it to Delhi, we had to convince countries as to why India. India announced 100 gigawatt of solar, and those days it was very, very ambitious. Behind a backdrop of 20 gigawatt, suddenly 5 times. How do you get capital? We got 250 financiers, industry people together to Delhi. We called it Renewable Energy Invest, Reinvest. And then we brought in a policy. Mr. Piyush Goyal called all the industry people, closed the door, and asked, what do you want? Accelerated depreciation, tax holiday, whatever they wanted, we listed out, put into the PM speech, and then that became policy. And in next 2 more minutes, I'm not going into details of this sector, but essentially we told those days to the countries to convince them that you electrify things. Still 1 more minute is there. I just told that 1 more minute is left. And that is how we said electrify coal, electrify oil, use all biomass, and solarize, because sun is not prevented by the Strait of Hormuz. You know, it is available everywhere. And having said all that, that today the potential of this place that we go back, maybe Karnataka will be the first net zero province in India. Maybe somebody from here will announce a high court as net zero high court, net zero Supreme Court. Or maybe you in your organization can talk about a net zero organization. But to conclude, I will tell the anecdote that my professor at Carleton University, where I studied for 4 years, told us while teaching environmental education. He went to a Latin American country, went to a shop in the downtown. The name of the shop was 50/50. So he goes to the shop and says, what is this? He says, look, I have a new type of meat with various vitamins. My professor bought 1 kilo, came and ate it. And the shop owner had told him that this is a mix of horse meat and chicken. Now, he didn't feel any chicken inside. He went back angry and told, look, didn't you tell me it is 50/50? 50% horse meat and 50% chicken? He said, yes, I told you it is 50/50. I took a big horse and a big chicken, and I had thoroughly mixed it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed analysis of the energy sector. Thank you. Now we move to the vote of thanks by Mrs. Ranjini Ponnanshila, Assistant Professor, Kerala Law Academy and member CLA, Australia.
Honorable Mr. Justice Arvind Kumar, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Srimati Justice Sunita Agarwal, Chief Justice of High Court of Gujarat, distinguished judges, members of academia, respected members on and off the dais, dear participants and students, good afternoon to all. It's great honor to propose vote of thanks at the close of this intellectually enriching session on energy market, federalism and investment framework. This session has not merely been a convergence of legal mind, but a meaningful dialogue at the intersection of law, policy, and future of sustainable governance. I express my deep gratitude to our distinguished chair, Honorable Justice Arvind Kumar, Judge, Supreme Court of India, for his august presence today and whose stewardship brought clarity, structure, and intellectual depth to the session. I am equally grateful to our co-chair, Honorable Srimati Justice Sunita Agarwal, Chief Justice, High Court of Gujarat, whose nuanced observation on federal dynamics, climate responsibility commitments, institutional roles enriched the discourse and highlighted the complexities inherent in our energy governance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the keynote speaker, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson, Ex Officio Secretary to Government of India, Central Electricity Authority, for reflecting the deliberations and approaches on energy marketing. I extend my deepest gratitude to Honorable Justice A.K. Jaishankar Dampiya, Judge, High Court of Kerala. Sir, your expertise has greatly enriched the session, and we are truly grateful. We are deeply grateful to Honorable Srimati Justice Maishomi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Telangana, for your constructive thoughts and commitment. I wish to convey my deepest gratitude to Honorable Justice P. Shyamkoshi, Judge, High Court of Telangana. Sir, your deliberations have made a significant impact, and we are thankful. I propose my sincere thanks to Justice Tara Vidasta Ganju, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, for her exceptional contributions and for his insightful session. I extend my gratitude to Mr. Upendra Tripathi, IAS former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, for sharing your wisdom and experience with us and for your unwavering commitment to excellence. I extend my deepest gratitude to Advocate K.R. Ayyapamani sir, Vice President CLEA India, for his gracious welcome, which set a thoughtful and purposeful tone for the deliberations that followed. I extend special thanks to our moderator, Professor Dr. Jijimon V.S., whose adept guidance ensured a seamless flow of ideas and fostered an environment of rigorous yet constructive engagement. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our rapporteurs, Mr. Avedesh Diopande, Research Scholar, Indian Law Institute, Mr. Rajvinash Verma, and Ms. Gadija Dhamma, Ramaya College of Law, Bengaluru, for his meticulously documenting your expertise. Will greatly enrich the session and will be documented for future. To our vibrant, enthusiastic participant, your engagement and intellectual curiosity have truly animated this session, and the conversations initiated here will undoubtedly continue to shape scholarship, policy, and practice in the field of energy and law. We express our collective gratitude to Professor Dr. Shivakumar, the President of Commonwealth Legal Education Association, Senior Professor, Indian Law Institute, and to the Department of Energy, Karnataka, for conceptualizing and organizing a platform of such an academic and professional excellence. This conference stands as a testament to CLEA's enduring commitment to advance legal education and fostering global collaboration. With this, I thank each one of you for making this session more meaningful and memorable one. Thank you.
Now, may I request honorable judges to proceed for the lunch. For the honorable judges and distinguished guests, kindly proceed to second floor, Kabini Hall, for lunch. And for all the other participants, we may have our lunch here right in the first floor itself. And we shall commence our last session sharp at 2:15 p.m. So may I request everyone to be on time. Thank you.
Check, check. Check.
ಗ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಹಾಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ಸರ್
required.
So much of content.
ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಈಗ ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ ನೀರು. ಸರ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
मिनट ले लो यार अब आप. ರೈತ ಬಾಂಧವರ ಕೃಷಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಮೇಲಿನ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನ ತೊಡೆದುಹಾಕಿ ಸೌರ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಬಳಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿಸಲು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪಿಎಂ ಕುಸುಮ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ನವ ಮತ್ತು ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನಗಳ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯವು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಮೇಲುಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಯಮಿತವು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಫೀಡರ್ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಸೌರೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆಯು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಹಗಲಿನ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಫೀಡರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿನ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಹೊರೆಯನ್ನ ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸಿ ರೈತರ ಪಂಪ್ಸೆಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ನೀಡಲು ಅಗತ್ಯವಿರುವ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಘಟಕಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳ ಪಂಪ್ಸೆಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಗಲಿನ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಫೇಸ್ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಕೆ ಮಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮರ್ಪಕ ಉಪಯೋಗವಾಗಿ ರೈತರ ಆದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಳವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನೀರು ಪೋಲಾಗುವುದು ತಪ್ಪಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಮಟ್ಟ ಕೂಡ ಸುಧಾರಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಕುಸುಮ್ ಸಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ರೆಸ್ಕೋ ಮಾದರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ದರದ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಸೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಜಕಾತಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ಇದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವಿತರಣಾ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಹೊರೆ ತಗ್ಗಲಿದೆ. ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಫೀಡರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀಡುವುದರಿಂದ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪ್ರಸರಣ ಮತ್ತು ವಿತರಣಾ ನಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣನೀಯ ಇಳಿಕೆಯಾಗಲಿದೆ. ತಮ್ಮ ಬಳಿ ಇರುವ ಬಂಜರು ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ರೈತರು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸೌರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿದಾರರಿಗೆ ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಭೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನೀಡಬಹುದಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ಆದಾಯದ ಮೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಜಮೀನು ಲಭ್ಯವಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಎಕರೆಗೆ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕವಾಗಿ ರು 25,000 ನಿಗದಿತ ಉಪಯೋಗ ದರ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಧಿಗೆ ಜಮಾ ಮಾಡಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಹಣವನ್ನ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಂದಾಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬೈರೇಗೌಡರವರ ಸಹಾಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಿಂದ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಜಮೀನು ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಹಸ್ತಾಂತರಗೊಂಡು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಶೀಘ್ರ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಪಿಎಂ ಕುಸುಮ್ ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಸಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ಘಟಕಗಳನ್ನು ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಗೌರಿಬಿದನೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರವರು ಇಂದು ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಈ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗೋಣ.
ಇಡೀ ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನು ಉತ್ತೇಜಿಸುವ ಗುರಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರವು ಸೂರ್ಯಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಫೆಬ್ರವರಿ 2024ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಯೋಜನೆಯಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಮನೆಗಳ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ಗ್ರಿಡ್ ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಮನೆಯ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಬಿಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುವುದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಂಗಾಲದ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಹೊರಸೂಸುವಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಮನೆಯ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರನ್ನು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೈಗೆಟುಕುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡುವುದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಸೂರ್ಯಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ನಮಗೇನಂತಂದರೆ ಒಂದು 3 ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ವರೆಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಇದರೊಳಗಡೆ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಬೆಳಕು ನಮಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನವಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಇಷ್ಟ ಹೇಳೋದು, ನೀವು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಇದು, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಕೋ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಇದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಹಾನಿಕಾರಕ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು.
ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾದರಿ ಸೌರ ಗ್ರಾಮವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸುವ ಗುರಿ ಇರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೌರ ಫಲಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರಿಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಸಾಲ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಹಾಯಧನವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇದು ಹಾಕ್ಸಿದ್ದು 2,30,000 ಆಯಿತು ಟು ದ ವೆಂಡರ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 78,000 ಇದು ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಓವರಾಲ್ ನಮಗೆ ಖರ್ಚಾಗಿದ್ದು 1,52,000. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇನ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 10 to 12 ಇಯರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮುಂಚೆ ನನಗೆ 2,000-2,500 ಬಿಲ್ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಇವಾಗ 0 ಬಿಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಸೌರ ಫಲಕಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ನೀಡಲಾಗುವ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಗಳು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ವೆಚ್ಚದ 40% ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. 30,000ದಿಂದ 78,000 ಸಹಾಯಧನ ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. 1ರಿಂದ 2 ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಘಟಕ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ 30,000ದಿಂದ 60,000, 2ರಿಂದ 3 ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಘಟಕ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ 60,000ದಿಂದ 70,000, 3ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅಧಿಕ ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಘಟಕ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ ಗರಿಷ್ಠ 78,000 ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಟ್ರಾಪಿಕಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ, ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಸನ್ಲೈಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಬಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪವರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ದಟ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಓವರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಫೋರ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟರಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಗ್ರಿಡ್ ಸೌರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವ ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರು ನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟರಿಂಗ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೌರ ಫಲಕ ನೀವು ಬಳಸುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಉತ್ಪಾದಿಸಿದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಕೆದಾರರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯಬಹುದು.
ಈಸ್ ಒಂಥರ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಯೋಜನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಫಸ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನೋ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವರ್ತ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಏನು 2-2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ನೀವು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ನನಗೆ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಈಗ ವಿತ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಲೋ 1.5 lakhs, ಅದು 1 lakh ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಅಫೋರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಮಂತ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪವರ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಪೂರ್ ನೀಡೀಸ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಈ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ನ ಏನು ಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರೋ ವಿತಿನ್ 3-4 ಇಯರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ರಿಕವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು.
ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿಯು ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಶುದ್ಧ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಮೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಹಸಿರು ಮನೆ ಅನಿಲದ ಹೊರಸೂಸುವಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪಳೆಯುಳಿಕೆ ಇಂಧನಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ.
ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜಿಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಇನ್ವರ್ಟರಿಂದ ಮನೆಯದು ಫ್ಯಾನು, ಲೈಟು, ಈವನ್ ಗೀಝರು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಫ್ರಿಜ್ಜು, ವಾಟರ್ ಫಿಲ್ಟ್ರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಮೊದಲಿನ ಥರನೇ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ಬಿಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಏನಂದರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವೇನು ಕನ್ಸಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ, ಈ ಜನ್ರೇಟ್ ಆದದ್ದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ ಮೈನಸ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು.
ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸೂರ್ಯಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದ ನೋಡಲ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಪಡೆಯಲು ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ 5 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಅರ್ಜಿಗಳು ನೋಂದಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಅರ್ಜಿಗಳು ಸ್ವೀಕೃತಗೊಂಡಿವೆ. 2025-26 75,000 ಕೋಟಿ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳು 300 ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಉಚಿತ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಸುವ ಸದುದ್ದೇಶ ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸೂರ್ಯಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯು ವ್ಯಾಪಕ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವುದು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಆಶಯ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಬೆಳಗೋ ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಬಹುದು. ಹೌದು, ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತಿ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೂ 10 ಮನೆಗಳು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತೆ. PM ಸೂರ್ಯ ಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಕರ್ಷಕ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ನೀಡುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸಿದ ನಂತರದ ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತನ್ನು ಹೆಸ್ಕಾಂಗೆ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಿರಂತರ ಆದಾಯ ಬರಲಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತನ್ನೇ ಬಳಸುವುದರಿಂದ ಅಪಾರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಕೂಡ ಉಳಿತಾಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆದಾಯವೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳಾಗಲು ಹಿಂದೆ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಘರ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ. ಹಾಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಾಗಿ ಹೆಸ್ಕಾಂನ 24x7 ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿ 1912ಗೆ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಸಮೀಪದ ಶಾಖಾ ಕಚೇರಿ ಸಹಾಯಕ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪಾಲನಾ ಉಪವಿಭಾಗ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿ.
One Earth, one family, one future.
A single flame lights up its immediate surroundings. 1,000 can light up a community. A flame is delicate and it glows only when the conditions are perfect. Oxygen, wind, and water have a big influence on its existence. In fact, all forms of energies are interdependent and are delicately balanced with nature. Today, with the ever-growing need and greed for energy resources to fulfill our needs and wants through resources that are destroying our planet, hope is hard to garner. But what if we say, we can meet the ever-growing demand for energy in a sustainable and healthy way? Sounds unbelievable. Believe it. Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, CREDL, takes Karnataka's future seriously and knows the importance of reducing dependence on fossil fuels and create a brighter and better world. Established in 1996 under the government of Karnataka, has today made Karnataka amongst the top 5 states with the highest renewable energy installed capacity in India. Today, Karnataka's Renewable Energy Policy 2022 to 2027 has been notified by the government of Karnataka and aims to facilitate the development of 10 gigawatts of additional renewable energy projects. CREDL, in a joint venture with SECI, has set up world's one of the largest solar parks of about 13,000 acres in Pavagada through KSPDCL. Along with solar power, CREDL has installed windmills and solar water pumps and has also facilitated all renewable energy projects, including setting up of cogen and small hydro projects on a large scale. The EC and EE policies for the years 2022 to 2027 aims to conserve around 744 million kilowatt hour which would result in avoiding fossil fuel-based generation capacity of around 454 megawatts, which in turn reduces CO2 emissions of around 610,080 tons. For EC and EE policy, the energy-saving targets for the sectors are ambitious, but Credle's focus hasn't wavered and will not in the future. The municipal sector, 304 million units. The domestic sector, 117 million units. The agricultural sector, 230 million units. The commercial sector, 79 million units. And the industrial sector, 14 million units. Let's use our natural energy resources the right way so that our future, the children, can continue to enjoy the magic of our world's energy. Thanks to Credle, Karnataka's children have a better future. It also brought about a new scheme where the farmer does not have to sell their land but lease it out, thereby helping farmers and their children in the future. Children can now play safely outdoors and study and grow. Some of Credle's upcoming projects are setting
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now destined to commence session 5, showcasing India's power sector, innovations and infrastructure developments, and then followed by sub-themes. Honorable Mr. Justice Rohanta Abisuriya PC, President of the Court of Appeal, Republic of Sri Lanka. I think, sir is here? Your Lordship? Yes, I see the Lordship here, yes. Yeah, judges usually grants time to lawyers. I can do the exactly opposite here. Presentations. I'm told to relay a special request the presentations to be restricted in 5 minutes instead of 5 to 7. We are already 15. 2 presentations. And which 2? I have 5. Okay. So, sir, can someone update me in case I announce wrong information? Okay, okay. Okay. Yes. So each presentation 15 minutes. Letter tell us 13 minutes. Yeah. In case, yeah. So 2 presentations. Nabila or anyone, could you please update me whose 2 presentations will be offered to the esteemed members of the audience in this wonderful afternoon. Wonderful in a sense, we just have lunch, and also wonderful in a sense, post-lunch session allows us some liberty to be sleepy. Don't sleep. Yeah, sir, please, have a seat. May I request the presenters for presentations, 2 presentations, each comprising 15 minutes, and Professor Shivakumar commanded a whip that it has to be strictly within the time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching to special session 5. Nabila, I seek your help. These 2 presentations, yeah. Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, KREDL, and Mrs. Aparaba Energy Private Limited. So 2 presentations will be offered in front of the audience, and I'm waiting for the names of the resource persons. I see this chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Rohanta is here, and I need the names. Which are the people? We have the organizations, not the people. Which one? Boring you. The honorable guest is here. Yes. Let me take the opportunity to announce in order. Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Managing Director, Karnataka Power. Sir, I need the... No names? There is last minute amendment, so allow me 1 minute.
Where is the list?
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are prepared to commence session 5. May I humbly request Honorable Mr. Justice Ruhamta Abesurya PC, President of the Court of Appeal, Sri Lanka. Sir, the podium is yours. Sir, you have as less as minutes. You have as less as minute under your judgment, 10 minutes. Yes.
Esteemed members of the panel, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have cut short the salutations because time is very, very severely restricted, and I think I was given only some 9 minutes or so. So now basically this particular session is devoted to showcasing what India has achieved in the field of energy generation, environmental pollution control, and the allied subjects. Now, when I said what India has achieved, it's a very long story, and it's a very proud story. We, as the immediate neighbor of India, we are extremely proud of what you have achieved. And in fact, after I was elevated to the position of President of the Court of Appeal, this is my first official overseas visit, and I accepted this invitation because we love India and we draw inspiration from number of things India has done, not only in the field of environmental and sustainable energy, but in many other fields. So thank you very much for inviting me. India's energy story is one of the defining national transformations narratives of the 21st century. In barely a decade, the country has reimagined its entire energy architecture, transitioning from a power-scarce, fossil-dependent economy to a global clean energy leader, setting benchmarks that developed nations are now striving to emulate. At COP26 in Glasgow in November 2021, India announced its Panchamitra climate goals, I hope I pronounced the name correctly, achieving net zero emissions by 2070 and securing 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy capacity by 2030. What followed was not merely a policy declaration, it was a civilizational mobilization. The results have been extraordinary. In a landmark scientific achievement, an MNRE-sponsored project at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, has developed a perovskite solar cell with the world's second highest efficiency of 26% and achieving a power conversion efficiency of 30.2% for a 4-terminal perovskite silicon tandem solar cell. In July 2025, renewable energy sources met 51.5% of India's total electricity demand of 203 gigawatt, the highest ever single month share, demonstrating that a renewable-led grid is no longer aspirational, but operational. A critical lesson from India's energy journey is that capacity targets alone are insufficient. The supply chain must be localized. India has pursued with this remarkable success. In other words, India is gradually achieving manufacturing self-reliance. In barely a decade, India has grown its solar capacity 46-fold from a modest 3 gigawatts in 2014 to 140 gigawatts today. It has built one of the world's largest synchronized electricity grids, spanning nearly 500,000 circuit kilometers. It has crossed 50% of its installed power capacity from non-fossil fuel sources, 5 years ahead of the commitments it made to the world at the Paris Climate Conference. And it has done all this while simultaneously lighting up remote tribal villages, reducing power shortages from 4.2 to a fraction of 1%, and bringing electricity to tens of millions of homes that once knew only darkness after sunset. This is not merely an engineering achievement. It is an act of statecraft. It is a demonstration that a democracy of 1.4 billion people, with all the complexity, diversity, and competing interest that entails, can nevertheless forge and sustain a coherent long-term national vision and see it through. We gather at a moment of historic consequence for the world's energy order. The session before us invites us to witness, examine, and engage with what is arguably the most extraordinary national energy transformation in the 21st century, India's reimagination of its entire power sector from foundation to frontier. As members of the legal fraternity, we have a particular vantage point in this story. Every megawatt of energy produced, every kilometer of transmission line laid, every solar panel installed on a rooftop in a village in Rajasthan, each of these rests on a foundation of law. Contracts, regulations, property rights, environmental frameworks, dispute resolution mechanisms, and the legal certainty that allows private capital to flow into public goods. These are the invisible infrastructure beneath the visible one. Energy access and energy equity are at their core legal questions. As neighbors sharing the Indian Ocean, deep historical ties, and common aspiration for sustainable development, Sri Lanka observes India's energy journey with profound interest and genuine admiration. We see it not only inspirational, but opportunity for cooperation, for knowledge exchange, and for the kind of regional solidarity that our geography and shared legal traditions make possible. This session will surface insights of the highest significance on innovation, on infrastructure, on the legal and regulatory architectures that have enabled this transformation, and on the honest challenges that remain. I'm honored to moderate what promises to be a conversation of lasting importance. I also wish to make just one observation, if I'm given just 2 minutes. Last night, I was going through some reading material. My personal staff gave me a whole lot of reading material. And I was trying to figure out what is the secret of success of the Indian energy experiment. And in my humble view, there's only one answer. And that answer is that all the leaders of India, I'm not delivering a political sermon, but all political leaders of this country, I believe, has a vision, a long-term plan, a long-term objective, and a long-term mission. That it transcends political divides. When I looked at the literature, I noticed that plans have been made to achieve certain objectives. In 2070, most of us would not be among the living in 2070. But that is the vision, that is the foresight of the Indian leaders and policy makers. They have made that vision their mission. And that is the reason why India has succeeded. That is where most of us in some of the other countries have faltered. And my take-home message back to my country, I think, is to study the Indian model and plan for the future, and for heaven's sake, stick to it, irrespective of who comes to power, who is the minister, who is the secretary of the ministry, and not to change it depending on political convenience. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful, Mr. Justice Ruhanta, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know 1970s energy crisis has come back. Indeed, many people are saying the world is now divided into two, who have access to unfettered supply of energy and who don't have. And in this current moment of global crisis, this is so pivotal that the discussion going on. May I now humbly request Ghanoshyam Prasad. He will speak and represent KPCL, Karnataka Power Corporation. Sir, you have 5 minutes. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I think, can we have the presentation, please? Till the time they are trying to upload the presentation, I would like to highlight key features, some of the requirements that is likely to arise, particularly in the energy transition space. And that is, we want storage system to be in place. And once we have more number of renewables coming into the systems, that can serve you better during the solar hours, but during the non-solar hours, you need some kind of a capacity which is quite stable in nature. The case here is shown in respect of Karnataka, which you can see that their portfolio now has become such that they have huge amount of renewables into the systems and likely to have by 35, 36, roughly 48 gigawatt of combination of solar, wind, and distributed renewable energy sources. But the stable sources, that is thermal, hydro, and nuclear, has come down to as low as around 6 gigawatt. Your demand is going to be of the order of, I think, 15,000 to 20,000 gigawatt in that time frame. So how do you really balance, meet the system requirement during the non-solar hours? That becomes a challenge when your solar itself is not available at that time. And that is how, as CA, we had been trying to say that you require storage into the systems. So for Karnataka also, 2 buckets have been planned, and that is going for 10 gigawatt of hydro pump storage and roughly 5.7 gigawatt of battery energy storage systems, which means 16 gigawatt you can use them during the non-solar hours. The kitty, if you see the ongoing projects, what their own state utilities are planning for, out of 10 gigawatt, roughly 3.5 gigawatt will be planned in the state segment. But balance, definitely 6.5 gigawatt will have to be taken up by the private developers. So what is required is, how do we really try to see and make a conducive environment so that the project takes off. The project Saravati and Varahi, which is listed here, particularly Saravati, I still remember with great difficulty we cleared in CA in 2024,
And still that project has not yet taken off because of certain issues, particularly wildlife issues, etc. And similar, I'm told that similar is the case with Varahi as well. At the same time, what is happening other than the Karnataka? Let me give you a small brief on that. And that is, we started reviving hydro pump storage from a very, very small kitty of 4.7 gigawatt. And last year, as I had mentioned in my previous this thing, that we had already added roughly 2.6 gigawatt last year. This year, we are planning for 3 gigawatt. And the kitty is increasing and increasing. That will try to happen. Potential-wise, if you see, roughly 96 gigawatt potential was there in 2024, which has now gone to around 280 gigawatt as of now. That means country is moving towards that kind of a scenario. So what is required is every state must catch up to those scenario. And let me tell you, this hydro pump storage, they are 100% indigenous. You are not dependent for supply chain from outside. Whereas in case of battery storage systems, you are dependent on the supply chain coming from the outside as well. So things have become much faster in other states. Particularly, let me give another example of the similar time frame. When we gave clearance to Sharavati in 24, at the same time, we also gave clearance to Chitravati project. And Chitravati is now scheduled to be commissioned in December 2027. So this is the difference if you don't really have a good support coming from the clearances side, and where the support is coming from the clearances side. The two projects getting cleared, DPR being ready, cleared at the same time frame. One is likely to be commissioned in around 3 years time frame. Others is still waiting to take off. So there is a need for giving this kind of a push to such type of projects. Here, definitely, these are some of the goals which have been listed here. This I have already said that 2047, there is going to be a huge requirement of renewables. The share of renewables will go to somewhere around 80% in terms of non-fossil and this. And this 100 gigawatt, we are targeting by 35-36 itself. That means in a time frame of 47, you will be requiring maybe around 200 gigawatt of hydro pump storage. So we need to give more push towards those capacity as well. So what has been listed is definitely we require environmental clearances in a very quick manner. Only 2 points I'll highlight here is rest of the other states, and particularly the geology of these areas being very stable, particularly MP, Maharashtra, Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, etc. So we are not concentrating on the Himalayan belt, which is slightly fragile in nature. And these areas definitely have a huge potential to come as quickly as possible. And I'm dead sure that this can come in 3 years to 4 years time frame if due cognizance is given and due support is given to these projects. I think for this, judiciary definitely, or whoever is involved in giving such kind of a clearances, they need to come up well and make it as fast as possible. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to present this perspective before you.
A big thanks. While the energy debate approaching very first to engulf our daily life in forthcoming days, my opportunity to invite this time Mr. K.P. Rudrappa, Managing Director, Karnataka Renewable Energy. Sir, please approach the podium and enlighten us.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Chair, Honorable Justice N.R. Abesurya, respected judges, Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta, sir, and other dignitaries, students. Let me begin my presentation with a quote that sustainability is no longer about doing less harm, but it's about doing more good. So, just to say something about CREDEL, Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited. It's a 3 decades old organization established in the year 2096 with the aim of promoting
and facilitating renewable energy sources, all the sources, apart from energy conservation and energy efficiency. Just to give some global perspective of about the capacities and where India stands, you can see this from this slide. China has a capacity of around 2,258 gigawatt, and next comes USA with a capacity of 468 gigawatt. Until now, we were below Brazil. Recently, we have surpassed Brazil capacity. We are at exactly around 280 gigawatt, and next comes Brazil and then other countries. And if you want to compare the Karnataka, the stand, where we stand, basically overall position, if we take, we are in the 5th place in the country with an installed capacity of 25 gigawatt. But in terms of wind, we vary. We are number 3 in the country. The first stands Gujarat and then Tamil Nadu. With around 8 gigawatt, we stand number 3. Of course, solar, we are in the 5th position with 10 plus gigawatt. The one beauty of the Karnataka is that the energy mix is fantastic. We have around 35 gigawatt of installed capacity, 38 gigawatt of installed capacity. Out of which 25 gigawatt comes from RE sources itself. That is almost 70% is being contributed by the renewable energy sources. So we are next to Rajasthan, almost equal to Rajasthan. We can say we are in the top in the country. So that's a beautiful energy mix Karnataka has got. This magnificent picture you can see, this is a Pavagada Solar Park established in the year, it began construction during 2017, but the implementation happened in the year 2019. This has been implemented in about 13,000 acres with a capacity of 2,050 megawatt. And thanks to the present Honorable Chief Minister and the then Energy Minister for conceptualizing this magnificent project. It was one of the largest solar park in the world. Of course, now we are one among the largest park. The beauty of this project is that out of this 13,000 acres, not even a single acre is acquired. So everything is, farmer is made a part of this, as a partner of this project. He gets a decent lease amount of around 25,000 rupees annually with an incremental hike. So that is the beauty of this project which was conceptualized. But the next thing is that under the Honorable Minister of Energy, Mr. George sir, and our Additional Chief Secretary sir, we are increasing this capacity by another 2 gigawatt. So that's going to be another big milestone in the history of Karnataka. So all this was not an easy journey. This slide shows in the 2009, we were only 2.9 gigawatt, whereas currently we are standing at 25 gigawatt. So it started from 2.9 to 25 gigawatt. It's all because of the proactive policies of the government. Karnataka is known for policies. You name any sector, we have policies. So first RE policy in the year 2009 was brought in. I mean, it's one of the first in the southern India. So because of time-to-time policies, this capacity has been increased from 2.9 gigawatt to 25 gigawatt. Of course, I was mentioning about the RE policy. This is considered as one of the best policy in the country, whereas we promote even ISTS project too. So what are we doing for to help these investors? One thing, we have purchased data from NEWE, that's a Government of India entity to promote wind energy, and that we have hosted on our website. Basically, for these investors, they need not to do the spade work. So they know which are the go zones and which are the not go zones. And this is helping a lot for the investors. And the major actions initiated by the Government of Karnataka, one is the auto conversion. Easily, conversion is one of the main challenges for the investors. Earlier, it used to take from 6 months to 1 year. But thanks to our ACS sir and the Energy Minister and the entire government of Karnataka, this is an historical, I can say, historical decision to do the regular conversion system. I think the developers are able to get it done, I think in around maybe hour or maybe 1 hour, 2 hours time, they're able to get the lands converted. Of course, we are doing this geotagging of the coordinates and also this mapping of district and taluka wise. During 2023, we faced a severe shortage of there was a drought and there was almost shortage of 2 gigawatt per day. Understanding the gap, we have done the RAP. As per that, we have to implement 38 gigawatt by another 10 years. That is what the target we have. And of course, these are some of our flagship projects. 10 gigawatt procurement in another 5 years' time. Or maybe, 3 years' time. And then 2 gigawatt park at Pavgada. And another 250 megawatt bar 1.1 gigawatt our BESS at Pavgada 2. And we know skill is very important, both from the perspective of the developer as well as the youths. So that is why we have taken it as a very important sector. We have partnered with a German company called TUV. We have trained almost 300 students at Pavgada and our Bangalore campus. And this is one of our new initiatives. And recently we had been to Australia. We have signed MOU with UNSW Sydney and IASC and IAM to start incubation center to help these startups. Probably this is going to be one of the major milestones in the history of the RE in Karnataka. So nowhere in the country, exclusive incubation center for RE is not there. This is a major initiative which we have taken. Of course, there are many awards which Karnataka has bagged. National Energy Conservation Award, which has been, I think, continuously for 5 years, we have been bagged the first award from Government of India. You can just glance, I think, one more slide. I will just finish this thing. So you can see this energy efficiency lab and then energy training centers. We have partnered with RB College and other such engineering colleges for internship programs and skill development center, art gallery, where the paintings by children have been displayed. And we have a Pico model, we have a EV charging station, we have SCADA facility, we have a health club, and then we have a beautiful auditorium of 150-seater, and then we have a small hydro model EV charging station, and smart benches, of course, the beautiful garden. Can you guess where all these facilities are there? They are right here in this building. This is a Cradle building, corporate building. It's a super ECBC compliant building. Energy compliance and building code, as it's built as per that building. And beauty of this building is it's certified by IGBC as a green building, and it's a net zero building. So entire energy required for this building is generated by our own windmills. That's one beauty of this building. And all these facilities are housed in this beautiful complex. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Esteemed members of the audience, this is my opportunity to invite Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra, Managing Director, Apurva Energy Private Limited, sir. I invite you to approach the podium. Anyone, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Justice Abisuria. Ladies and gentlemen, first, good news, I'll take exactly 5 minutes, and I have put my timer on, so please don't worry about your next coffee break. The subject that I was given was India's, the innovation in India, the transformation of the renewable energy sector. Given the experts that are there, not only from people who run the Karnataka's energy system, but ex-MNRE secretary and most importantly, the speeches given by Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, who knows everything about the power sector in India, I thought it would be inappropriate to tell all of you what you know better than me. So I'm here to present just 2 or 3 perspectives. The perspective I will present will be that of an international investor. We have been present in this country for 25 years, the shareholders that I represent. that of a private sector investor who has seen firsthand the country's electricity sector completely transform. Like a good Indian, I'm a good cricket fan. In the hotel I'm staying, I saw a lot of IPL crowd. So those of you who are interested, which is 1.39 out of the 1.4 billion Indians, you would know that the West Indies had 3 Ws in the 60s and 70s, the 3 major cricketers who were signs of excellence. So I thought I would present my speech as 3 W themes. What are the wins? What are the worries? And what are the wishes? In terms of wins for India, I think we have all seen where it has gone. We have gone we have basically become the 3rd or 4th largest renewable energy market in the world. What India has achieved has only ever in history been done by one other country, that is China. And we are catching up very fast. That has been really impressive. As I was sitting next to the chairman CEA, he told me that there are periods already when Karnataka's electricity generation is more than 50% variable renewable, which is quite incredible. Karnataka, as a state which all of us Indians are very proud of, has played more than its share, and you have seen the data which the CREDL chairman has presented, managing director has presented. So that has been the story of India. Now, what are the worries that we have? And I mentioned I will present that the perspective of an investor, a private investor. The first worry is that energy security and energy independence and energy transition are interlinked. Earlier in the previous session, an honorable justice presented the fact about what is happening in West Asia. I think our energy transition in this country is still is dependent on one other country, particularly on the solar and battery side. I know a lot of steps have been taken by the government for domesticating the supply chain, but I think that is quite important. Wind, for instance, is pretty much domestic and where we have much less dependency. So that is quite important. The other thing that we see is the stress has to move on now firming up renewable energy. I think managing of the grid. Therefore, the use of AI and ML. As a company in India which is present in amongst not only in renewable generation but also in transmission and smart metering, we have had the opportunity to do some pilots in use of the data created from the smart meter for monitoring the health of distribution transmitters in one of the states, which was recognized by the government of India. But in more and more parts of the electricity industry, we have to take that on. I know Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad can probably tell us chapter and verse about the challenges CTUIL faces in grid management. Predictive maintenance is another area that we have to make sure that we use the AI and ML. The other wishes and the other challenges are those which were presented by the Electricity Amendment Bill, which is not yet passed by law. We have had virtually all speakers talk about the fact that distribution companies have strained finances. We have said this as industry body multiple times to the government, and for what it is worth, like to present it again here today. We recognize that certain portions, certain sections of our population require help. However, what we would recommend is that tariffs be totally cost determinant and that the government transfer through DBT whatever subsidy it wants to relevant portions of the population. Finally, I notice that I'm coming to the end of my time. There are a few issues which all of us know about, which are formidable challenges, those of right of way. And as an investor, the other thing and particularly because we have had so many judges, that's my reminder, during this conference, is that factors which are not in the control of the developers, if we could de-risk those, then that will result in even greater adoption of renewable energy and a complete transformation of India's energy systems. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
What a delivery and demonstration of brilliance, insight, skill, and the vision. And exactly, wholeheartedly, I offer my sincere gratitude and thanks. All of them exactly on time. So cooperative, so vision, so insightful. So it proves knowledge and skill also comes with compassion. So let's all pray for a compassionate universe, and that will actually help our life and guide. Thank you very much. This is a wonderful and poetic afternoon for all of us, and this is the time for benediction. And then, sir, we are now off. Thank you very much again.
We shall have our valedictory session in shortly. I request everyone to remain seated.
ರೈತ ಬಾಂಧವರ ಕೃಷಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಮೇಲಿನ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನ ತೊಡೆದು ಹಾಕಿ ಸೌರ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಬಳಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ
A single flame lights up its immediate surroundings. 1,000 can light up a community. A flame is delicate and it glows only when the conditions are perfect. Oxygen, wind, and water have a big influence on its existence. In fact, all forms of energies are interdependent and are delicately balanced with nature. Today, with the ever-growing need and greed for energy resources to fulfill our needs and wants through resources that are destroying our planet, hope is hard to garner. But what if we say, we can meet the ever-growing demand for energy in a sustainable and healthy way? Sounds unbelievable. Believe it. Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, CREDL, takes Karnataka's future seriously and knows the importance of reducing dependence on fossil fuels and create a brighter and better world. Established in 1996 under the government of Karnataka, has today made Karnataka amongst the top 5 states with the highest renewable energy installed capacity in India. Today, Karnataka's Renewable Energy Policy 2022 to 2027 has been notified by the government of Karnataka and aims to facilitate the development of 10 gigawatts of additional renewable energy projects. Credel, in a joint venture with SECI, has set up world's one of the largest solar parks of about 13,000 acres in Pavagada through KSPDCL. Along with solar power, Credel has installed windmills and solar water pumps and has also facilitated all renewable energy projects, including setting up of cogen and small hydro projects on a large scale. The EC and EE policies for the years 2022 to 2027 aims to conserve around 744 million kilowatt hour, which would result in avoiding fossil fuel-based generation capacity of around 454 megawatts, which in turn reduces CO2 emissions of around 610,080 tons. For EC and EE policy, the energy saving targets for the sectors are ambitious, but Credel's focus hasn't wavered and will not in the future. The municipal sector, 304 million units. The domestic sector, 117 million units. The agricultural sector, 230 million units. The commercial sector, 79 million units. And the industrial sector, 14 million units. Let's use our natural energy resources the right way so that our future, the children, can continue to enjoy the magic of our world's energy. Thanks to Credel, Karnataka's children have a better future. It also brought about a new scheme where the farmer does not have to sell their land but lease it out, thereby helping farmers and their children in the future. Children can now play safely outdoors and study and grow. Some of Credel's upcoming projects are setting up 100 megawatt solar power projects at Kalaburagi, 2 megawatt or 4.5 megawatt hour solar plant with battery energy storage system BESS at Pavagada, 1 megawatt capacity floating solar power project at Nittur Kere, Gubbi Taluk, Tumakuru. Establishment of 5 gigawatt hybrid solar and wind with battery energy storage system in various taluks. Some new initiatives of Credel are an incubation center at the Credel office in collaboration with IISc to provide startups with necessary support for new innovations. A skill development corporation for SSLC, diploma or IT holders in collaboration with Karnataka Skill Development Authority to provide skilled manpower in the renewable energy sector and improve the workforce standard in the domain. And finally, a professional internship training center at top recognized engineering centers in the renewable energy sector. To crown all these humongous efforts, Credel has bagged 4 national awards by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India towards the eminent achievements of the implementation of energy conservation and energy efficiency in various sectors. Karnataka emerged as the national champion in electricity transition and was ranked the best performing state across decarbonizing its power sector, power system performance, and readiness of the power ecosystem. We need to be more appreciative that Earth is blessed with an eternal flame called the sun, eternal oxygen, eternal wind, and water. Let's persevere to preserve. Credel is bringing together thousands of such flames in the form of solar panels, windmills, small hydro projects to light up the lives of every person and home in Karnataka. The flame that's making every life glow in Karnataka. Credel. India is moving rapidly towards a greener future. With a focus on alternative and sustainable energy resources, the Government of India is scaling up on its renewable energy goals of 500 gigawatts by 2030 and net zero. The Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, or CREDL, has a major partner or contributor in India's green energy journey. For CREDL, the sustainability journey begins with their green headquarters in Bangalore. CREDL Headquarters. The headquarters is situated in the heart of Bangalore on 2.25 acres of land filled with gardens, plants, sustainable technologies, renewable energy, a pump area, SCADA, microgrid, PICO, gym, and an art gallery. However, the actual building takes a mere acre, thereby complying with the ECBC 2017's statutory requirements. The building consists of an overall window-wall ratio of 34.4% with long and scenic views. It combines aesthetics and utility and has 2 basements and 6 floors with a total area of 15,600 square meters. Some salient features of the building that make it energy efficient are the east-west direction of the structure, the U-Factor certified autoclave aerated concrete blocks on the walls and roof, blinds that cut down heat, the double glazed vertical fenestration to achieve better U-value, VLT, and SHGC as per the Energy Organization Code. Louvers, which are provided on all sides in the 4th and 5th floor to reduce the heat ingress into conditioned zones. Entire building is covered with LED luminaries. The COP 3.00 air-cooled chillers, power-saving star-rated transformer with minimum acceptable efficiency at 50%, and a full loading rating as per the ECBC 2017 codes, a 80 kVA capacity UPS or uninterrupted power supply, and a rooftop that's covered by 50 kilowatt peak capacity solar PV panels consisting 75% of the total roof area. The building premise also has a 2 kilowatt pico water mill. In a nutshell, the building is KECBC compliant and saves approximately 20% of energy compared to other buildings in the same category. The CREDL has bagged 4 national level awards by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Government of India. The awards recognized CREDL's achievements on the implementation of energy conservation and efficiency plans across the state in various sectors like buildings, agriculture, municipalities, industries, and discoms across the state. These awards include 2 Energy Conservation Awards in 2021 and 2022 under the State Designated Agency or SDA Group 1 category, and 2 Nirman Awards in 2022 for SDA CREDL and the CREDL New Office Building under the category of Exemplary Performance, Electrical and Renewable Energy. Karnataka's green future starts with CREDL, the building block to a sustainable tomorrow.
Sun is considered the creator of the universe.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಬೆಳಗೋ ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಬಹುದು. ಹೌದು, ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತಿ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೂ 10 ಮನೆಗಳು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತೆ. PM ಸೂರ್ಯ ಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಕರ್ಷಕ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ನೀಡುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸಿದ ನಂತರದ ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತನ್ನು ಹೆಸ್ಕಾಂಗೆ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಿರಂತರ ಆದಾಯ ಬರಲಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತನ್ನೇ ಬಳಸುವುದರಿಂದ ಅಪಾರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಕೂಡ ಉಳಿತಾಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆದಾಯವೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳಾಗಲು ಹಿಂದೆ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಘರ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ. ಹಾಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಾಗಿ ಹೆಸ್ಕಾಂನ 24x7 ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿ 1912ಗೆ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಸಮೀಪದ ಶಾಖಾ ಕಚೇರಿ ಸಹಾಯಕ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪಾಲನಾ ಉಪವಿಭಾಗ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿ.
One Earth, one family, one future.
A single flame lights up its immediate surroundings. 1,000 can light up a community. A flame is delicate and it glows only when the conditions are perfect. Oxygen, wind, and water have a big influence on its existence. In fact, all forms of energies are interdependent and are delicately balanced with nature. Today, with the ever-growing need and greed for energy resources to fulfill our needs and wants through resources that are destroying our planet, hope is hard to garner. But what if we say, we can meet the ever-growing demand for energy in a sustainable and healthy way? Sounds unbelievable. Believe it. Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, CREDL, takes Karnataka's future seriously and knows the importance of reducing dependence on fossil fuels and create a brighter and better world. Established in 1996 under the government of Karnataka, has today made Karnataka amongst the top 5 states with the highest renewable energy installed capacity in India. Today, Karnataka's Renewable Energy Policy 2022 to 2027 has been notified by the government of Karnataka and aims to facilitate the development of 10 gigawatts of additional. India is moving rapidly towards a greener future. With a focus on alternative and sustainable energy resources, the government of India is scaling up on its renewable energy goals of 500 gigawatts by 2030 and net zero. The Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, or CREDL, has a major partner or contributor in India's green energy journey. For CREDL, the sustainability journey begins with their green headquarters in Bangalore. CREDL Headquarters. The headquarters is situated in the heart of Bangalore on 2.25 acres of land filled with gardens, plants, sustainable technologies, renewable energy, a pump area, SCADA, microgrid, PICO, gym, and an art gallery. However, the actual building takes a mere acre, thereby complying with the ECBC 2017's statutory requirements. The building consists of an overall window-wall ratio of 34.4% with long and scenic views. It combines aesthetics and utility and has 2 basements and 6 floors with a total area of 15,600 square meters. Some salient features of the building that make it energy efficient are the east-west direction of the structure, the U-Factor certified autoclave aerated concrete blocks on the walls and roof, blinds that cut down heat, the double glazed vertical fenestration to achieve better U-value, VLT, and SHGC as per the Energy Organization Code. Louvers, which are provided on all sides in the 4th and 5th floor to reduce the heat ingress into condition zones. Entire building is covered with LED luminaries. The COP 3.00 air-cooled chillers, power-saving star-rated transformer with minimum acceptable efficiency at 50%, and a full loading rating as per the ECBC 2017 codes, a 80 kVA capacity UPS or uninterrupted power supply, and a rooftop that's covered by 50 kilowatt peak capacity solar PV panels consisting 75% of the total roof area. The building premise also has a 2 kilowatt pico water mill. In a nutshell, the building is KECBC compliant and saves approximately 20% of energy compared to other buildings in the same category. The Credle has bagged 4 national level awards by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Government of India. The awards recognized Credle's achievements on the implementation of energy conservation and efficiency plans across the state in various sectors like buildings, agriculture, municipalities, industries, and discoms across the state. These awards include 2 Energy Conservation Awards in 2021 and 2022 under the State Designated Agency or SDA Group 1 category, and 2 Nirman Awards in 2022 for SDA Credle and the Credle New Office Building under the category of Exemplary Performance, Electrical and Renewable Energy. Karnataka's green future starts with Credle, the building block to a sustainable tomorrow.
Sun is considered the creator of the universe and the source of all life. For ancient Indians, Surya Namaskara, or salutations to the sun, was a vital part of their life and culture. A prayer to the sun every morning is believed to bestow one with unlimited energy. The sun's energy has always given an insight to Indians since early times to look within oneself, and has now driven the new generation to look beyond. Upholding to our ancient values and beliefs, we in modern India are utilizing the sun energy in a more constructive way. Today we are proud to showcase various manifestations of solar power to celebrate the technology-driven development on a larger front.
I request everyone to kindly be seated. We'll be beginning with the valedictory session soon. Please be seated.
Spread across 13,000 acres of land in action at Pavagada, a small town in Tumkur district of Karnataka. An innovation to celebrate the mightiness of the sun. Karnataka has set up world's largest solar park in Pavagada in a single location at an investment of about 16,500 crore rupees. This project has not only generated electricity, but also acts as a boon to the farmers and the environment surrounding the project area. Karnataka has a total installed renewable energy capacity to the tune of over 14,927 megawatts, contributing to 62% of the state's installed capacity. Facilitating huge mass of land is the key and necessary element in building any solar
Everyone
project,
is requested to
including
please be
development.
seated. We'll begin the valedictory shortly. Please be seated.
Different approach as compared to the usual practices followed in the solar industry. A well-thought policy was brought in place where the farmers do not lose their land, and at the same time, the government can have a hold onto 13,000 acres of land required for the development of 2,050 megawatt solar park without disrupting the harmony among farmers. Hence, Karnataka gave farmers the option of leasing out their land for a period of 28 years, where the land would be retained in the farmer's name. The farmers have leased their land to KSPDCL, and in turn, KSPDCL has handed over land to SPDs for setting up the solar plants. The government would not only protect the land ownership of such farmers, but also ensure they get payment through checks. The solar energy not only combats pollution, but also develops the region entirely. The solar park has generated many jobs for the local youth. This land lease module could help the farmers earn nearly 21,000 rupees per acre per year, starting from 1st April 2016, for a lease period of 28 years, valid until 31st March 2044. It is pertinent to mention that the annual land lease rent will be escalated by 5% in every 2 years for the next 28 years. In this regard, more than 2,000 farmers have executed principal land lease agreements with KSPDCL. Here is the story of Himadri, who was a farmer a decade ago. He used to grow groundnuts, paddy, and other crops to make a living. But the drought situation in Karnataka made him penniless. Today, his life has stabilized to a great extent after he gave his 10 acres of land for lease, and he is also employed in the solar plant.
ಇವಾಗ 5 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಕೊಡಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಭಾಗ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಏನೋ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇದು ಬೈಕ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಡತಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೋಲಾರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರಿಗೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ.
Similarly, Adi Narayana is another farmer who now runs a pharmacy. This solar project helped him rebuild his life from scratch after losing all hope.
ಈ ಜಮೀನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಸಂತೃಪ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಇವಾಗ ಜಮೀನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸುಮಾರು 3-4 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ದುಡ್ಡಿನಿಂದ 20 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ, 2 ಟ್ರಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಹುಡುಗರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಶಾಪ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಊರಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ. ಪಕ್ಕದ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕೂಲಿ ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಇದರಿಂದ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ.
Karnataka Solar Power Development Corporation Limited, or KSPDCL, has entered into a contractual agreement with the solar power developers, or SPDs, for setting up grid-connected solar photovoltaic projects within the solar park. The operation period will be valid for a power purchase agreement or PPA period of 25 years during useful life and operation of the solar power plant. During this period, the power generated by the solar power plant will be sold to the concerned ESCOM, who wishes to purchase such power through a long-term PPA arrangement. This power consumed can be utilized to meet the renewable purchase obligations of the concerned ESCOM. Karnataka's Tumkur district is blessed with abundant sunshine during most parts of the year, the sole need for setting up any photovoltaic system. Karnataka receives global solar radiation in the range of 5.1 to 6.4 kilowatt-hour per square meter, making solar energy generation available across all seasons. Electric power drives today's technology-driven generation. Today, electricity is a global need. Our drive towards electricity generation using natural resources was initiated long back. Asia's first hydroelectric power station was also established in Karnataka's Shivanasamudra of Mandya district, operating since 1902. Karnataka is also bestowed with rich wind energy. Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, or CREDL, has set up a demonstration wind project of 8.9 megawatt capacity at Mavinahunda in Belagavi district. Sogi in Bellary district also has a demonstration project of 6.7 megawatt capacity. The introduction of solar pumps in the farmlands has also enhanced the life of farmers in the region. The solar water pump set scheme is implemented with funding from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy of Government of India and Government of Karnataka. The pump sets of 5 horsepower capacity is provided for farmers, which includes supply and installation with 5 years warranty period. The farmers in Pavagada region have benefited in a big way. KSPDCL has gone a long way in building up a constructive outlook to the areas nearby and has demonstrated that business and social cause goes hand in hand. The solar park is developed across 5 villages: Valluru, Balasamudra, Tirumani, Raichurlu, and Kyataganacharlu of Naganamadike Hobuli, Pavagada Taluk of Tumkuru district in Karnataka. KSPDCL has involved National Thermal Power Corporation Limited, or NTPC Limited, CREDL, and Solar Energy Corporation of India, or SECI, to select the SPDs for setting up their solar power plants through a transparent, competitive bidding process. The solar power developers, or SPDs, were responsible for the development, operation, and maintenance of solar power plant, along with construction and maintenance of arterial roads with street lighting, weather monitoring system, and drainage system in their allotted blocks. The layout of the solar park consists of 40 blocks each of 50 megawatt, 2 blocks each of 15 megawatt, and 2 blocks each of 10 megawatt capacities. The plots were allotted through a bidding process to eligible solar developers for the installation of their solar plant under the plug-and-play model. Pavagada's Solar Park by KSPDCL is a crown to the nation, inspiring the progress and revolution in favor of our environment with utmost global importance. In a true sense, the sun has become a supreme source, supporting the modern world with the innovation of solar revolution.
ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ದೀಪ ತನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಲ ಆವರಣವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತದೆ. 1,000 ದೀಪಗಳು ಒಂದಿಡೀ ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು ದೀಪದ ಜ್ವಾಲೆ ನಾಜೂಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಸರಿಯಿದ್ದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಉರಿಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮ್ಲಜನಕ, ಗಾಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ನೀರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರುತ್ತವೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನುಡಿದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಶಕ್ತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಅವಲಂಬಿತವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಜೊತೆ ನಾಜೂಕಾದ ಸಮತೋಲನ ಹೊಂದಿವೆ. ಇಂದು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನವೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಗತ್ಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ದುರಾಸೆಯ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಹಾನಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಪೂರೈಸಲು ಕಷ್ಟವಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಡುವುದು ಸುಲಭವಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತಲೇ ಇರುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಮೇಲಿನ ಬೇಡಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕರವಾಗಿ ಪೂರೈಸಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಂಬುತ್ತೀರಾ? ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಂಬಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಯಮಿತ ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಉಜ್ವಲ ಮತ್ತು ಉತ್ತಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಪಳೆಯುಳಿಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಜೈವಿಕ ಇಂಧನಗಳ ಮೇಲಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ. 1996ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿತವಾದ ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವುಳ್ಳ ಭಾರತದ 5 ಅಗ್ರ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ಒಂದನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 2022ರಿಂದ 2027ರವರೆಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ಅಧಿಸೂಚಿಸಿದೆ. 10 ಗಿಗಾವಾಟ್ನಷ್ಟು ಅಧಿಕ ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸುಗಮಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ತೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಗಮ ನಿಯಮಿತದ ಮೂಲಕ ಪಾವಗಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 13,000 ಎಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲೇ ಅತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದನ್ನು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಜೊತೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದೆ. ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯು ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗಾಳಿ ಯಂತ್ರಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿ ಬಳಸುವ ನೀರಿನ ಪಂಪುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಣ್ಣ ಜಲವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದೆ. 2022-2027 ಸಾಲಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶಕ್ತಿ ದಕ್ಷತೆಯ ನೀತಿಯು 744 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಕಿಲೋವಾಟ್ ಅವರ್ನಷ್ಟು ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವ ಗುರಿ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಪಳೆಯುಳಿಕೆ ಇಂಧನಗಳನ್ನು ಉತ್ಪಾದಿಸುವ ಅಗತ್ಯ ತಪ್ಪುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 454 ಮೆಗಾವಾಟ್ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಸುಮಾರು 6,10,080 ಟನ್ನನಷ್ಟು ಇಂಗಾಲದ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಸೂಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶಕ್ತಿ ದಕ್ಷತೆಯ ನೀತಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಉಳಿಸುವ ಗುರಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿದ್ದರೂ ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ನ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪವೂ ವಿಚಲಿತವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂದೆ ಆಗುವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪುರಸಭೆ ವಲಯ 304 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್, ಗೃಹ ಬಳಕೆ ವಲಯ 117 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್, ಕೃಷಿ ವಲಯ 230 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್, ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ವಲಯ 79 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಉದ್ಯಮ ಅಥವಾ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಲಯ 14 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳ ಅದ್ಭುತ ಮೂಡಿಯನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಲು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗಳ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸುಭದ್ರಗೊಳಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನು ವಿವೇಕಯುತವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸೋಣ. ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ನಿಂದಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಭರವಸೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿದೆ. ರೈತರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಲು ಜಮೀನನ್ನು ಮಾರುವ ಬದಲು ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆಗೆ ನೀಡುವ ಹೊಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ರೈತರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತವಾಗಿ ಹೊರಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡುತ್ತಾ ಓದುತ್ತಾ ಬೆಳೆಯಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಕಲಬುರಗಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 100 ಮೆಗಾವಾಟ್ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ, ಪಾವಗಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಟರಿ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ BESS ಇರುವ 2 ಮೆಗಾವಾಟ್ 4.5 ಮೆಗಾವಾಟ್ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿ ಘಟಕ, ನಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಕೆರೆ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ತುಮಕೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಮೆಗಾವಾಟ್ ತೇಲುವ ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ತಾಲೂಕುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಟರಿ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ 5 ಗಿಗಾವಾಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ 5,000 ಮೆಗಾವಾಟ್ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ಸೌರ ಮತ್ತು ವಾಯು. ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ಹೊಸ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಕ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು. ಹೊಸ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ ಹೊಸ ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಂಬಲಿಸಲು IISc ಸಹಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಕಚೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಕ್ಯುಬೇಷನ್ ಕೇಂದ್ರ, ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನುರಿತ ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಒದಗಿಸಲು ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಪಡೆಯ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸಹಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ SSLC ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ITI ಪದವೀಧರರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಹಾಗೂ ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವೃತ್ತಿಪರ ಕ್ರಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಶಿಪ್ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಧನ ದಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸಲು ನಡೆಸಿರುವ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದ ಬ್ಯೂರೋ ಆಫ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿಯಿಂದ 4 ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಲ್ ಪಾತ್ರವಾಗಿದೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗ್ರಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವಲಯವನ್ನು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷಮತೆಯನ್ನು ಡಿಕಾರ್ಬನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರಿಸರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ತಯಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಮರ್ಥ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಎನಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಮುಗಿಯದ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯಾದ ಸೂರ್ಯ, ಆಮ್ಲಜನಕ, ವಾಯು ಮತ್ತು ನೀರು ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ವರದಾನಗಳಾಗಿ ಇರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಕೃತಜ್ಞರಾಗಿರೋಣ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಲು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮಿಸೋಣ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಪ್ರಜೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮನೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಲು ಸೌರ ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ಗಳು, ವಾಯು ಯಂತ್ರಗಳು, ಜಲವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಭರವಸೆಯ ದೀಪಗಳನ್ನು ಕ್ರೆಡೆಲ್ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಜೀವವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ದೀಪ ಕ್ರೆಡೆಲ್.
ಅಡೆತಡೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ಇಳುವರಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಕೃಷಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಲಾಭದಾಯಕವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಕೆಲವು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡೋಣ.
ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಅಭಾವ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಮೊರೆ ಹೋಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸೋಲಾರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಮಯ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಇತರೆ ಜಮೀನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇತರೆ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳೋದು, ನಾನು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಉಳಿಸೋಣ. ಸೋಲಾರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಮಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟಿಂದ 30%, ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲಿಂದ 30% ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. 40%ಅನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾರು ರೈತರಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಪೇ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ತೊಗೋಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಅವರು 30% ಇದೆ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ನವರು 50% ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ 20% ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು DDನೋ ಅಥವಾ ನೆಫ್ಟೋ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು 20%ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ 5 HP ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಸೆಟ್ಟನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪಂಪ್ಸೆಟ್ಗಳ ಬಳಕೆಯಿಂದ ಕೇವಲ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮೀರಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಅನುಕೂಲಗಳಿವೆ. ಕೃಷಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗುವ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಕಡಿಮೆಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷಿಕರು ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆ ಸಾಧಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಹಾಗೂ ಸುಭದ್ರ ಕೃಷಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಇಂಗಾಲ ಹೊರಸೂಸುವಿಕೆಯ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಕಡಿಮೆಯಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ
ಹಲೋ,
1912 ಮೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ತಮ್ಮ ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅನನ್ಯ.
ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಬಾವಿಲಿ ನೀರು ಸೇದೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲಿಗ ಒಂಚೂರು ನೀರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾವು ಮೋಟ್ರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಂತೀವಿ.
ಸರಿ ಪುಟ್ಟ, ತಮ್ಮ ಊರಿದ್ದು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ.
ಕಡ್ಕೋಡು.
ಶಿವನಿ, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀಯೇ?
ಅದು ಅಜ್ಜಿ, ನಾನು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಮ್ಮ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಹೋದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ 192ಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಲು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು.
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಹೊಸನಗರ ಸಬ್ ಡಿವಿಷನಿಂದ ಕಡ್ಕೋಡು ಅನ್ನೋ ಊರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್, ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
ನಾಗರಾಜ್, ನಾನು AW ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸುನಿಲ್, ಆ ಸಂಪೆಕಟ್ಟೆ ಕಡ್ಕೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈನ್ ಟ್ರಬಲ್ ಇದೆಯಂತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ.
ಅಣ್ಣ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಆಳ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಇದು? ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ? ಅಷ್ಟಾ? ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದ? ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಲಿಗಳೇನಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ?
ಕಾಡು ಅಂದಮೇಲೆ ಹುಲಿ, ಸಿಂಹ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವುಗಳ ಪಾಡಿಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಭಯನಾ?
ಭಯನಾ? ಯಾರಿಗೆ? ಅಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ರು ನಾವು ಗಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹುಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ಏನು ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಗಾಡಿ ನಿಂತೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ ರೋಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಣ್ರ, ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಅಜ್ಜಿ ನೀರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ಪವರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು. ಕಡ್ಕೋಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮರ ಬಿದ್ದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಲೈನ್ ಕಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಸಂಪೆಕಟ್ಟೆ ಫೀಡರ್ ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್.
LC ನಂಬರ್ 441 ಸಂಪೆಕಟ್ಟೆ ಫೀಡರು GVS ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬಂತು ದೇವ್ರೆ, ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಈಗ.
ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬಂತು, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬಂತು.
ಆ ಸಂಪೆಕಟ್ಟೆ ಕಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸರ್. ನಾನಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಡಾಕೆಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಪ್ಲಗ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಕೆಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಕೈಗೆಟಕದಂತೆ ಎಚ್ಚರ ವಹಿಸಿ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಉಪಕರಣಗಳನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲು ಬಿಡಬೇಡಿ. ಒದ್ದೆಯಾಗಿರುವ ಅಥವಾ ರಕ್ತ ಸೋರುತ್ತಿರುವ ಕೈಗಳಿಂದ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಉಪಕರಣಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಡಿ. ಸಾಕು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಕಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಡಿ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಕಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಜಾಹೀರಾತು ಫಲಕಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಡಿ. ಕಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲುವುದು, ಹತ್ತುವುದು ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ತೆರೆದ ಕಾಯಿಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿ ನೀರು ಕಾಯಿಸುವುದು ತುಂಬಾ ಅಪಾಯಕಾರಿ. ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಆರಿಸಿದ ಕೆಲವು ಸಮಯಗಳ ನಂತರವೇ ನೀರನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿ. ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಆರಿಸಿದ ಬಳಿಕವಷ್ಟೇ ಬಲ್ಬ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿ ಅಥವಾ ಯಂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಶೀಲಿಸುವ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ. ಬಲ್ಬ್ಗೆ ಅತಿ ಸಮೀಪ ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಡಿ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ತಂತಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಥವಾ ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಒಣಗಿಸಬೇಡಿ. ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ಅಪಾಯಕಾರಿ. ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ತಂತಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿರುವ ಮರದ ರೆಂಬೆಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಯಲು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಿಸಬೇಡಿ. ಮುರಿದು ಬಿದ್ದ ತಂತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಬರಿಗೈಯಿಂದ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಡಿ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಶಾಕ್ಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಬರಿಗೈಯಿಂದ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಡಿ. ಕೂಡಲೇ ಮೆಸ್ಕಾಂಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿ.
ಈ ಕಿರುಚಿತ್ರದ ಮೂಲಕ ತೋರಿಸಿದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ. ನಗರ ಹಾಗೂ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಅವಘಡ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಂಬಗಳು ವಾಲಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ, ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ತಂತಿಗಳು ಮುರಿದು ಬಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿಗೆ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಅವಘಡ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಸ್ವಯಂ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿಯಾದ 1912ಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಆದ್ಯತೆ.
Karnataka Power Corporation Limited powers the state and its future with an installed capacity of 9,120 megawatts. From thermal, hydro, gas, solar, wind and waste to energy, KPCL drives a diverse and reliable energy mix. In the financial year 2025-26, KPCL achieved a record 38,042 million units of power generation. As renewable energy grows, storage becomes the key. KPCL is driving this with 2,000 megawatts pump storage at Sharavati and 2,500 megawatts at Varahi. Pump storage projects and new solar initiatives are shaping the next phase of sustainable energy.
Karnataka Power Corporation Limited is developing one of the state's most forward-looking and environmentally conscious energy projects. That is Sharavati Pump Storage Hydroelectric Project. In a pumped storage system, two reservoirs are required, one at upper and the other at lower elevation. In the Sharavati River Valley, the existing Talakalale Upper Reservoir in Shivamogga District and Gerusoppa Lower Reservoir in Uttara Kannada District are ideally suited for the project. KPCL has selected this site and obtained official clearances from the Central Electricity Authority, Government of India. To ensure that the public can easily access the necessary project-related details, the statutory clearance proposal has been submitted through the Parivesh portal. All additional information sought by the Forest Department has been provided from time to time and uploaded to the portal. The total land required for the project, including non-forest land, is about 100.6 hectares. Most of the required infrastructure like offices, approach roads, etc. are already existing. No additional land is needed for the power transmission, as the existing transmission corridor will be upgraded for the transmission of the power. Very few families will be directly affected by the land acquisition. However, as per government norms, compensation is being provided to all the affected households. Further, as per the comprehensive survey conducted by the Forest Department in 2023, the report indicates that no lion-tailed macaque were sighted in the project area. However, based on the Forest Department's recommendations, tree canopies will be provided to facilitate their movement. Though all the trees in the project area have already been enumerated, only the trees obstructing will be removed during the execution. Apart from compulsory afforestation, after the project is completed, additional forestation will be taken up in the remaining non-forest lands within the sanctuary area in a phased manner. The Talakalale and Gerusappa reservoirs will be connected through a 7-kilometer underground tunnel, which ensures that there is no risk of landslides and the surface impact due to this is minimal. This pumped storage system will effectively utilize the variable renewable energy as an alternative to traditional fossil fuel sources such as coal and gas. Water stored in the lower reservoir is pumped to the upper reservoir using surplus power available from the wind and solar energy. The stored water is then used to generate 2,000 megawatt of electricity whenever required. The system functions like a mechanical battery, delivering high-quality, stable, zero-carbon electricity to the grid. This helps maintain environmental balance and regulate greenhouse gas effectively. As the water is reused in a closed loop, the requirement of water is only 0.37 TMC, and thus the project will not affect or reduce the natural flow of the Sharavati river. KPCL has earlier constructed tunnels and utilized Sharavati river water for hydroelectric projects without any adverse impact on the environment or local communities. Similarly, the current Sharavati pump storage project will not harm the environment or the biodiversity. It will remain safe, reliable, and capable of supplying quality power for the next 100 years. This project will be a source of dependable energy for Karnataka's comprehensive development and a significant asset for future generations.
ರೈತ ಬಾಂಧವರ ಕೃಷಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಮೇಲಿನ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನ ತೊಡೆದುಹಾಕಿ ಸೌರ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಬಳಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿಸಲು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪಿಎಂ ಕುಸುಮ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ನವ ಮತ್ತು ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನಗಳ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯವು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಮೇಲುಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಇಂಧನಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಯಮಿತವು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಫೀಡರ್ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಸೌರೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆಯು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಹಗಲಿನ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಫೀಡರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿನ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಹೊರೆಯನ್ನ ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸಿ ರೈತರ ಪಂಪ್ಸೆಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ನೀಡಲು ಅಗತ್ಯವಿರುವ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಘಟಕಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳ ಸಮೀಪ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಂಧನ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆಜೆ ಜಾರ್ಜ್ ರವರ ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಹಾಗೂ ದಕ್ಷ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನೆನೆಗುದಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದ ಕುಸುಮ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೈಗೆತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸುಮಾರು 200 ಮೆಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಘಟಕಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೇ ತಿಂಗಳುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 100 ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 550 ಮೆಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಘಟಕಗಳು ಚಾಲನೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿವೆ. ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 2025ರ ವೇಳೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 2400 ಮೆಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸೌರ ಘಟಕಗಳ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನ ಸಾಧಿಸಲಾಗುವುದು. ಕೃಷಿ ಪಂಪ್ಸೆಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಗಲಿನ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಫೇಸ್ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಕೆ ಮಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮರ್ಪಕ ಉಪಯೋಗವಾಗಿ ರೈತರ ಆದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಳವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನೀರು ಪೋಲಾಗುವುದು ತಪ್ಪಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಮಟ್ಟ ಕೂಡ ಸುಧಾರಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಕುಸುಮ್ ಸಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ರೆಸ್ಕೋ ಮಾದರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ದರದ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಸೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಜಕಾತಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ಇದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವಿತರಣಾ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಹೊರೆ ತಗ್ಗಲಿದೆ. ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಫೀಡರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀಡುವುದರಿಂದ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪ್ರಸರಣ ಮತ್ತು ವಿತರಣಾ ನಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣನೀಯ ಇಳಿಕೆಯಾಗಲಿದೆ. ತಮ್ಮ ಬಳಿ ಇರುವ ಬಂಜರು ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ರೈತರು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸೌರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿದಾರರಿಗೆ ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಭೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನೀಡಬಹುದಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ಆದಾಯದ ಮೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಜಮೀನು ಲಭ್ಯವಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಎಕರೆಗೆ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕವಾಗಿ ರು 25,000 ನಿಗದಿತ ಉಪಯೋಗ ದರ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಧಿಗೆ ಜಮಾ ಮಾಡಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಹಣವನ್ನ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಂದಾಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬೈರೇಗೌಡರವರ ಸಹಾಯ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಿಂದ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಜಮೀನು ಇಂಧನ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಹಸ್ತಾಂತರಗೊಂಡು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಶೀಘ್ರ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಪಿಎಂ ಕುಸುಮ್ ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಸಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಅಡಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ಘಟಕಗಳನ್ನು ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಗೌರಿಬಿದನೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರವರು ಇಂದು ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಈ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗೋಣ.
ಇಡೀ ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನು ಉತ್ತೇಜಿಸುವ ಗುರಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರವು ಸೂರ್ಯಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಫೆಬ್ರವರಿ 2024ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಯೋಜನೆಯಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಮನೆಗಳ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ಗ್ರಿಡ್ ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಮನೆಯ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಬಿಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುವುದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಂಗಾಲದ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡ್ ಹೊರಸೂಸುವಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಮನೆಯ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರನ್ನು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೈಗೆಟುಕುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡುವುದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಸೂರ್ಯಗರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜಲಿ ಯೋಜನಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ನಮಗೇನಂತಂದರೆ ಒಂದು 3 ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ವರೆಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಇದರೊಳಗಡೆ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಬೆಳಕು ನಮಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನವಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಇಷ್ಟ ಹೇಳೋದು, ನೀವು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಇದು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಕೋ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಹಾನಿಕಾರಕ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿ ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾದರಿ ಸೌರ ಗ್ರಾಮವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸುವ ಗುರಿ ಇರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೌರ ಫಲಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರಿಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಸಾಲ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಹಾಯಧನವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇದು ಹಾಕ್ಸಿದ್ದು 2,30,000 ಆಯಿತು ಟು ದ ವೆಂಡರ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 78,000 ಇದು ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಓವರಾಲ್ ನಮಗೆ ಖರ್ಚಾಗಿದ್ದು 1,52,000. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇನ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 10 to 12 ಇಯರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮುಂಚೆ ನನಗೆ 2,000-2,500 ಬಿಲ್ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಇವಾಗ 0 ಬಿಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಸೌರ ಫಲಕಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ನೀಡಲಾಗುವ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಗಳು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ವೆಚ್ಚದ 40% ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. 30,000ದಿಂದ 78,000ವರೆಗೆ ಸಹಾಯಧನ ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. 1 ರಿಂದ 2 ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಘಟಕ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ 30,000ದಿಂದ 60,000, 2 ರಿಂದ 3 ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಘಟಕ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ 60,000ದಿಂದ 70,000, 3ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅಧಿಕ ಕಿಲೋವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಘಟಕ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ ಗರಿಷ್ಠ 78,000 ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಟ್ರಾಪಿಕಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ, ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಸನ್ಲೈಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಬಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪವರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ದಟ್. ಅದು ಓವರಾಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಫೋರ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟರಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಗ್ರಿಡ್ ಸೌರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವ ಮನೆ ಮಾಲೀಕರು ನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟರಿಂಗ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೌರ ಫಲಕ ನೀವು ಬಳಸುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಉತ್ಪಾದಿಸಿದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಕೆದಾರರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯಬಹುದು.
ಈಸ್ ಒಂಥರ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಯೋಜನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಫಸ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವರ್ತ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಏನು 2-2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ನೀವು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ನನಗೆ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಈಗ ವಿತ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಲೋ 1.5 ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ಅದು 1 ಲ್ಯಾಕೇ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಅಫೋರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂತ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಲು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪವರ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ನೀಡೀಸ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಈ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ನ ಏನು ಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರೋ ವಿತಿನ್ 3-4 ಇಯರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ರಿಕವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು.
ಸೌರಶಕ್ತಿಯು ನವೀಕರಿಸಬಹುದಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಶುದ್ಧ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಮೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಹಸಿರು ಮನೆ ಅನಿಲದ ಹೊರಸೂಸುವಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪಳೆಯುಳಿಕೆ ಇಂಧನಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ.
ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಇನ್ವರ್ಟರಿಂದ ಮನೆಯದು ಫ್ಯಾನು, ಲೈಟು, ಈವನ್ ಗೀಝರು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಫ್ರಿಜ್ಜು, ವಾಟರ್ ಫಿಲ್ಟ್ರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಮೊದಲಿನ ಥರನೇ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ಬಿಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಏನಂದರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವೇನು ಕನ್ಸಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ, ಈ ಜನ್ರೇಟ್ ಆದದ್ದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ ಮೈನಸ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು.
ಬೆಸ್ಕಾಂ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸೂರ್ಯಗರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದ ನೋಡಲ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಪಡೆಯಲು ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ 5 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಅರ್ಜಿಗಳು ನೋಂದಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಅಧಿಕ ಅರ್ಜಿಗಳು ಸ್ವೀಕೃತಗೊಂಡಿವೆ. 2025-26ರವರೆಗೆ 75,000 ಕೋಟಿ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳು 300 ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಉಚಿತ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪೂರೈಸುವ ಸದುದ್ದೇಶ ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸೂರ್ಯಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತ್ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯು ವ್ಯಾಪಕ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವುದು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಆಶಯ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಬೆಳಗೋ ಸೌರ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಬಹುದು. ಹೌದು, ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಘರ್ ಮುಫ್ತಿ ಬಿಜ್ಲಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯು ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೂ
Ladies and gentlemen,
ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತೆ.
may I request everyone to kindly rise. May I respectfully request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. Good afternoon, everyone. May I request everyone to kindly settle down as we begin the ceremony of the International Conference on Sustainable Energy and Agenda for India at 2047, Reimagining Law, Policy and Innovation for Energy Justice. It is my privilege to welcome all the distinguished dignitaries, esteemed judges, ministers, experts, delegates and participants who have joined us for this important closing session. This conference has brought together rich ideas, insightful deliberations, and a shared commitment to the future of sustainable energy and energy justice in India. Today's valedictory session marks the conclusion of these thoughtful discussions while also opening the way forward for future action and collaboration. May I request everyone to warmly welcome the distinguished guests who have kindly graced this occasion. I now invite Honorable Mr. Justice D.K. Singh, Judge, High Court of Karnataka and Chairperson, Conference Organizing Committee, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon. After long sessions, almost 5 sessions, we have gathered here for a valedictory session. I can promise you that this session would not be that long, as you have been suffering for last 2 days. Honorable Justice Vikram Nath, the senior most judge of the Supreme Court of India, Mr. H.K. Patil, Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of Karnataka, Shri K.J. George, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Karnataka, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, the Dynamic Chief Secretary of the Government of Karnataka, Professor Shivakumar, the moving spirit behind this conference, Dr. Ruchi Sharma, the Joint Secretary of CLIA and Director of CIJER and Conference Secretary, my brother Justice Nataraj, the Judge of the High Court of Karnataka and co-chairperson of the organizing committee, the Chief Justices of High Courts, judges of Karnataka High Court, judges from various High Courts, Justice former judges, the other dignitaries, Justice, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, the Additional Chief Secretary of Ministry of Energy, Government of Karnataka, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to address you again and welcome you at this final and valedictory session of this conference organized by CLIA on very important topic, sustainable energy and agenda for India at 2047, when the India would be completing 100 years of its independence, reimagining law, policy and innovation for energy justice. Over the past 2 days, this conference has brought together jurists, experts, administrators, and practitioners to reflect on a subject that is no longer merely technical or economic, but deeply constitutional and human. Energy is not simply about generation and transmission. It is about dignity, development, equity, and resilience. In that sense, discussions on renewable energy, green hydrogen, clean technology, ESG, climate finance, energy markets, and regulatory governance have all pointed out to one shared truth, that is, the energy transition must be just, inclusive, and forward-looking. In this context, I am reminded of the words of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who observed, I quote, "Political democracy cannot last unless there lies at the base of its social democracy," unquote. The energy transition in many ways is a test of that social democracy, ensuring that access to clean and affordable energy reaches even to the most vulnerable. The conference has also emphasized the need for foresight and collective action. As Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of United Nations, stated, I quote, "Sustainable energy is the golden thread that connects economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability," unquote. This golden thread has been visible in every session of this conference. The vision for India at 2047 cannot be fulfilled by infrastructure alone. It requires institutions that are thoughtful, laws that are enabling, and the policy that is humane. The conference has admirably sought to bridge the gap between law and technology, policy and practice, and national ambition and local implementation. That is precisely why gatherings such as this matter. They help convert broad ideas into actionable pathways. I am heartened by the emphasis placed on the proposed Bengaluru Declaration on Sustainable Energy and Energy Justice at 2047, which, I may say so, reflects the spirit of this conference. That is, transition to a cleaner future must also be transition to a fairer one. As we conclude, let me invoke the timeless words of Mahatma Gandhi. I quote, "The future depends on what we do in the present," unquote. The path of 2047 will be shaped by the resolve we demonstrate today in our policies, in our institutions, and our actions. On behalf of the organizing committee, I express my sincere gratitude to all speakers, delegates, supporting institutions, and the Government of Karnataka, particularly Ministry of Energy, for making this conference meaningful and memorable. My special thanks to our distinguished guests and to every participant who contributed their time, insight, and commitment. May the ideas exchanged here continue to guide our collective endeavor in the year ahead. May the deliberations of this conference illuminate India's path towards sustainable, equitable, and energy-secure future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Lordship, for your remarks. I now invite Dr. Ruchi Sharma D, Joint General Secretary, CLIA, Director CIJER, and Conference Secretary, to present the conference report.
Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Energy Minister, Honorable Minister for Law and Parliamentary Affairs, distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed members of the judiciary, academia, government representatives, colleagues and participants. It is my privilege to present the conference report. This conference was conceived not merely as an academic exercise, but a continuation of an evolving intellectual journey that started in Kumaragam in 2024 and in Thiruvananthapuram in 2025. The inaugural session set a compelling and forward-looking tone. The deliberations were enriched by the presence and insights of the Honorable Chief Justice of India, the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Honorable Chief Justice of Karnataka, and distinguished members of the judiciary and industry. The Honorable Energy Minister, Honorable Justice D.K. Singh, President CLEA, were also part of the inaugural session. A recurring theme that emerged was that energy is no longer a mere sectoral concern, but a foundational determinant of social economic justice, requiring law to play a proactive and mediating role. The first technical session engaged deeply with normative and structural dimensions of energy governance. The second session brought a future-oriented perspective examining the intersection of energy systems with artificial intelligence and digital technologies. The session emphasized that while technology offers unprecedented opportunities, it also raises new risks that demand adaptive and anticipatory legal framework. The third session shifted the focus to implementational challenges in renewable energy expansion. A significant takeaway was that energy transition is not merely technological, it is deeply institutional. The fourth session examined the economic and federal dimensions of energy governance. The discussions highlighted that market design and regulatory certainty are central and to attracting sustainable investment while maintaining public accountability. The special session provided valuable practical insights into India's energy infrastructure and innovation, while leading institutions presenting advancement in India's power sector. The sessions effectively bridged the gap between policy discourse and on-ground implementation. Across the sessions, several overarching themes emerged. That the transition to sustainable energy is fundamentally a question of justice and inclusion. Law must evolve from a reactive framework to an enabling and guiding instrument. Interdisciplinary dialogue is essential, bringing together judiciary, academia, policymakers, and industry. And the path to 2047 requires balancing growth with equity, innovation with regulation, and ambition with accountability. As we conclude, it is evident that the conversation initiated here extend beyond the confines of this conference. They contribute to a larger and continuing effort to shape just, inclusive, and sustainable energy for India. The forthcoming Bangalore Declaration is expected to capture the insights and provide a roadmap for future engagement. I take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers, participants, organizers, and partners whose contribution have made this conference meaningful and impactful. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive report. Now, I invite Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar, President CLIA, Senior Professor, Indian Law Institute, Member NALSA, and Conference Chair to present the Way Forward and Bengaluru Declaration.
Honorable Mr. Justice Sri Vikram Nath, Senior Most Judge of Supreme Court of India and Executive Chairman, National Legal Service Authority, popularly known as NALSA. Honorable Minister for Energy, Minister for Law, Honorable Mr. Justice D.K. Singh, Honorable Mr. Justice R. Nadaraj, Chief Secretary and Additional Chief Secretary, my colleague Tucci, Honorable Judges from various high courts. They are last 3 days, Lordship, they are with us for this program and actively participated in this program. And many speakers from experts. We have a Court of Appeal President of Sri Lanka with us and few international delegates also. On the basis of this, along with students and faculty from Karnataka and other states, all the deliberation we have put it together and came as an outcome that we are declaring as a declaration, that is Bangalore Declaration. With the permission of Honorable Mr. Justice Sri Vikram Nath, may I proceed with the declaration, Justice? This declaration reflects a defining national moment where aspiration meets responsibility and where the pursuit of growth is consciously aligned with the imperatives of sustainability, equity, and justice. It embodies a collective resolve to shape an energy future that is resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking in furtherance of India's journey towards Vikasit Bharat at 2047. It draws upon the declarations and intellectual engagement of participants at Commonwealth Legal Education Association International Conference Sustainable Energy and Agenda for India at 2047, Reimagining Law, Policy and Innovation for Energy Justice, held 18-19 April 2026 in Bangalore, Karnataka. We, the participants of this conference, comprising of members of judiciary, policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, academics, and stakeholders from India and across the Commonwealth, do hereby declare: we affirm that energy is not merely a resource, but the backbone of economic growth, social inclusion, and national resilience. Ensuring reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for all is central to India's vision of developed nation by 2047. We reaffirm our commitment to advancing a clean and sustainable energy transition that harmonizes economic growth, climate responsibility, and technological progress, ensuring that development and sustainability evolve as a complementary objectives. We recognize energy justice as a guiding normative framework ensuring equitable access, fair distribution of benefits and burdens, and meaningful participation of communities in energy decision making. The transition must be inclusive, leaving no one behind. We call for an evolution of robust, transparent, and adaptive legal and regulatory frameworks that can respond to emerging challenges in renewable energy, climate governance, infrastructure development, and digitalization of energy systems. We acknowledge the transformative role of artificial intelligence, digitalization, and emerging technologies in shaping modern energy system. We must be governed through accountable, ethical, and right-based framework that safeguard consumer interest and data privacy. We emphasize the importance of cooperative federalism in energy governance, recognizing the crucial role of states and implementing policies, developing infrastructure, and ensuring region-specific solution aligned with the national priorities. We underscore the need for strengthening energy infrastructure, including transmission networks, storage system, and smart and digital grids to support large-scale renewable integration and ensure system reliability. We reiterate that climate action must be pursued in a manner consistent with equity and developmental justice, recognizing India's unique socio-economic context and its commitment to inclusive growth. We call for continuous capacity building of judiciary, regulators, policymakers, and legal professionals to effectively address the complexities of energy transition, climate governance, and technological transformation. We recognize the urgent need to reimagine legal education to respond to emerging challenges in energy, technology, and climate governance. This includes the integration of specified curricula, interdisciplinary research, and practice-oriented learning to equip future professionals with the knowledge and skill required for rapidly transforming energy landscape. We encourage deeper collaboration among Commonwealth nations, international institutions, and stakeholders to share best practices, strengthen regulatory convergence, and foster innovation in sustainable energy system. We resolve that the outcome of this conference shall contribute meaningfully to policy discourse, legal reform, and institutional practice, guiding India's long-term energy transition and supporting vision for Vikasit Bharat 2047. All participants be committed to advancing these principles through continued collaboration, institutional action, and policy engagement at the national and international levels, and to working collaboratively towards a secure, equitable, and sustainable energy future. The declaration represents our collective resolve to align law, policy, and innovation with the principles of sustainability, justice, and national progress. My request is to all the participants, if you are agreeing with all this declaration, please adopted on this 19th day of April 2026 at Bangalore, Karnataka. Warm regards, signature. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. I now invite Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Chief Secretary, Karnataka, to kindly deliver her address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and all the distinguished participants, it has been our proud privilege to host the International Conference on Sustainable Energy at Bengaluru. We all have witnessed the fallout of energy crisis on account of West Asia conflict very recently, and hence this conference is really very timely. The most valuable outcome of this conference has been the opportunity provided for a dialogue between judiciary and the executive to develop mutual understanding of the issues coming in the way of energy justice. The success of India's energy transition will not only depend upon the policy and investments, but how effectively various institutions work together towards a common goal. As we are aiming to become a developed economy by 2047, we are looking at 10 times increase in per capita electricity consumption if we have to reach USA standards as on today. The digital infrastructure, especially AI data centers, electric mobility, and clean energy projects will have to be taken up at a much faster pace than usual. We all know that there is a regional imbalance in terms of production and consumption locations. Hence, the evolving energy landscape with higher reliance on renewable energy sources requires development of extensive storage and transmission networks to evacuate power from generation sites to the load centers. Hence, this conference should pivot simplification and standardization of legal and regulatory proceedings related to land use, environmental clearances, project approvals, contractual arrangements, etc. in the days to come. This will substantially reduce the project delays and cost escalations, leading to increase in investors' confidence. While we have large tracts of barren, uncultivable lands, we need people's participation in contributing their lands for these projects. Hence, the awareness about each individual's stake in ensuring sustainability of natural resources on this planet Earth has to be taken forward from this conference to the nook and corner of the country. In this regard, we pledge to continue to work in close coordination with the Commonwealth Legal Education Association, National Legal Services Authority, and other stakeholders as a follow-up of Bengaluru Declaration. I once again thank one and all for giving me this opportunity to be part of this historic moment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your address. We now move towards the special address by our esteemed guest from the Government of Karnataka. I invite Shri H.K. Patil, Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of Karnataka, to address the gathering.
Honorable Mr. Justice Shri Vikram Nath Sahib, Justice Mr. D.K. Singh, Honorable Energy Minister Shri K.J. George, Professor S. Shivkumar, the President of CLEA and Senior Professor of Indian Law Institute, our Chief Secretary of Government of Karnataka, while endorsing D.K. Singh as a dynamic Chief Secretary of the State, Srimati Shalini Rajneesh, Dr. Venkatramani, Justice Natraj, patrons and organizing committee members, friends, In fact, I'm pleased to see the Bangalore Declaration on Sustainable Energy and Energy Justice at 2047. Though I have some very specific suggestions to make, I don't know whether they can get space in your declaration. However, I will complete my formal speech, and then if Justice agrees, I will take 2-3 minutes more. It is an honor to address this valedictory session. Over the past 2 days, you have witnessed insightful deliberations on the energy transition, an issue central to economic development, constitutional governance, and societal progress. I wish to express my gratitude to Honorable Chief Justice of India for encouraging organizing the Commonwealth Legal Education Association Conference in Bangalore. I also extend my deep appreciation to the Energy Department, particularly which is under the leadership of our senior leader, KJ George. I am pleased to congratulate the Energy Department under the stewardship of Sri Siddaramaiah ji and KJ George for securing Karnataka's position as second highest producer of renewable energy in India, following only Rajasthan. Further, our state now holds the highest installed capacity for wind energy. As we discuss at 2047, we must acknowledge the ground reality of where this energy is generated. I come from a region, my lord, which is northern part of the state, where wind velocity and solar radiation possessed by that area farmers, the intrinsic value of that is totally ignored. Our farmers serve as a silent runway for this transition. They experience the wind blowing across their land and the radiation touching their field every day. Currently, however, a disparity exists. While large number of companies who harness these natural capacities, farmers often receive meager rentals, sometimes ranging from 15,000 per acre to 75,000 per acre per annum. But more than 95% of the land which are leased to these companies are less than 20,000 per acre. Some companies have given the revenue ranging from 5% to 8% of their production. We must recognize that the wind and radiation above a field hold as much value as mineral beneath it. While we all support the rising energy industry in India, we must ensure that fair share is given to all stakeholders. Government policy should honor the intrinsic value of a farmer's land in the same manner we treat mines beneath the surface. Our policies and actions must reflect justice for farmers than for favoring investors only. The energy transition is not merely a technological shift, it is a legal and institutional transformation. As this sector evolves, the law must respond to complex challenges regarding environmental protection, land use, and market regulation. From a legislative perspective, our framework must remain responsive to emerging realities, clear and predictable, balanced in addressing interests. While the Electricity Act has served us well, we require continuous refinement to address renewable energy and integration and energy storage. Karnataka has immense potential to become energy independent, though through these renewable sources. But this growth must be equitable. The judiciary plays a vital role in interpreting these technical and policy considerations. It is essential that legal process remain efficient and that disputes are resolved in timely manner to maintain stakeholders' confidence. However, the law must also evolve to ensure the right of all stakeholders to protect during land acquisition by providing a fair share to them. Development is balanced with sustainability, equity, and social justice. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that the legal framework supports innovation and investment while protecting the rights of farmers and promoting sustainable development. As you all know, there will be only three stakeholders. One is the investor, the second is the technical and equipment partner, and then is the farmer, the landowner. And we all know if the farmer, there may be a talk saying that let the farmer go and have a windmill, let him have solar farm. Yes, he is capable, but he should get loan, you know. If you approach the bank, the banker will say, your land costs only 5 lakhs. The value of your land is only 5 lakhs. I can give you 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs loan. But friends, when companies go, the bankers also are in favor of computing that land value in a high manner by computing this intrinsic value. This intrinsic value is to be really taken into account by the government, by the state government, by the central government. In fact, the central government in their policy should come out about the intrinsic value. You have said by 2047, the development, the progress, Viksit Bharat, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. We are 3 here. All the 3 should grow. Sabka Vikas hona chahiye. I am sure your declaration, though mentions equity, though mentions justice, but forgotten. Yours is an academic institution. Yours is not a commercial institution. You are not the body of investors or the producers. Since you are an academic institution, you must give justice to those who are real stakeholders of this, in view of my repeated suggestions, I request you to consider how you can include these points if you all agree or suggest them to do so. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful remarks. We now come to the most awaited moment of this session. It is with great honor that I invite Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge, Supreme Court of India and Executive Chairman, NALSA, to deliver the valedictory address.
A very warm good evening to everyone present in this beautiful auditorium, banquet hall, I believe. Yes. Justice D.K. Singh, Judge, High Court of Karnataka and Chairperson, Conference Organizing Committee, Honorable Judges of Karnataka High Court and other High Courts. I can see Telangana, Allahabad is absent now, Delhi, Kerala, Honorable Minister for Law and Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Patil, Honorable Minister for Energy, Mr. George, distinguished bureaucrats of the Government of Karnataka, other participants, resource persons, lawyers, scientists, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen. I was just mentioning to Justice D.K. Singh that why is he looking so gloomy and tired and little annoyed. He should be smiling. The 2-day trouble is now coming to an end, so everyone should be smiling rather than, sitting with a long, gloomy face. The program is coming to an end. I will not take very long, just 10-12 minutes, because I have traveled all the way from Delhi, so that much is justified. I will not take very long. And after that, we will have some good tea, coffee and snacks. This gives me immense pleasure to deliver the valedictory address of this international conference organized by the Commonwealth Legal Education Association, CLEA as you all refer it to, on sustainable energy, an agenda for India 2047, reimagining law, policy and innovation for energy justice. Over these 2 days, the deliberations have brought together law, policy, technology, governance, markets and public responsibility in a manner that is both timely and necessary. It has brought into conversation some of the most pressing questions of our time, namely, how India must power its future, how law must shape that transition, and how growth, innovation, and environmental responsibility may be held together within a just and durable framework. As this conference comes to a close, one proposition emerges with unmistakable force. Sustainable development in India cannot be secured without law. For law is not merely a mechanism to address the consequences of development after they arise. It is one of the means by which development itself is given structure, discipline, and legitimacy. It ensures that the pursuit of progress remains not only ambitious, but also just, balanced, and enduring. Much of modern public discourse will still speak as though growth and environmental protection occupy opposite sides of an argument. That is a profound mistake. A model of development that damages the very conditions of life is not development in any meaningful sense. It is only acceleration without direction. A nation may build more highways, generate more power, and expand its industries. But if its rivers are dying, its air is unsafe, and its villages and cities alike are forced to live with ecological distress, then what appears to be progress begins to lose its meaning. Development that destroys its ecological foundation eventually destroys the social and economic promise built upon it. That is why sustainable development is not a slogan of moderation, it is a discipline of civilization. And this discipline is not foreign to our constitutional order. The Constitution, read as a whole, does not treat the environment as a peripheral concern. Its spirit is reflected in Articles 21, 48A, and 51AG. Taken together, these provisions make it clear that the protection of the natural world is not outside our constitutional vision. It is a part of the ethical structure of our republic. They remind us that environmental preservation is linked not only to policy preference, but to the conditions of life, duty, and governance itself. So when we speak of sustainable development, we are not speaking of an imported vocabulary, we are speaking in a constitutional language of responsibility. This places a special obligation upon the legal community. Too often, environmental concerns are discussed as though they belong only to scientists, activists, climate experts, or administrators. But some of the most difficult questions in this area are, at their core, legal questions. For the legal community, the real questions are these: who bears the cost of transition? How those burdens are distributed? What fairness in process requires? How consent is to be understood? What limits public power must observe? And how long-term ecological harm is to be weighed against immediate economic gain? And I believe that these are not secondary questions, they are central questions. Law gives form to public purpose. Law compels consistency when convenience tempts departure. Law restrains arbitrariness. Law creates accountability where power might otherwise move unchecked. Law is what stands between ambition and excess. That is why sustainable development in India will succeed only if law is not standing at the margins, but working at the center of the national project. As India moves towards 2047, the choices before us are not abstract ones. They involve energy access, affordability, federal coordination, regulatory certainty, investment confidence, technological innovation, climate obligations, and the protection of communities whose voices are often the first to be overlooked and the last to be heard. The transition to cleaner and more resilient energy systems cannot be understood only in terms of engineering or economics. It must also be understood in terms of justice. India's uniqueness lies not only in the diversity of its people, languages, and traditions, but also in the extraordinary diversity of its natural landscape. Ours is the land of the Himalayas and the Western Ghats, of the Ganga, the Kaveri, the Brahmaputra, the Narmada, and the Godavari, of long-standing coastlines, fertile plains, forests, deserts, wetlands, islands, and delicate mountain ecosystems. Karnataka itself offers a striking reminder of this richness, with its hills and forests, its rivers and valleys, and its coastline along the Arabian Sea, all of which have shaped the lives, livelihoods, and culture of its people. From the snow-bound north to the green south, from the mangroves of the east to the arid stretches of the west, India's environmental wealth is not merely a feature of geography, it is part of our civilizational identity. This natural inheritance cannot be treated as a price to be paid for development. No vision of national progress can be worthy of India if it requires us to lose that which is ancient, life-sustaining, and irrecoverable. Roads, industries, power infrastructure, and urban growth may all be necessary for the future, but they cannot come at the cost of erasing rivers, exhausting forests, degrading coasts, or leaving future generations with a purer inheritance than the one we received. There is another point that needs to be addressed with some frankness. Modern societies have become very skilled at speaking about the environment in instrumental terms. We speak of sustainability because it is prudent. We speak of conservation because it is efficient. We speak of climate action because it is necessary. All of this is true, but it is incomplete. The earth is not important only because human beings need it. It is important because there is something deeply wrong in treating that which sustains all life as though it exists only for extraction. The earth gives continuously and asks for nothing. It bears our ambitions, our industries, our errors, and our excesses with a patience that no human institution could ever match. In that sense, It is perhaps the most selfless presence in our collective existence. To protect it is therefore not merely to preserve utility, it is to honor a relationship of dependence that should have taught us humility long ago. And that humility is urgently needed. For one of the dangers of our time is that technological confidence can create moral overconfidence. We begin to imagine that every limit is an obstacle, every restraint a delay, every warning an inconvenience. But law, at its best, reminds civilization that restraint is not weakness. Often it is wisdom. It is against this backdrop that courts and legal institutions must be seen in their proper constitutional role. Courts do not design energy policy, nor should they attempt to replace scientific or administrative expertise. But constitutional courts and legal institutions do perform an indispensable function. They preserve the discipline of legality. They ensure that power remains answerable. They insist that process matters. They protect against arbitrariness. They keep constitutional values from being overshadowed by the urgency of immediate gain. In environmental and development matters, this role acquires even greater importance because the consequences of neglect are often delayed, cumulative, and sometimes irreversible. This is why institutions matter. This is why legal education matters. And this is why conferences such as this matter. When judges, scholars, policymakers, regulators, industry leaders engage one another seriously, they help narrow the distance between principle and practice. They help create not only better policy, but wiser public judgment. That, in no small measure, is the significance of the work that has been undertaken here by the Commonwealth Legal Education Association and its collaborators. As this conference concludes, I hope we leave with a sharpened sense of duty. India does not need to choose between development and environmental responsibility. It needs the imagination and discipline to insist upon both. The legal community must be equal to that task. We must ensure that law does not arrive after damage has become normal. We must ensure that public institutions do not become so preoccupied with speed that they lose their capacity for care. And we must ensure that the language of sustainability remains a language of action, not ceremony. For in the end, the question is not simply what kind of energy future India will build. The deeper question is what kind of civilization India wishes to be as it approaches 2047. For that is not merely a question of policy or infrastructure, it is also a question of how we understand our place in the larger order of life. It is in that spirit that one is reminded of the beautiful lines of the great Rabindranath Tagore in Gitanjali. I quote, "The same stream of life that runs through my veins night and day runs through the world and dances in rhythmic measures," unquote. These lines remind us that human life is not separate from nature, but continuous with it. To injure that larger stream is in the end to diminish ourselves. To preserve it is not charity, it is justice, it is wisdom, it is duty. With these thoughts, I congratulate the organizers, the participants, and all who have contributed to this thoughtful and timely conference. May the ideas shaped here continue to influence law, policy, and public responsibility in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lordship, for those inspiring words. Now, as a token of our deep gratitude and respect, we now proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished dignitaries. May I request the dignitaries to kindly come forward as their names are announced. May I kindly request the Honorable Minister for Energy and Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of Karnataka, to kindly come forward and present the Mysore shawl and ceremonial peta to Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge, Supreme Court of India. The Mysore shawl reflects the rich cultural heritage of Karnataka and is presented as a mark of honor. And the ceremonial peta, a symbol of dignity and respect in Karnataka's tradition. May I also request Honorable Mr. Justice D.K. Singh to kindly present the traditional garland to Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath. May I request Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar, President CLIA, to kindly present the memento to Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath. To felicitate Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of Karnataka, may I request Honorable Mr. Justice D.K. Singh to kindly present the Mysore shawl and ceremonial peta. May I also request Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar to kindly present the memento. To felicitate Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Karnataka, may I request Honorable Mr. Justice D.K. Singh to kindly present the Mysore shawl and ceremonial peta. May I also request Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar to kindly present the memento. To felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice D.K. Singh, may I request Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs and Honorable Energy Minister to kindly present the Mysore shawl and ceremonial peta. May I also request Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar to kindly present the memento. To felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice R. Nataraj, may I request Honorable Energy Minister and Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs to kindly present the Mysore shawl and ceremonial peta. May I also request Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar to kindly present the memento. To felicitate Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, IAS, Chief Secretary, Karnataka, may I request Honorable Energy Minister and Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs to kindly present the Mysore shawl and ceremonial peta. Felicitate Mr. Gaurav Gupta, may I request Honorable Energy Minister and Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs may I also request Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar to kindly present the memento. Felicitate Professor Dr. S. Shivakumar, may I request the Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs to kindly present the Mysore shawl and ceremonial peta. May I also request the Honorable Energy Minister to kindly present the memento. To felicitate Dr. Ruchi Sharma, Joint General Secretary, may I request Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs to kindly present the shawl and peta. May I request the Energy Minister kindly present the memento. Our vibrant and dedicated CLEA team truly reflects the spirit of this conference. May I request the Honorable Energy Minister and Honorable Minister of Law and Parliamentary Affairs to kindly present the memento to Ms. Afreen Afshar Alam, Ms. Sheenam Thakur, Ms. Sheenam Thakur, Mr. Avdesh Dev Pandey, Mr. Sharyu Rai Ryang,
Thank you, dignitaries. As we stand at the culmination of this enriching conference, it is only fitting that we pause and acknowledge those who tirelessly made efforts to make this entire conference possible. Over the past sessions, we have engaged, learned, debated, and truly enjoyed every moment of this enriching experience. But beyond the seamless execution stands a strong and dedicated backbone. On behalf of Commonwealth Legal Education Association, we take this opportunity to recognize the 4 pillars of this conference, our guiding forces and supporting strengths, whose vision, leadership, and commitment transformed this event into a success that we celebrate now. May I please invite Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge, Supreme Court of India and Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority, and Professor Dr. S. Shiv Kumar, President, CLEA, to felicitate our pillars of support and strength for this conference with shawls and commented palm edition of Constitution published by CLA as token of appreciation. May I please invite Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Energy, Karnataka Power Corporation Limited, who has been the guiding force for this conference, to accept the token of appreciation. May I please invite Dr. V. Ram Prasad Manohar, IAS MD, KPTCL, to receive the token of appreciation. I humbly invite Dr. N. Shivshankar, IAS MD BESCOM, to receive the token of appreciation. I may now please invite Mr. K.B. Rudrapaya, MD, Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. To conclude this session, may I now invite Honorable Mr. Justice R. Nataraj, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and Co-Chairperson, Conference Organizing Committee, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. As we draw a close on the conference, it is time to express our gratitude to all the dignitaries who have made this event a grand success. It's been a brainstorming session for the last 2 days, and the conference has seen a convergence of a galaxy of judicial officers of the highest court in the country, various technicians, technocrats, the regulators, and they have given us a multitude of thought as to relating to the sustainable energy and agenda for India at 2047, reimagining law, policy, and innovation for energy justice. It is one of the Minister for Law and Parliamentary Affairs in his talk made one statement. I think all of us, we have to commend the minister. He spoke about taking the intrinsic value of the land while granting compensation to the farmers. See, that is such a welcome thing, because the farmers are given only a pittance, 25,000 rupees per year, which is hardly 2,000 rupees per month. So that is one of the most wonderful statement. I would heartily welcome the stand taken by a responsible person such as the Minister for Law in the government. Perhaps I think if the government comes up with a better package, the apprehensions expressed by Dr. Shalini Rajneesh that there are vast tracts of land which are not utilized, perhaps I think the farmers would be more than willing to share their land for the project, for coming up with some renewable projects. I welcome the very great suggestion, sir. It's a wonderful suggestion. I sincerely thank Honorable Justice Vikram Nath, Judge, Supreme Court of India, for gracing the occasion and giving the valedictory address. I also thank the Honorable Ministers, Mr. K.J. George and Mr. H.K. Patil, for gracing this occasion and being part of the whole conference. I also thank the various officers of the state government, particularly Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Mr. Shiv Shankar, Mr. Ram Prasad, and Mr. Rudrapaya, who have been with us throughout the conference and detailing each and every aspect of the conference, including how many vehicles we need, what are the protocol that is to be followed. They have been a great source of strength and support for the conference. Thank you, all of you. I also thank Justice D.K. Singh, who is the organizing chairman of this conference. I also thank Mr. Shiv Kumar, who thought it fit to organize such a beautiful event in a vibrant city like Bangalore. I also thank Srimati Shalini Rajneesh for gracing this occasion. I conclude and say, I also thank the various participants who have participated in this wonderful conference. For so many, almost 2 days, you have been participating in this program. Thank you, all of you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Lordship. And thank you once again to all the distinguished dignitaries and delegates for making this valedictory ceremony memorable and meaningful. Now, may I request everyone to kindly rise for the national song.
Sujalam, Sufalam, Mangalam.
Thank you, everyone. The session now concludes, and we invite all the guests to join us for high tea. So for the judges and the dignitaries, the high tea is at second floor.